Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adịnọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Kutanwa, in our Hosu, in our Uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You are a girl, if you won't talk to come over soon. You never had you were
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks for joining us today, and welcome to the market segment here on Aneke TV. You're speaking to the market. We are reaching you from the heart of the coal land here in Enugu and broadcasting all over the world. And we begin the final trading session of the week on a note of high stakes. Yes, on a note of high stakes. And as the dust settles on yesterday's near 2 trillion naira mark dip, investors are today weighing the long-term impact of the CBN's latest shift against a resilient naira that refuses to blink in the face of global pressure. From the volatility of crude to the rising cost of the local food baskets across Enugu and Abuja, we are tracking the numbers that define your weekend. This is the Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your word finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll dive straight into the details.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, Digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Thanks for staying with us, and you're hearing us from the heartland of Coal City, and then we are digging right straight into the Nigerian Stock Exchange performance. Yes, and remember that this is the Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your word finds its voice. I am still Uche Osai. Let's quickly run the bells are ringing, and then looking at the Nigerian exchange, which closed on a bearish note yesterday, being Thursday, May the 7th, 2026. Yes, as investors reacted to new regulatory guidelines from the Central Bank of Nigeria regarding foreign subsidiaries of banks, the market capitalization saw a significant decline, dropping 1.92 trillion naira to settle at 153.87 trillion naira. The benchmark all-share index ASI fell by 1.23%, closing at 239,734.61 points. And quickly, let's take a look at the top gainers. Yes, top gainers for yesterday. Despite the overall market downturn, several stocks posted maximum daily gains, and they are led by CAP. Yes, CAP yesterday closed at 212 naira 50 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.99%. Then followed by FTN Coca. Yes, FTN Coca did close at 8 naira 4 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.99%. Berger, it was equally bearish, as he made a positive adjustment of 9.97% adjustment to close at 98 naira 75 kobo, followed by Zikis, which closed at 30 naira 33 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.97%. Mayer equally is in the top movers yesterday, as he closed at 17 naira 10 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.97%. Yes, looking at the losers now, the losses were primarily driven by sell-offs in the banking and industrial sectors. However, here are the laggards. Yes, the top losers for yesterday. The UPL closed at 4 naira 50 kobo, making a dip of negative 10% adjustment, and Restaurants was equally in the bearish league, as he made a negative adjustment of 9.59% to close at 25 naira 45 kobo. Skyven equally very bearish yesterday, made a dive of 8.63% negative adjustment to close at 130 naira 75 kobo. CNI Leasing CNI leasing closed at 7 naira, making a dip of 8.50% negative adjustment. And then we're looking at Cohort PLC, which equally is among the laggards yesterday, closing at 6 naira 1 kobo, making a negative dip of 7.54%. And quickly, let's give you a market outlook for today. The outlook remains cautiously mixed, while the immediate reaction to the CBN's foreign subsidiaries directive caused a sharp dip. Many analysts view the sell-off as a temporary shock. And looking at the sectorial watch now, large caps, bank stocks like Access, Zenith, UBA remain under pressure but are considered undervalued at current entry points, which may trigger some bargain hunting as the session progresses. And then looking at the market sentiment to be one of the key drivers of the market today, yes, if institutional investors stabilize their position after digesting the CBN's policy, we might see a slight recovery or consolidation phase. However, it is the final trading day of the week. Some retail investors may opt for profit taking, in the few gaining sectors like consumer goods. And then the key indicator to watch out for is we are urging you to keep a close eye on the volume trades in the first hour. A high volume rebound in tier 1 bars will signal a quick return of confidence. And then quickly taking a look at Naira performance, we'll tell you that local currency maintained a posture of resilient stability yesterday, being Thursday, May the 7th, as the market digested the latest liquidity injection from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Despite a turbulent day on the Nigerian exchange, the foreign exchange market remained relatively insulated from the equities sell-off. The spread between the official window and the parallel market remains a key focus for analysts as the convergence trend, seen earlier this year, continues to hold steady. And speaking to the performance against the US dollar, yes, against the US dollar at the official market, the Naira was able to, hold steady at 1,361 Naira 25 kobo, whereas at the parallel market it closed at 1,420 Naira. And looking at the British pound, at the official rate, we had it at 1,708 Naira 40 kobo, whereas at the street market, or the black market as you may want to call it, the Naira against the pound was at 1,785 Naira. And looking at the euro, at the parallel market, we sold for 1,530 Naira, whereas at the official market, it went for 1,462 Naira 15 kobo. And the Naira, will tell you, experienced marginal gain of 0.8% at the official window, buoyed by increased turnover as the CBN continues to clear the remaining valid backlogs. The street sentiment in this is that in the parallel market, the Naira held its ground despite a slight uptick in demand from small-scale importers. The premium between both markets currently sits as approximately 4%, well within the single-digit target range desired by fiscal authorities. And looking at the crude factor, yes, with Brent crude hovering around the $84 mark, the external reserves have seen a modest acceleration, providing the necessary firepower for the Apex Bank to defend the currency. And quickly to our market outlook for today, I know you're waiting for it. Yes, as we head into the weekend, the market is bracing for a watch and wait Friday. Yeah, we'll call it a watch and wait Friday. Yes, liquidity is the lead story today, so expect the Naira to trade within a narrow band. The market is currently anticipating the results of the latest retail Dutch auction, which could provide further direction. If the CBN maintains its current intervention frequency, we expect the Naira to close the week strong, potentially testing the 1,350 Naira against the dollar level at the official window before the opening bell on Monday. And keep an eye on the BD change. Yes, keep your eye on the BDCs, the BD change. Yes, these are area to watch. Any new operational guidelines released today could trigger short-term volatility in the parallel market. Now quickly taking a look at the Brent crude performance, yes, we're turning our focus to the global energy markets. It was a day of high octane volatility for the black gold, as Brent crude experienced a dramatic yo-yo section, ultimately reclaiming the psychological territory above the triple-digit mark. Brent crude settled the day at $100.06 per barrel, making a modest decline of 1.2% from its previous close. Though the headline number marks a day of violent swings, yes, so we're looking at the midday plunge, where prices briefly plunged towards $96 per barrel, the lowest level in over 2 weeks, following a report from Pakistani mediators that a truce between the US and Iran was imminent. And then looking at a late rebound, the bearish sentiment evaporated in the final hours of trading as markets, passed a more cautious memorandum from the Iranian leadership. Prices surged back, briefly touching $102.70 during the overnight section. And looking at the inventory pressure, domestic factors added a floor to the price slide, with U.S. gasoline inventories, dropping for the 12th consecutive week, signaling that despite the geopolitical noise, global supply remains historically tight. And quickly, to our market outlook, yes, I know that's the part you want to hear. Yes, the market is entering the final session of the week on a geopolitical knife edge. Is a wait and see in the order of the day. Yes, is a wait and see. Yeah, and analysts expect Brent to maintain a volatile range between $98 and $104 today. Yes, and while technical indicators suggest a dead cat bounce, could occur after yesterday's reversal, the real driver remains the Strait of Hormuz. If diplomatic talks, hit a stalemate today, or if insurers continue to hike, premium for tankers in the Persian Gulf, we could see the Brent push towards the $105 resistance level before the weekend close. Conversely, any confirmed handshake agreement regarding the gradual reopening of ship lanes would likely trigger a massive liquidation of long positions, potentially dragging prices back towards the mid-90s. Yes. For traders and observers alike, today is less about the fundamentals of demand and almost entirely about the headlines coming out of the diplomatic corridors. And quietly moving to the Nigerian commodities market, yes, moving from the high finance world of foreign exchange to the very real dynamics of the marketplace. Here is your Friday morning update on the commodities front. While the macro indicators show a cooling trend in some sectors, the food basket across Nigeria's major hub, urban hubs, continue to face pressure from logistics and seasonal shifts. The headline story today is the widening price gap between the northern production belts and the southern consumer market, as transportation costs remain a significant variable in the final price of staples. And quickly looking at the prices were moving from Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu. Yes, in Lagos, we're looking at a 50 kg bag of rice. Yes, 50 kg bag of rice in Lagos, yes, is sold for 115,000 naira, whereas in Abuja is being bought for 105,000 naira, whereas in Enugu, we are speaking about the long grain rice here. Yes, in Enugu is going for 120,000 naira. And moving over to the yellow gari, the 50 kg bag of it, yes, in Lagos, went for 25,000 naira, and in Abuja saw it at a higher premium of 28,000 naira, and Enugu paid twice. One may wonder why Enugu is paying 32,000 naira for 50 kg bag of gari. And moving forward to the brown beans, yes, the brown beans, you're looking at Lagos buying the brown beans for 115,000 naira, and Abuja is paying 90,000 for it, whereas in Enugu the price seems higher at 110,000 naira. And then the yam tuber, the large yam tuber, you have Lagos paying a premium for it at 4,500 naira. Abuja is going a little less than Enugu, even buying at 3,500 naira. Enugu is paying equally a premium of 4,000 naira for the large tubers of yam. Looking at tomatoes, yeah, the large basket of tomatoes in Lagos is going for 65,000 naira. Abuja but for 50,000 naira, Enugu is paying a premium for tomatoes here at 68,000 naira. And all this could be explained away for the logistic reasons. Yes, looking at Enugu prices in the southeast, particularly in Enugu, remains slightly elevated compared to the national average. Local rice in Ogbete and New Market is seeing a premium due to high demand and the current transition between harvest cycles. And while in Lagos, my 12 enjoys a high volume, a 13% spike in processed rice prices over the last week, has been total, over last week we've noted largely attributed to higher haulage costs from the sports, talking to a total merging of the haulage prices and the market sentiment as well. And then when you talk about this shift, there is a notable relief rally in the price of beans after, peaking in March. Brown beans have dropped nearly 33% in some Abuja markets, offering some, reprieve to the average household budgets. And then quickly to our market outlook. Yes, as the weekend shopping rush commences, market watchers should expect heightened volatility in the perishable segment. Yes, seasonality is the key driver today. So within the rainy season intensifying, we expect further correction in tomato and pepper prices as new harvests from the middle belt hit the markets. However, grain prices, specifically maize and local rice, are likely to remain sticky at current highs until the next major harvest window in late quarter 3. Yes, until late quarter 3 before the harvest comes in. And then we are telling for shoppers in the southeast today, looking towards local substitute like Abakaliki rice may offer a 10 to 15% cost saving compared to the branded long grain variants currently dominating the shelves. And quickly, let's move to the international market. Yes, switching to the global stage, international markets here navigated a tale of two sections yesterday, with Asian markets celebrating record-breaking runs while Western indices hit a geopolitical pause button. Here's the global wrap from yesterday's training, and starting today with the Asian market. Yes, the record breaker here, that's the Asian markets. Yeah, the Asian session was nothing short of historic, led by surge in Tokyo. Yeah, Nikkei 225 Japan soared by an incredible 5.58%, closing at a record 62,833 points. The rally was fueled by a dominant performance in tech and semiconductors. Hang Seng Hong Kong gained 1.57%, riding the wave of regional optimism and a softening tone in global trade rhetoric. And looking at Shanghai Composite, yes, it closed up 0.48%, a more measured gain as domestic retail data balanced out the broader tech rally. And moving over to Europe. Yes, Europe yesterday was characterized by profit-taking pullback. Yes, optimism from the Asian Open didn't quite survive the journey to Europe, as conflicting reports regarding US-Iran peace talks triggered a wave of caution. FTSE 100 London dropped 1.6%, weighed down by energy measures as oil prices initially dipped. CAC 40 Paris and DAX Frankfurt Germany fell by 1.2% and 1.0% respectively. Analysts described the mood as a suction after the intense rallies earlier in the week. And quickly moving over to the US market, yes, which was that of what you describe as a midday subtle. Wall Street opened with momentum but lost its footing as a peace deal euphoria began to fade, replaced by a wait-and-see approach ahead of today's jobs report. S&P 500 slipped by 0.38% to settle at 7,337.11 points. The Nasdaq Composite eased by 0.13 points as the AI-driven rally led by names like Qualcomm saw some late-section profit-taking. Dow Jones, yes, fell by 0.63%, closing just below the psychological 50,000 mark at 49,596 points. And then the international market here, will give you outlook, just a little bit of it. Usually the global focus today shifts squarely onto the US. Yes, the US non-farm payrolls. All eyes are on the labor data. If job reports show continued resilience without overheating, expect a potential Friday afternoon rebound in New York. However, with the Middle East situation remaining the primary white card, many institutional desks are likely to trim their exposure before the weekend. Yes, watch for the Japanese yen's movement today after the Nikkei's record run. Any sharp currency appreciation could trigger a volatile correction in Tokyo. Yes. And then quickly, let's just give you our market advice for today before, yes, any other thing, wrapping up on our market coverage. The guiding principle for investors today is strategic diversification. Strategic diversification as we pivot from a period of high volatility into a session of consolidation. Let's just give you a brief summary of the expert consensus for the Nigerian market. Yes, talking about investor strategy as at today, May 2026, we're telling you to move towards a fixed income, which we'll see as being the king. For capital preservation, the high interest environment remains your strongest ally. Treasury bills with 364-day tenors are currently offering yields between 18% and 22%, with inflation projected to ease towards 13 to 15% by year end. Locking in the rates now provides a significant, real return. And speaking to the equities, yes, the alpha hunt, the Osha index has shown resilience, but the strategy is moving from buying everything to cherry picking. So focus towards Tier 1 banks and the oil and gas sector, which have outperformed the broader market this quarter. Yes, keep an eye on imminent industrial listing and the energy sector for long-term growth. And then we are telling you to hedge, the dollar hedge, as analysts advise against a Naira-only portfolio, maintaining, a portion of assets in dollar income funds or euro bonds provides a structural hedge against any sudden global shocks or currency fluctuation. And on the real estate, for those with longer horizon, the illusory rental markets and short-let apartments in prime urban centers are delivering yields as high as 25% for at stripping traditional saving account. So for us, the bottom line for today is avoid idle cash. Yes, avoid idle cash. With the current liquidity inflows expected in May, keeping funds in a standard savings account yielding 5 to 8% effectively shrinks your weight against inflation. Move towards money market funds or short-term government securities to ensure your money is working as hard as you. And that's where we'll draw the curtains today here on the market segment from Aneke TV's business desk. We are urging you to stay informed, stay ahead, and keep your eyes on the number and sit tight. Get ready for the news around the globe from Aneke TV. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, glad to have you join us. Headlines: Court hears suit challenging Jonathan's 2027 presidential eligibility. On the foreign scene, United States launches defensive strikes following alleged Iranian attack on Navy ships. On business, stakeholders demand better customer engagement, improved service delivery from main power. Now the news in details. Former Minister of Aviation and former Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Mr. Osita Chidoka, has called on young Nigerians to participate actively in governance and nation building, warning that political apathy could threaten the country's future. Mr. Chidoka made the call at an event in Enugu where he unveiled Mekaria, an Igbo leadership philosophy meaning to do better, as a framework for transformational leadership in Africa. The former minister criticized what he described as a culture of alibi, where leaders blame system failures and corruption for poor performance, advocating instead for a data-driven governance model focused on accountability and measurable outcomes. He also reflected on his experience as a student activist at the University of Nigeria and Soka UNN during protest against the annulment of the June 12th election under former military ruler General Ibrahim Babangida, noting that civic participation remains critical to democratic development. The Federal High Court in Abuja will today hear a suit seeking to stop former President Goodluck Jonathan from contesting the 2027 presidential election. The suit, instituted by a lawyer, John Mary Jidobi, is asking the court to declare Dr. Jonathan constitutionally eligible to seek the presidency again, arguing that he had already exhausted the constitutional limit of 2 terms in office. Justice Peter Lifu had earlier ordered hearing notices to be served on the defendants after they failed to respond to the suit. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Attorney General of the Federation are joined in the matter. The plaintiff maintained that Dr. Jonathan completed the tenure of late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua before serving another full term after the 2011 election, insisting that any fresh presidential bid would amount to a 3rd oath of office contrary to constitutional provisions. The Abuja Division of the Federal High Court has convicted former Minister of Power Saleh Maman on 12 counts bordering on fraud and money laundering. Justice James Omotosho convicted the former minister in a case filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over the alleged diversion of about 33.8 billion naira in public funds. The court held that the prosecution established Maman's culpability beyond reasonable doubt, including evidence that he made a cash payment of $755,700 for a property in Abuja without using a financial institution. The court also found him guilty of criminal breach of trust involving funds released for the Mambila and Zungeru hydroelectric power projects, noting that large sums were allegedly routed through Biralda change operators and converted into foreign currencies. The Enugu State Ministry of Transport has denied reports of a fatal road crash and inferno allegedly claiming more than 50 lives at the Ugwu-Onyama axis of Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. In a statement issued by the ministry's spokesperson, Odumegwu Chuendo, the government described the reports and accompanying images circulating online as false and misleading. The ministry stated that vehicular movement remained normal along the corridor and clarified that the images being circulated did not depict the Ugwu-Onyama section of the expressway. He added that ongoing reconstruction works on the Enugu-Onitsha road, alongside coordinated traffic control operations involving security and safety agencies, had significantly improved road safety and reduced accidents on the corridor. The Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Mr. Bitrus Giwa, has warned officers and supervisory commanders in the state to uphold professionalism and discipline in the discharge of their duties. The police commissioner gave the warning during the command's monthly strategic conference attended by senior officers, area commanders, divisional police officers, and heads of tactical units in Enugu. Mr. Giwa stressed that extortion, corruption, unlawful detention, abuse of office, and other forms of misconduct would not be tolerated, adding that hearing officers would face disciplinary action in line with police regulations. He also conveyed directives of the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Ruwan-Disu, emphasizing professionalism, intelligence-led policing, respect for human rights, and responsible conduct in public engagements. The Progressive Governors Forum has dismissed reports alleging the removal of Imo State Governor Senator Hope Uzodinma as chairman of the forum. In a statement, the Director General of the forum, Mr. Folorunsho Aluko, described the reports as false and misleading. The forum stated that no meeting was held where such a decision was taken and maintained that Governor Uzodinma remains the chairman of the body. The forum further assured members and the public that it remained united and focused on its responsibilities, urging the media and the public to disregard the report. Governor Caleb Mufwang of Plateau State has assured residents of the state that the wave of killings and violence across parts of the area would soon come to an end. Speaking during an interview, the governor said his administration was intensifying efforts with security agencies to restore peace in affected communities. Governor Mufwang described attacks in Mangu, Bokos, and Barakin Ladi as acts of terrorism rather than mere communal clashes, stressing that the government would respond decisively to the security challenges. The governor also alleged political undertones behind the violence, saying some interests were uncomfortable with emerging political realities in the Middle Belt ahead of the 2027 elections. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Court hears suit challenging former President Goodluck Jonathan's 2027 presidential eligibility. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, United States launches defensive strikes following alleged Iranian attack on Navy ships. And business stakeholders demand improved customer engagement and better service delivery from main power electricity distributors after American naval vessels came under attack while transiting the Strait of Hormuz. In a statement, the United States Central Command said U.S. forces intercepted what it described as unprovoked Iranian attacks targeting Navy-guided missile destroyers moving through the strategic waterways into the Gulf of Oman. According to the command, Iranian forces launched multiple missiles, drones, and small boats at 3 U.S. naval ships passing through the area, prompting a military response by American forces. Iranian state media reported explosions in the Strait of Hormuz and near Bandar Abbas, Kesh Island, and Tehran as tensions escalate. Stakeholders of Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited have called on the company to strengthen customer engagement, improve complaint resolution, and address concerns over estimated billing. The concerns were raised during a stakeholders' engagement held in Enugu as part of activities marking the company's Safety Week. Chairman of the Niger Inclusive Electricity Customer Advocacy Intervention, Chinedu, commended the establishment of a quick response team, but urged the company to clear long-standing technical complaints. Responding, the Managing Director of Main Power, Ernest Mubaya, disclosed plans to provide prepaid meters to about 75,000 unmetered customers within 2 years and pledged improved customer relations and service delivery. The Eastern District of the Nigerian Railway Corporation says it has commenced the recovery of railway rights. A former chairman of the Agriculture and Non-Oil Group of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Wale Oyekoya, has accused financial institutions of diverting funds meant for agricultural development in the real estate sector. Mr. Oyekoya made the allegation during the 2026 Agriculture and Agro-Allied Summit organized by the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce in Lagos. He said poor implementation of agricultural financing policies and had worsened the challenges facing farmers across the country. However, manager of the agribusiness and non-oil export at Union Bank of Nigeria, Utomi Ezinwa, argued that financing smallholder farmers remain difficult due to risks associated with fragmented farming systems. Now in sports, the Nigerian Football Federation has appointed Abdul Maikaba and Iboboritse Uweja-Momere as head coaches of the men's national under-20 and under-17 teams, respectively. The appointments followed a restructuring of the technical crew of Nigeria's 8th grade national teams and were approved by the Federation's Executive Committee. Coached several Nigerian clubs, including Enyimba, Kano Pillars and Plateau United, and also served with the Golden Eaglets and Flying Eagles. Uweja-Momere, who takes charge of the Golden Eaglets, previously worked as a coach analyst with the senior national team, the Super Eagles. Now in entertainment, Afrobeat singer Tenny says the decline in lyrical quality and originality does while originality and artistic development despite having fewer technological and promotional resources. And finally, before we go, news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed hearing in a suit challenging the eligibility of former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest the 2027 general presidential election. On the foreign scene, the United States says it carried out defensive strikes on Iranian military facilities after alleged attacks on American naval vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Rescue operations are continuing in Indonesia after the eruption of Mount Dukono left several hackers missing and others injured. In business, stakeholders of Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited have called for improved customer engagements, better complaint resolution, and enhanced electricity service delivery. And in sports, the Nigerian Football Federation has appointed Abdul Maikaba and Iboboritse Uweja-Momere as head coaches of the national under-20 and under-17 male football teams, respectively. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps, and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria,
Traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
A nation does not fail in a single moment. It declines gradually through small acts of neglect, tolerated disorder, and the erosion of responsibility. In Nigeria, the conversation about governance is often loud, and the conversation about citizenship is often silent. Yet between these two lies the fate of the republic. Civic duty is not a slogan, it is a discipline. It is the conscious decision of citizens to act in ways that sustain the collective good, even when no one is watching, even when the system appears imperfect, even when personal sacrifice is required. For Nigeria, this is not philosophical, it is urgently practical. Consider something as ordinary as public infrastructure. A newly constructed road is inaugurated. Within months, it begins to deteriorate not only because of poor construction, but because of overloaded trucks, illegal drainage blockages, and the absence of communal ownership. The question then arises, who destroyed the road? The government that built it poorly, or the citizens who used it irresponsibly? The honest answer is both. Civic duty begins where blame ends. It demands that citizens recognize that public property is not government property. It is shared property. And what is shared must be protected collectively, or it will be destroyed collectively. Take another example, taxation. Across many parts of Nigeria, there is resistance to paying taxes, often justified by the argument that government has failed in its responsibilities. This argument is not without merit, but it is incomplete. For taxation is not merely a transactional exchange, it is a foundational principle of statehood. It is the mechanism through which citizens invest in the possibility of governance. When taxes are evaded systematically, the state weakens structurally, and when the state weakens, even the honest citizen suffers. Thus, civic duty requires a difficult balance to demand accountability from government while also fulfilling one's obligations to the state. One without the other produces instability. Then there is the question of elections. In democracy, the vote is the most direct expression of civic power. Yet in Nigeria, voter turnout often reflects apathy, disillusionment, or transactional participation. Voters are sometimes exchanged for immediate material gain, money, food, promises that dissolve after election day. But what is truly being traded is that moment is not just a vote, it is the future. Civic duty in its truest sense demands that the citizen approaches the ballot not as an opportunity for personal benefit, but as an ethical responsibility to the nation. To vote without reflection is negligence. To refuse to vote out of apathy is abdication. To sell a vote is a surrender of sovereignty. Beyond elections lies the everyday practice of lawlessness. Traffic regulations ignored, waste disposal indiscriminately, public officials bribed to bypass due process. These actions may appear minor in isolation, but collectively they form a culture. And culture, once established, becomes stronger than policy. A society that normalizes small violations inevitably becomes vulnerable to larger ones. Civic duty, therefore, is not only about grand gestures. It is about consistent obedience to principles that sustain order. That is also the role of truth in civic life. In an age of rapid information, misinformation spreads quickly through social media, informal networks, and sometimes even through trusted institutions. Falsehood, when repeated often enough, begins to shape public perception, and perception, in turn, shapes national decisions. Civic duty requires intellectual discipline. It requires citizens to verify before sharing, to question before believing, and to resist the temptation of sensationalism. For a nation that cannot protect truth, cannot sustain justice. Nigeria's diversity adds another layer of responsibility. Ethnicity, religion, and regional identity are powerful forces. They can enrich a nation, but they can also divide it. Civic duty demands that citizens rise above narrow loyalties when they conflict with national interests. It demands that competence is valued above tribe, justice above sentiment, and unity above suspicion. This is not a denial of identity, it is the elevation of responsibility. At its best level, civic duty is moral before it is political. It is shaped in homes where children are taught honesty, not just success. It is reinforced in schools where discipline is valued alongside knowledge. It is echoed in religious spaces where righteousness is defined not only by ritual, but by conduct in public life. A society that separates morality from citizenship creates individuals who are privately virtuous but publicly indifferent. Nigeria cannot afford that contradiction. What then is truly expected of the Nigerian citizen? Not perfection, but responsibility. To obey laws even when enforcement is weak. To protect public goods even when others do not. To participate in governance not only through voting, but through informed engagement. To reject corruption not only in leadership, but in daily interactions. To uphold truth even when falsehood is more convenient. To place the nation at critical moments above personal or group interest. These are not extraordinary demands. They are the minimum conditions for national survival. History teaches that nations are not destroyed only by bad leaders. They are also weakened by passive citizens. And yet, history also teaches that renewal is possible. When citizens begin to see themselves not as victims of the state, but as co-authors of its destiny, something shifts. Responsibility replaces resignation. Participation replaces complaint. hope becomes practical. Nigeria stands at such a threshold. The question is no longer whether change is necessary. It is whether citizens are willing to embody that change in measurable daily ways. For in the final analysis, civic duty is not an abstract ideal. It is the consistent and often difficult work of choosing the nation again and again in actions both seen and unseen. And it is in that choice that the future of Nigeria will be decided.
You're tuning into Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
Good morning to you and to our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Thank God it's Friday. So, wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Friday, 8th of May 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock updates, hot topics, and that Sunrise Spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared hot, best, and of course, wait for the debates.
We'll also give you a weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we may step aside and unleash the men of the sports to bring you the sports wraps, talk about the sports oracle, and worldwide, bringing in-depth knowledge, in-depth analysis of the football world. Please, you don't want to miss it.
All right, we kick things off today with our quote of the day, and this is our inspiration segment, and it says, "The most important office and the one which all of us can fill is that of a private citizen." This quote is from Lois Brandis. It's from Lois Brandis. It says, "The most important office and the one which all of us can fill is that of a private citizen." This quote is simply telling us that if everyone becomes a private citizen, guiding and doing what they should do, understanding that they have their rights and using their rights, understanding that they have a voice and using their voice, understanding that they have their power and using the powers, that would make them important. And that is the most important office of every citizen. Every citizen of a nation, every citizen of a state or community or town, you should know that you have a right of your own. And this right, it is very important to understand that when you use it, you are keeping it okay for other people to come in and play their role. So if everyone plays their part, that's what it simply means. If everyone plays their part, if everyone becomes private, when I mean private, it means that if everyone will do what they should do in their daily activities, if everyone should keep their hands away from crime, if everyone will keep their hands away from evil, if everyone will engage in lawful and legal activity to grow the economy. That is what it means by, that is what is so important, and that is what Lois Brandeis is saying this morning. So you out there that is already awake, you need to understand that today is a wonderful day to be a private citizen, to act and to take laws, not just laws into your hands, but just to make sure that you deliver on everything you are given to do. So that would make you a private citizen, especially in this time that Nigeria is preparing for the next phase in the coming election. You must be a private citizen to do what you have to do. If everyone becomes a private citizen, people guide themselves, do what they should do, then we have a working nation and a growing society.
Well, what a pleasure to be speaking to you this hour, irrespective of where you are in the world, especially my brothers who may be watching from Alaba International Market, Ogige Market in Nsukka, main market here in Enugu called the Obuete Market or Ariaria Market in Aba. Yes, Luis Brandeis is telling us the most important office and the one which all of us can feel is that of private citizen. And he is talking about the most important office in the land, the office of the citizen. That's what he's talking to us about. And we urge you this morning, wherever you're watching from, that you occupy the most important office in the land, the office of the citizen. And that gives you the power to choose and determine who occupies whichever and whatever other office that are available. Yes, it is the office of the citizens that determines who sits on the chair of the president of the nation. It is the office of the citizens that determines what those at the subnational can do. In fact, the most important office in the land is the office of the citizen. And we urge you this morning to occupy that position with pride, with relish, and it comes with responsibility. That responsibility is that our civic duties we need to deliver, to choose the right leadership for this nation. And soon, and like you know, the bell is already tolling, soon they will come asking you to perform your duties as a citizen. And we urge you to go get your PVC. If you do not have it, please get it. If you do have it, make it handy. And with it, we can determine the future of this nation, the future of the generation next.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday. From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Awka, Anambra State. The day begins with a warm morning around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. calm enough for early movement before the sun fully wakes up. By afternoon, temperatures rise quickly to about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, and the heat will feel intense, especially in busy areas. Later in the day, dark clouds are expected to build up, followed by rain or thunderstorms that will cool the atmosphere and leave the night fresh and peaceful in Oka.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. Enugu wakes up to a warm temperature around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, things warms up to around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain is most especially expected to be earlier here, and by evening, we'll expect a cooler environment.
Good morning, Abakaleke, Ebonyi State. Ebonyi begins with a cool morning around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but the heat builds quickly during the day. Afternoon temperatures may reach about 33 to 35 degrees Celsius, making it one of the hottest places in the region today. Thunderstorms are expected later, bringing relief and a cooler night breeze.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Thank God it's Friday. Owerri wakes up to a warm and humid weather around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, with moisture hanging in the air. By afternoon, the weather becomes hotter at about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius. By evening, we expect rain and light thunderstorms, and the city becomes cool and calm.
Good morning, Omaha, Abia State. Morning starts mild and comfortable around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, temperatures move up about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, bringing noticeable warmth. Later in the evening, rain showers are expected to cool things down, leaving the night calm and refreshing in Omaha.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay dressed light, keep an umbrella close, and do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Please stay with us.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise, and now let's take a quick look at what's making the major front page headlines across newspapers today from the Punch, the Guardian, the Daily Trust, the Vanguard, and the Nation newspaper.
And joining us is Aneke's in-house analyst, Res Arum, helping us to the bone with deeper insight on news issues. Mr. Res, what a pleasure to have you on Sunrise this Friday.
Thank you for having me, and thank goodness it's Friday.
Yes, I can see the smile on your face. You can't wait.
Because Friday always comes the weekend, and the majority of us who are workers are, yearning to go home and rest for the weekend.
And one thing you don't want for the weekend is to see my call.
Well, if it comes, one should do the needful.
And definitely it's coming. So, yeah, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now on the Punch headline, we have primary elections, APC consensus push faces resistance in states. Primary elections, APC consensus push faces resistance in states. Now on the Guardian headline, we have Nigerian Football Federation seat tight syndrome. How skewed process makes a life benchers of football administrators. Now on the Nation, we have Shetima, Nigeria working. On the Vanguard headline, we have xenophobia. Federal government moves to evacuate Nigerians from South Africa. And on the Daily Trust, we have 33.8 billion naira fraud conviction revives Mambila scandal. Now on the Daily Sun, we have, I will consult widely on 2027 presidential race, says Jonathan. Now we take a look at the Nation headline. We say Shetima, Nigeria walking. Kashim Shettima has expressed confidence that Nigeria is making progress despite its challenges, highlighting government efforts and reforms aimed at improving the economy, security, and overall national development. So the Vice President yesterday, while they went to hand over the presidential form to the APC National Working Committee that's run Youth Wilder, you know, there were a lot of, it was as if it was a ceremony. It was very full of fun and very colorful, and people were given the privileges to, you know, make some certain comments which were actually what happened. And then he said that Nigeria is working, that Mr. President, being his second term returning back to office, it shows that Nigeria is making progress. And also one of the comments that you know, I saw that I had to start thinking was someone that says that doubting Thomases who doubted the current government are singing the praise of APC everywhere. So citing the issues and the restoration and the construction of roads, I mean social infrastructure that Mr. President has embarked on. And these things are the things that this headline is made of this morning.
Mr. Rice, let's get your input on this very headline. We listened and heard the Vice President Kashim Shettima, you know, singing the praises of his boss. Expectedly does so.
What would be anybody's expectation in a situation like that? Certainly, they will always applaud themselves for what they feel they have done. Yes, we cannot say they completely failed Nigeria completely. No, we cannot say so. Area of some financial discipline and transparency and accountability, or the area where they have put out policies that's made the stability of our currency, the naira. I think that area they should be applauded. But it is natural that the government of the day, like the proverbial lizard who jumped from the top, came down, and after nodding his head, he said that that he has tried. Mm-hmm. So that is exactly what they have done. They are applauding themselves. They don't wait for others to begin to do that. Although the followers and the members of APC, who are the followers of the Tinubu administration, the ardent followers, I mean, his fans, are also applauding him. Then some other Nigerians on the other side are beginning to think they have not done well so far. We have seen approximately 3 years in office, approximately. And not much has been achieved. You know why I said so? In terms of things that will stir the economy, like power supply, it has been at the lowest ebb. Although with the rekindle, this Mambila issue, which certainly will come up later, has shown that if such places like that should come on board, the problem of power supply in Nigeria may become well improved and better for Nigerians. In fact, we will now begin to enjoy power supply, because presently we are not enjoying power supply in Nigeria. It is epileptic, it is small, it happens when it will happen. It comes when they think they have opportunity to give it, because they have limited supply, limited production, which there has, actually heaped the blame on supply of gas, gas that will run their turbines. But we'll talk about hydro energy, and we have the few hydro places, and one of the highest hydro energy production plants is in Mambila. So for Shetim, the vice president, to applaud and sing praises about his boss is something that he ought to do. There's nothing. It is very obvious that he will have to do that, because even the president himself continues on the path of reforms. So he's talking about reforms, and then we are talking about sustainability. If there is reforms coming from the presidency, such reforms should be sustained. And we are talking about that reform, creating a situation that will trickle down to the masses of Nigeria at their various localities. Let them begin to feel the impact of the numerous reforms that is being done by the government. If these reforms do not go down to the third tier, that is the masses, the enclave of the masses, then it means we have not achieved anything. But the indicator that shows that the reforms are achieving results is when the Nigerian people at the grassroots begins to clap, begins to applaud, begins to feel happy. That is the indicator. That is the major indicator that will show that the reforms our government has put in place is actually working. Of course, they are doing roads, like you said, everywhere. The Lagos, Calabar, the Sokoto, Lagos, and so on. These are super highways. So, and I think Nigeria will work. With those things being put in place.
Okay, Nigeria would work. Yes. What's a balanced analysis on this issue? I wanted to take you straight up immediately you started talking. I wanted to take you up on a number of issues you raised, but you later, I would say, evened it out and balanced it, because I wanted to ask you what are these areas that the administration, you would say, you're giving them 100%. But you balanced it out, because when I talk about the issue I have with your submission is that you're talking about financial discipline. And I choose to disagree with you, with every atom of courage in me, to say that this is one of the most indisciplined administration when it comes to financial prudence and management. And when you talk about policy on stabilizing Naira, yes, there is a semblance of stability in terms of Naira stability, but at what cost? The CBN continue to defend the Naira. How long are we going to continue with that? And you talk about being an administration that has been, that will give pass mark on the issue around the foreign exchange and Naira stability. But I quickly remembered, which is why I am looking at it gently, that the question is, where was Naira by the time this administration took over? But I remembered that Mr. President did say that he is Muhammadu Buhari and Buhari is him, meaning that we may not be able to divorce the previous administration from this very one. And on that note, I would put a little question mark in asking, where was Naira when they took over, and how did he get to as high as 1,000 Naira? Even in the worst period in the Buhari administration, the Naira never got to this point. Yes, we had various options where you had different market pricing for different individual and these things, but it never got to 1,000. But be that as it may, Mr. Reyes, I am quite happy that you were able to balance it. Yes, no one would expect the vice president and others in that very vehicle called the APC to speak against their administration. But I liken it to what you said, that the lizard that falls from on top of the tree would always say, if no one is praising it, will praise itself. But I see this as a driver who has missed his way and refuses to note that he has already lost the way, refusing to reverse, telling people that he is an expert driver, continuing on the same speed. Because when you look at the submissions in area of power, what are we scoring this administration? And on that note, I remember quite well that this administration said we should not vote them back if they fail to give us consistent, steady, stable power supply in 4 years. It's almost 3 years. Campaigns will take over. When you talk about, and you rightly represented it, what's the cost of food in the market? When we talk about the government that has stabilized the policy, the economy and the country, and I ask, at what cost? Because if I quote the vice president, and he said, and Nigeria is now working, he never resorted to cheap propaganda, and that is a testimony to his fidelity to relationships. I wonder the relationship he's talking about here. He has sailed this ship through troubling waters with courage, taking difficult but necessary decisions to stabilize the economy. I pause. Taking necessary but difficult decisions to stabilize the economy. Mr. S, the question is, at what cost? We are talking about removing of oil subsidy, and quite applauded. The question remains, we are not seeing the impact of that removal. When you aggregate it to the life, the quality of life of the common man in Nigeria, which you submitted, is found at the top tier, at the local level. What is the impact? Where are the gains of removal of subsidy? And we are still borrowing, for crying out loud. This administration, when compared, has borrowed more in about 3 years when compared to the frequency of borrowing of previous administration. These are the issues that one will want us to debate and talk about.
Okay, you remember you said financial discipline. What is financial discipline in the first instance? It is within this administration that the National Assembly was able to dictate that certain monies were not paid into the coffers of the federal government. It is within this administration that the Ahmed Bola Tinubu was able to ask that money should, an account that had been domiciled within NNPC, be moved into the federation account. So these are instances of discipline in the financial system. It is here that the Wale Edu, the sacked minister, pointed out to certain monies that are not paid to the federation account, that are not remitted, and so on and so forth. There are several of it, which is part of the discipline that things are beginning to be, people are beginning to be accountable, and people are being held responsible for not what they ought to do. It is within this administration. That's why I said yes, to an extent. We have not given the government of the day a clean bill. I have not said here they have 100% in the administration, but I'm trying to tell you there are areas where they have, their policies are beginning to manifest good things. But that's the problem, which the major indices was the life at the grassroots. Now we come to these infrastructure issues. Borrowing is a thing that happens everywhere in the world. Even the United States of America borrow everywhere. Even when a country is adjudged the richest country in the world, some of these countries still borrow. So borrowing is not poisonous, it is not sinful. But important thing is when you borrow, the prudent use of these monies that have been borrowed. That is what we are insisting on, that government, when they borrow, let the monies borrowed not develop wings and begin to find ways out of government projects or coffers along their way. So let it actually come for the purpose for which they have. We have seen that government has borrowed to to do the road, the superhighway, Sokoto to Lagos. They have borrowed money. They have also borrowed money to do reforms, to rehabilitate the Lagos Apapa Wharf and all that. So let us now see that there is effective rehabilitation and state-of-the-art facilities needed for these things. So that is why I said, and then your last question is about how these monies are utilized, is it not? Yeah, the utilization is based on where they plunge it into roads. There are superhighways, there are other infrastructures ongoing. But let these infrastructures that are ongoing be truly completed. The issue of gas to electric production plants, I think that has been settled based on what they said. I do not know if what they said is beginning to, the indices is steady supply of electricity. When we start having that, it means they have effected what they promised. Because politics is about making promises and fulfilling it. That to be on the best side, is make promises and fulfill such promises so that the people of Nigeria will be happy.
I love the side of the bed you woke up from this morning. And I suppose you should keep on waking from there because you are balancing issues this morning, and I'm quite happy, I wanted to come out gun blazing and smoking, but, when you raise these things, you balance them out, you even them out. However, I beg to continue to differ on the issue of financial discipline. The discovering of money in the budget and all that by the National Assembly still equally speaks to carelessness. And then when you talk about the remitting money back from the NNPC section, the question remains, like the borrowing we talked about. Nobody is against borrowing. We've all agreed that yes, we can borrow, but it becomes poisonous, very poisonous, like you pointed out, when we can see the requisite impact of such borrowing. And when you talk about infrastructure, the infrastructure that are being erected, are they what is needed? Those are the questions. And to what benefit and impact? Why people commend this administration, and I celebrate them as well, talking about the new road network, the coastal highway that we'll talk about. The coastal highway, and I ask, you're erecting a new coastal highway. What about the existing infrastructure? What sort of renovation or rehabilitation is going on there? Those are still in a very deplorable state that you needed to give a facelift before starting a new project that we may not see the end of it until the life of this administration comes to an end in a year time or so, because by next year we are going into election. So yes, expectedly they may come back, but I'm speaking to 4-year term, which is what is certain that the Nigerian people has given. And moving on from the issue of road, I do not want to go to equitable distribution of projects, because you talk about money borrowed being plunged to off the Apapa and Tinkan ports, which I have very serious issue with. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be rehabilitated or renovated, but I'm saying that it should be evenly balanced out. However, going back on financial discipline, which I'm quite particular about, that this government need to step up and do something about it. Because when you look at a number of issues, you talk about the cars, frivolities. Look about the cars, the number of cars on their entourage, the number of cars that's been, given now to both the National Assembly and all that. Those are wastages, in my estimation. When you look at so many money that's been doled out even to the armed forces in the name of combating security and other agencies that are not, in the statutory budget for the year, you begin to see that there are wastages. And you talk about what we spend on foreign visits as well. The number of people on that entourage, would make one want to cry. That a government that you talk about being financially prudent should be, saving more money. But be that as it may, you lined it thoroughly for me. that at the end of the day, what matters is impact. How he has affected and impacted the common man in Nigeria. What would hold them for is when we look at the area of power, we have stable power supply. When we look at healthcare, there are drugs at the hospital shelves that the doctors are not running away from Nigeria because of the working environment and the working condition. When we look at education, that ASU, SANU are not embarking on strike often, that the student graduates as a undue, and you talk about the state-owned institutions, that they should be able to compete with private institutions in Nigeria. The other day, I was weeping for my alma mater when I looked at a resident that I lived in a few months before abandoning the school environment. I weep how our children are able to cope in that environment. These are the issues where we want the government to step up. Then when we go to the scorecard, we can't say, wow, that the President Bola Tinubu-led administration, is a landmark achievement in the trajectory of Nigerian history. I remember President Babangida for one thing. Yes, I'm not celebrating military leadership, but I remember the reign of President Badamasi Babangida for infrastructure, quality infrastructure. Look at Third Mainland Bridge. Look at when you go to places, see the projects they handled. You would remember them for that. And I want to remember this administration as well for quality infrastructure, for a good number of things, for being able to give us stable 24/7 power supply. These are the things that I believe that matter to the people.
All right, on the Vanguard headline, we have xenophobia. Federal government moved to evacuate Nigerians from South Africa. The federal government is making arrangements to evacuate Nigerians from South Africa following renewed xenophobic attacks and rising safety concerns as efforts intensify to protect affected citizens. The federal government is making plans. That this is from the Foreign Affairs Minister, Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu, who had a phone call with the Minister of Foreign Affairs in South Africa. Now, they had to come together and make a resolution about what is actually going to happen, that Nigerians, it's just like calling out an issue. Okay, this is not right. Citing the xenophobic attacks. And yesterday, there was actually a protest in Durban, and it looks like the city that has more intent that is carrying the matter on their head is Durban. Durban City in South Africa. And this is something that Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu had to reiterate to the ambassador, telling him that the nation, everyone in Nigeria represented by the Foreign Affairs Ministry, they are seeking to understand what is happening. And very soon evacuation will start in South Africa for Nigerians who want to return home, even though Nigerians have been alerted to be on alert to guide, to also ensure that they have put themselves together to know that there's nothing that is going to rise. This is from the Nigerian High Commission, so that they can actually be more, Nigerians who are affected could wait and hear the next update that is coming. Of course, xenophobic attacks are, we have heard a lot of issues around that from South Africa. Even while the other day, the Senate has moved to invite the South African officials to be able to, and they have also volunteered. They have founded an ad hoc committee to move to South Africa and make certain complaints in the parliament, and stating that this is not what it is to be, and that Nigerians are going through a time. Also, the Senator representing Edo North, he had to, that's Adam Soshomole, had to make a remark to, take care of, to seize South African and to, sanction the South African companies in Nigeria. South African businesses in Nigeria, MTN and the rest of them who are operating globally in Nigeria. So, but then the Senate had to move and say, no, this is not a better option. We have to go through due process, and of course this is how it has been, and today we're having the issue here.
Mr. Rice, we're still on the issue of xenophobia.
You know, it didn't just start now. It is not the first time. It has happened over and over. And the South Africans are becoming, I think, I do not want to use the word that came into my mind. I was only trying to say that something like being naive, because I wonder why that country, the black country, could not remember what Nigeria did for them, could not go through the processes and what the Nigerian government and the individuals in Nigeria, the musicians in Nigeria, and so on and so forth, what they did to ensure that the issue of color bar is stopped in South Africa. And today they are independent, and they feel that the same country, the same region, the same African countries and brother countries, that all they did, that they now should begin to feel bad that they got involved in giving their independence. They should have left them to suffer and suffer under the white persons, people that have colonized them. They should have remained in slavery. They should have remained in color bar, in being relegated to the background, not enjoying the things that God has given them naturally, like the gold and all that. So, if that continues, it is, of course, somebody said that Nigeria should, waken from slumber. We should wake from slumber and begin to evacuate Nigerians in South Africa. And it is not long that idea has been put in place. They are now ready to evacuate them because they would not want Nigerians to continue to die, to be killed. Because how many Nigerians are there? The South Africans are numerous. If you are talking about Nigeria to South Africa, if it has to do with population, we will take them one after the other. We'll just take them one by one, with our hands, because they don't match our population. So, but we are in their country. So Nigerians in their country cannot match them with the numerous number they come with to embarrass, to maim, to bully, and so on and so forth, on Nigerians. So, if the government is serious, let them put all the necessary things in place and begin to evacuate Nigerians who are willing to come back. Anybody who is not willing to come back should be left there, and whatever happens to him, well, it is nobody's. The government has cared enough to do that. That is what a responsible government should do in situations like that. And that is why sometimes we are saying that somehow government is not proactive. But in the present circumstance, I think that's why I said that the government is now working. They're going to get Nigerians out of the problem in South Africa. And they have made several arrangements. They have set up the parliament members to South Africa. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs are already aligning. They have also invited the ambassador of South Africa, that's the First South African High Commission, to give explanations to the event. And so I think the process has been beautiful for Nigerians.
All right. That's a nice submission there. Speaking to the issue of xenophobia, without wanting to go into the ills and the negatives associated with xenophobia, I look at it because we've spoken about this issue, but I look from the perspective of the Nigerian government in this time around, being taking that decision through the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Ojukwu, to go evacuate Nigerians who, like you rightly said, who are willing to come back. Because I've seen the video making around where a Nigerian, was speaking in a South African-dominated enclave that he is not coming back to Nigeria, that he is in South Africa. If anybody feels that they should come and do whatever they want. So such person, you know, may not want to come back, but they should evacuate Nigerians who are willing to return to the country. You know, and one thing that gladdens my heart this period is that government is at the forefront of going to evacuate Nigerians. No longer when we had, you know, private citizens like Allen Onyema going to rescue our nationals in troubled territories. So in this instance, it's quite commendable. Having said that, I think, despite the fact that the South African envoy in Nigeria is opposed to Nigerians going to, you know, evacuate our people from South Africa, I think it's high time that the government of South Africa should be engaged. You know, yes, we need to engage them, and beyond just Nigeria. I think, what is the essence of the organization of AU? What is their what? It's moment like this that you know the what of such international bodies, and in this instance they need to live up to expectation, engage the government of South Africa in that regard, and we expect, you know, known leaders, especially black leaders who are, you know, who are respected, who the black population in South Africa listen to, speaking to, you know, people like Jacob Julius Malema of the EFF. You know, I'm expecting individuals like him to come out publicly and condemn their people for such, you know, xenophobic tendencies and actions. And I know he has spoken to that, you know, in particular. And while he was in Nigeria sometime, he did remember very well what Nigeria did for South Africans, and they shouldn't be repaying us in this way. No, it's not. It's not palatable, it's not acceptable that Nigerians should be repaid in this way. We've been a bigger brother for them when they needed us. And what are we getting in return? Several Nigerians has been killed in Nigeria, in South Africa. Several businesses burned down, and they shouldn't allow to continue. And what worries me more is that I am thinking and I'm asking the envoy designate, talking about Femi Fani-Kayode, that is being, you know, redesignated to move to South Africa. My question is, does he have the capacity to ensure that this does not happen again, to engage the government of South Africa? Because why I'm raising this concern is that I don't know, I don't have the facts, but was he rejected by the German authorities? Well, the Germany, you know, rejects his nomination to be the Nigerian envoy in Germany, and he's being redeployed to South Africa. You know, why I'm raising this issue is that South Africa is a very sensitive place for me. And I speak as someone who is from Southeast Nigeria, where I know that the population of Igbos in South Africa is such, you know, on a very high number that you need to send in somebody who, you know, who is nuanced in diplomatic engagement, you know, and negotiation. Someone who has that character and capacity to turn things around for Nigerians in South Africa. Someone who will lead that charge, you know, and begin to marshal out, you know, in... Let me not go this route, you know, but there are ways we can begin to mold and remold the opinion and the opinion of a populace like the South Africans. And I do not feel, I'm sorry to submit, that I do not see that capacity in Femi Kayode, someone with his temperament. I don't think doesn't have the capacity to be sent to South Africa, where Nigerians are in a very troubled spot.
All right, we go on a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai. on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back down from the Frontline Africa. We have caught to hear suits challenging Jonathan's 2027 presidential eligibility. A court is set to hear a legal case questioning whether Goodluck Jonathan is eligible to contest the 2027 presidential election, a developing issue that could shape discussions around his possible return to active politics. This is our the former president of Nigeria, Mr. Goodluck Ebele.
Well, it's like Jonathan has a dream to come back as president of Nigeria. And before he could, begin to declare his intention, somebody went to court to bar him from coming back as president. And the conditions upon which such person went to court is based on the fact that the Constitution, dictated that if you have had been president in 2 terms, and the interpretation of 2 terms is what the person is seeking from the courts. President Jonathan, his principal died, and he went into his shoes and became president. That was for the first time. And then he ran election for the second time and won again. You see, but the persons who went to court could not go to court while he was running for the election that he lost to Muhammadu Buhari. Ordinarily, that is from where that court matter should have been decided. But the person did not, it didn't occur to the person, or the person did not look at the books, the law books, to see if Jonathan will contest again. So this time, they went to court to stop him, because they said he has done 2 terms, 2 different terms, because he completed, you see, the Constitution is silent on whether one completed or one had been elected. So it is only the election. If he were, but he was elected even as a vice president. He was not elected as president, but as a vice president, it was an appendage from where he will be able to become president if the president, anything happens to him, or he becomes incapacitated, or any other thing. So, and he became the president. And he ran the election and won again. So the courts are hearing the matter. And if, at the end of the day, it is only the courts that can make the judicial interpretation as to whether Jonathan will go back and run election as president of Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. As we are well aware, you've already stated it, and the courts will today, hear that suit. So we would, at the end of the day, know what the court comes out. With what decision the court comes out with in this matter is still subject to several interpretations. However, Frontline Africa has done an in-depth exposure on this issue, and we'll continue to follow Frontline Africa to know the way forward on this matter.
Now we go back to the Daily Trust headline, which says 33.8 billion naira fraud conviction revives Mambila scandal. A conviction linked to an alleged 33.8 billion naira fraud case has renewed public attention on controversial Mambila hydroelectric power project scandal, raising fresh concerns about corruption, contract disputes, and accountability surrounding long-delayed project. This is from the former Minister of Power, Maman Saleh, who was convicted of fraud of 3.8 billion naira, and it said that he has been, convicted, and we have been, personally, I've been of the opinion that if anybody has actually gone against the law, he should face the law. He should be tried. He should be, face the issue. one thing I've seen in this President Tinubu's government is that he has, had a lot of people who have been tried and who are on trial because of certain issues that involve fraud. And it is important that such a thing, if it's convicted, then the law should take its full course.
Mr. Rex? Anyway, I don't want to. Let's get your opinion first before.
Yeah, the stalling of Mambila power project.
Hydroelectric, yes.
Power project, hydro, is going to. It is a hydroelectric project that may give Nigeria about 3,000 plus megawatts. And you know what it means. There's no single plant that gives Nigeria both hydro and gas and all that that is giving Nigeria 3,000. So that would have nipped in the bud the various electricity supply problems we have in Nigeria. And what stalled it primarily is corruption. That is why each time we talk about Nigeria, every issue in Nigeria, we talk about corruption. If it has not been corruption, what would have stopped Mambila from functioning at this stage? How many years ago? How many years? It could be about 40 years.
Yes.
So tell me, a project initiated, a project, and a country has been running that project for a period of 40 years. Something that is ordinarily going to take you like 2-3 years for completion, of your highest at most 5 years. But today it is about 40 years. You started a project, you have done that, and you have not tried to resolve the issues around it. The government after government, we're talking about administrations that's been coming since 40 years. Nobody has been able to resolve the issue around it, because it is neck deep, buried inside corruption. So it became so endemic that nobody ever cares. Now, today, somebody has been convicted just for a poetry 3 billion. So you should know how many billions of naira that's been sunk there. Yet, we don't even know the stage. Even the ones done would have been, rickety. And even the level of contract done, the machines and everything that may have been imported and installed, some of them would have even had by now problems that you need to begin to do them again. So how do we solve the electricity problem of Nigeria if we begin to handle things like that? So the Mambila issue, well, now that we are talking about the fraud, let the man go to prison because he's been convicted. And then let the federal government now begin to look. I want the Ahmed Bola Tinubu administration, let him also take up that Mambila thing. That will be a landmark project for him. If he eventually does that, that will be a landmark project such that Nigerians will begin to say, Bola Ahmed Tinubu came and he solved Nigerian electricity problem. Because if that doesn't happen, it will be as if maybe there's no one thing that has been particularly a landmark project that has been particularly done by the government. Because after removal of subsidy, yes, we will remember him for the man who came and removed subsidy. We will remember him for the man who came and the naira flopped to the dollar. We will remember him for so many other things. On the negative, we want to start remembering him for many things on the positive. The stability of the naira and the naira going back to gain its strength against the dollar. We want to remember him for the majority of the people at the localities, living a responsible, reasonable, and worthy life. We want to remember him for stemming the tide of insecurity in Nigeria. These are the things we want to remember Bola Ahmed Tinubu for. We want to remember him for the refineries working, so that we don't have problem with accessing these energy materials, the fuel and all that, which tends to have a spiral effect on the domestic goods prices everywhere. So we want to remember for so many things on the positive, and that is exactly where I am looking at, and I am urging the government to work towards, including those in the National Assembly. They have come out with legislations that will stir economic growth, legislations that bring about peace in Nigeria, and all that.
All right. Thank you very much for that submission. But you didn't mention that you remember him for the financial discipline as well. I was waiting to hear that. And then when Good Hope was making submission, he did mention that he's placed more people on trial in this administration, I suppose, more than any other government. That is still subject to debate. Yes, it's still very big debate in that regard, but that's subject for another time. However, speaking to this issue, where Saleh Maman is being convicted for fraud, but let me point out that he wasn't even in the courtroom. This begins to tell you how unserious, these people regard this nation. They were duly served that judgment will be entered into yesterday. He was not in court. And this is a man who is equally running for the position of governor of Taraba State. So it points to a lot of issues that even the APC should be ashamed of itself. That a man who is on trial is having the ticket or running for a position under the platform to be the governor of Taraba State, that he has deprived of the economic benefits that will accrue to the state if this plant is up and running. Speaking to the Mabila power plant, and you're talking about a man who has taken 33 billion 804 million 500 and something thousand naira away, deprived the nation of having stable and steady power supply, because like you rightly submitted, these would have been the biggest power plants in Nigeria that would have made it possible for us to generate enough and give to Togo, Niger and other nations more electricity. And we are talking about it with kid gloves. It's quite worrisome that such a man has been allowed to continue to truncate the nation since 2019, and he has the temerity to vie for a position in this nation. So if the courts are so found him guilty, like you rightly submitted, let him serve the terms. But I may want to, we do not have that capacity of leaders who so much trust in their ability not to derail, to want us to throw the China approach to this issue. That's until we told the China approach, to handling corruption. Corruption will continue to be, let me use the word tradition.
Their own
tradition. Until we told such line, you will continue to see that Mabila project has been there for over 40 years. So if we continue to tow this line, maybe it will take another 80 years to see Mabila come to fruition. And you continue to see people who will pay for the common treasure of this nation and walk away boldly to, flout it in the face of all of us. A lot, needs to be done regarding corruption in Nigeria, regarding wastage, and then letting such individual move about with boldness to want to contest for the elections in this nation. There's, for want of time, let me just rest the submission here today.
All right, and that's a wrap on today's review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite newspaper or catch the full details online. And also, that's a wrap on this edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
Mr. Rez, thank you for those in-depth analysis. However, I continue to differ with you on financial discipline.
Thank you. You have your opinion, and I have mine. So it is you believe in what you want to believe.
All right. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have you here. We always want to believe on the path of the truth. Yes. I'm Uche Osai. And on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way. Same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
is a woman. She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning, welcome to Sports Review on Aneke TV, to one and only Sports Oracle, bringing you the best of sports and what's happening. This is actually what's happening, and it is a Friday of what is happening in the world of sports. And I am here this morning with Wheezy, yo.
Today you will give me this one, tomorrow you will give me this one.
Wait, are you not Wheezy?
Wheezy.
Okay, worldwide.
Yeah, worldwide is okay, not Wheezy.
All right. Good morning.
Like whistle.
Oh, it whistled out.
No, I don't want to be whistling.
All right, so how you doing, sir?
I'm good.
Well, it happened yesterday with the UEFA Europa League and seeing how these guys moved into finals. I'm talking about Aston Villa.
They cruised
Nottingham Forest.
No, I wasn't expecting that kind of scoreline. I was shocked.
I was expecting it.
4-0.
I was expecting
I was expecting them to win, but not 4-0.
I was expecting, when you look at teams like Nottingham Forest, they were doing well. Nottingham Forest would have been in the position Aston Villa is now.
Yeah.
If they had Espirito.
Nuno Santos.
Santos, yes. Nuno Santos, Espirito.
Probably we can say
that. No, they would have been 6th, 7th. And they would have been doing so well.
I don't know why they let go of that coach. Anyway, that's management problem.
That's actually politics.
Why I said I was not expecting this scoreline, because this is Nottingham Forest that beat Chelsea 3-1 just how many days ago. And they rested players. That was not their lineup that they used for Chelsea. They rested some of their guys for this match. And the first leg they won Aston Villa, I think by a goal to nil. They are coming up for the second leg. Nottingham Forest, they are not coming from Division 1. They are not coming from Championship. This is the same Premier League, both them, and even in the Premier League itself, Aston Villa did not beat them with this kind of scoring.
Aston Villa cannot even beat them in the Premier League.
So how will you now come to second leg of a semi-final of a Europa Cup and you are beating somebody 4-0? So that was a poor performance. That's why I said I was not expecting this scoreline. It's not something I was expecting at all.
Now let's talk about Freiburg qualifying for UEFA Europa League finals for the first time in their life,
in their history,
in their existence.
They are about to make history if they are going to. If they
win it, I think it will be bigger than Arsenal winning UEFA Europa League.
I don't. It can never be bigger than Arsenal. After 20 years that they came to the final, you say it will be bigger. Champions League against.
They say this is the first time. This person is the 20th year.
This one is their first time in their career. Anyway, you cannot compare this cup and Champions League.
First of all, if they win it, they are coming to Champions League.
And this is the first time. If Arsenal win it, that's also first time in their history.
So what are we going to do? Whose celebration is bigger?
The competition is bigger.
Arsenal is bigger.
So we can say Arsenal will be,
well, there's no place we could fix in Liverpool, not even in the Europa.
Where has Liverpool come to this conversation?
No. Why I'm saying this is because there's no place you can fix them. They don't have any final.
No.
They are yet to come alive.
No, of course, but not only them. There are other clubs that don't have final.
No, don't mention the other clubs.
Okay, so you don't mean to mention.
Don't mention.
Liverpool.
No, I mean don't mention. I beg your pardon. Don't mention the other
apart teams. From even mentioning the other club, there is also a team currently sitting at position 17 now in the Premier League that don't have any cup they are going to play. They're just fighting to survive.
Well, I think by this time last year, Manchester United was sitting in that position.
Now look at where Manchester United is.
Just take a look at.
There are two clubs.
Started from the bottom now.
They're on the top. So I hope Tottenham now will start from the bottom and get to the top. If they are not even relegated from the bottom to the pit. So I hope for them they come back.
Well, yes. Let's just move over to the Real Madrid issue that just came to the limelight, where there has been some issues concerning Chumini and Valverde, citing the unrest. We have to use civil words here, the unrest and the throwing of hands that they had.
I really don't know what's happening to Real Madrid players. I don't know what ego and emotions is coming.
I think I can understand them. I can understand. Yes, I can understand them. Let me tell you why I can understand Real Madrid. I can understand Real Madrid because they have been champions and they are champions, and this season they have no trophy.
But they are not showing that championship mentality now.
Well, I'm talking about people who are not grown, who are not in control of their emotions. But as a team, wearing that badge is bigger than anything in the world.
These players are not young players. They are not small players. You have been last season. What did they come out with? No, I don't think they have any cup last season.
That's what I'm saying. It is they're having that feeling. It's a feeling
why
thing.
Can't you control yourself the way you controlled yourself last season? You guys are not immature players. Why are you behaving like touts? Why are you fight? Are you supposed to fight? That's too much show of indiscipline, and that's why I say it still boils down to the management and the coach. You know, there are some clubs that you can't try that. You can't just dare to go and start fighting in the dressing room. That's why I say maybe the management of Real Madrid now has a problem. Perez is looking at it. I know he's going to do disciplinary sanctions.
Then he's going to now.
At the end of the day,
he's not going to now back certain people.
He's still going to back certain players. That's why some people, some fans are chanting that they should bring in Mourinho because of the standards.
Standard, yes.
So
yes.
you can't have Mourinho as a coach in the dressing room. You want to start fighting. That's too much show of disrespect. So I believe. Maybe Abeloa was not there, I don't know. But there's no way you tell me Abeloa was not there on the training ground. He must be there. For them to start carrying out that, you know, exchange of, to the extent of giving somebody a punch as severe as that, it's too much. And that's why you don't show respect for your coach. That's what it means.
And you don't show respect for your team player, yes, for the club.
So there's too much show of immaturity from my own understanding.
Do you mean that they have a lot of Alejandro Garnachos?
Yeah, that's what they're showing now.
They have a lot of
Look at a player like Mbappe, will still be at this level, at this stage. He's someone that we're expecting to be coming out for the Ballon d'Or. You will still have some of these disciplinary issues. Look at Valverde, you are the club's captain. To captain Real Madrid, that you are still, you know, it's too much.
It's too much actually. Now let's just take a look at the weekend's fixtures.
Yeah.
Today is Friday, thank God it's Friday, and we are going to have a Friday packed football into the weekend, into Monday, and it's already the running in the Premier League where you see why Premier League is special.
No, of course,
because now
you can't wait for the weekend.
You can't wait for the weekend to come
so
that you can watch how you know some loser pool kind of games take place.
I don't know, maybe some of our fans will come for you one day in this studio while you are just presenting.
Basically,
somebody walking.
No. What I'm telling you is because you don't claim you are a champion. You should be a champion. You should be in the position of a champion.
Yeah, anyway,
the stories of yesterday does not make the future.
Even when you are a champion.
Listen to me. I just turned into a Chinua Achebe now. The stories of yesterday does not make the future.
No, anyway, I don't blame Liverpool. You can still attribute their, will I say, poor season to injury crisis. They have a lot of injury crisis. You don't expect a club that is playing without their strikers now to be scoring, to be winning.
All right, let's see the fixtures for the weekend.
All right, let's go to England. Let's start from the Premier League, where we have Burnley playing Aston Villa. That should be tomorrow.
Burnley playing Aston Villa.
That's a club that has been relegated and a club that is fighting.
So what are they fighting?
Burnley are not fighting for anything. It's
just Burnley should walk over.
Maybe Championship, Champions League spots to contend for. Burnley are just playing till the end of the season. They're already gone. We have Crystal Palace versus Everton. We have Nottingham Forest that was beaten yesterday, trashed yesterday against Newcastle.
I like that word, trashed. That's fine.
When you beat somebody 4-0,
that was trash. That's not really trashed them.
West Ham against Arsenal. I believe this will be the match people want to watch.
West Ham against Arsenal.
Arsenal fighting for the
league.
Everton fighting for relegation. There is something like, there is a critical line here. It's not just Arsenal fighting for the league. Everton are fighting to survive. So Everton does not want to lose this match.
So Arsenal
now.
My prediction for this match is draw, either 0-0. They are low blocks team.
Yeah, but
Arsenal would score.
Arsenal will win. Arsenal will win this match because West Ham are not in that. Will I say that level?
You mean Moyes is not on that level?
Of course, yeah. From what they have been playing, it's not. Is it because you're in the relegation spot? Quite alright. It's not that you expect to do something spectacular.
Well, that's when you wake up. You wake up when your morning comes.
They will still send you back to sleep. They will send you back to sleep.
Let's see more of that.
Let's go to the French league where we have Angers versus Strasbourg. Auxerre are playing nice. They have Marseille, Metz, Lorient, Monaco. They play against Rennes. PSG will play against Brest. Then Reims will play against Paris FC, and Toulouse will play against Lyon.
Yeah.
In the German Bundesliga, we have Hamburger versus Freiburg.
Please. These people have won the league already.
No, these ones have won the league.
They have won the league, yeah.
Let's go to Spanish league.
Yeah, Spanish league.
Where we have this on Sunday. This is Sunday match. Mallorca versus Villarreal, Atletico Bilbao versus Valencia, Oviedo versus Getafe, Barcelona versus Real Madrid. This match is actually on Sunday evening.
What time?
Sunday evening by 8.
By 8.
So this is this match for me, I would just say maybe it might be a walkover for Barcelona.
Why?
Of course, there's crisis in Real Madrid right now.
There's crisis
in the football.
Well, there's crisis in Real Madrid, but there's still time to.
There's still time.
You know, there's still Friday. There's still Saturday.
Friday. They're still going to go through that disciplinary issues.
Yeah.
Probably they might not even train today. Tomorrow is Saturday. You have a match on Sunday. Your captain is out. Chuanem is an important player.
No, if Abeloa, we see his class and quality.
There's no quality.
We'll see.
Barcelona will beat Real Madrid.
I'm telling you, we'll see. Wait now. We'll see what it means to be a top coach.
This season, he's not a top coach. This season and last season, Barcelona have been beating Real Madrid with their normal, usual squad. Now you are taking away 2 people, which I believe both of them will not. Valverde, of course, is still in the hospital, cannot start. Chuanemi now will be facing disciplinary issues, he cannot start. Now you are coming to play Barcelona, who normally beats you with these people. Then you are going to replace them with, let's say, someone that is just trying to meet up. You are not going to expect Madrid to beat Barcelona at home in Camp Nou. I don't know how that's going to be possible.
Yes.
If it's going to be, but I don't know how. Anyway, let's move over. For tomorrow matches, this one is a tough one. Liverpool is playing Chelsea.
Oh, Liverpool
playing against
another.
I don't know what to call those
another. Port Harcourt boys.
They are playing against. I don't know which FC I'm going to use for, but they are playing.
But the FCs are playing.
Somebody, you know, earlier this season we are saying they are red card FC,
and then
from red card FC
to
losing
back
to pass.
Please, let's just.
But they are playing against.
They are playing. Losers are playing. That's what we are saying.
Yes,
losers, red losers,
higher ranking loser,
and the lower.
And at least a loser is in the Champions League spot, fighting for something. Why there is somebody just fighting to just let it not be as if we not play.
Yeah, you don't understand.
Play. Of course, our fans are watching.
Yes.
Then Brighton against Wolves.
Wolves
are already gone. It's just Brighton that is trying to survive for Europa League. Europa League competition. Fulham against Bournemouth. This one is also an important match for Bournemouth.
Fulham against Bournemouth.
Because Bournemouth is fighting for Europa League.
Yeah.
That's what they are looking for right now.
Okay.
Sunderland versus Manchester City. Sunderland versus
Is it Sunderland versus Manchester City?
Yes.
Look well.
Tomorrow. It is. Oh.
Manchester United.
Oh, sorry. No wonder I said Sunderland versus
Manchester United. Yes.
Oh, because it's your club now.
No.
Quickly saw this.
No, I don't know. What time? What's the time?
It's that's 4 o'clock.
So what's this prediction? That's your club too.
That's my club. Of course, I'm expecting them to get a win from
to smash.
We have seen Sunderland.
Sunderland is actually
it's more like Everton.
Yes,
they play almost the same. Only that these ones are more attacking.
They are more attacking, of course. Or they are more attacking.
I don't know. It's going to be a tough one, but I expect Manchester United to win this one. They had red card in their last match, Sunderland.
Yeah. And Licha is back.
Anyway, I don't think
Manchester
United should get the win because I don't see any excuse. Manchester United, they are.
It's not about the win. It's about Bruno Fernandes.
Yes, he's trying to
assist.
Get assist. If he's going to get 2 tomorrow, good for him.
Good. He will be good for Bruno Fernandes. Yeah.
Then the last match for Saturday, which is by 6:30, will be Manchester City versus Brentford.
That will be another tough game.
Another cracker.
This
Brentford, you don't expect them to just.
I don't expect Thiago not to score.
Thiago is looking for goals.
They're always looking for goals.
Despite Manchester United beating these same people.
But someone predicted that this game is going to be a draw.
This Manchester City.
Yes.
I don't think this.
I don't
think this is that Manchester City.
By Monday we're going to look into it, and it's going to be one of the things that we're going to be talking about. And thank you very much for watching. Thank you for sticking with us on this edition of Thank God It's Friday on Sports Wrap on Aneke TV. It is your one time and one hot spot place to follow the trends in football and the topmost information that comes your way. Thank you very much, Worldwide. Right. We'll do it again, same time, same station on Monday. Yes, and we'll be here to
determine this. I'm going to watch this Liverpool and Chelsea ball because I want to really see. You not tell me your scoreline for this match.
Which match?
Liverpool and Chelsea.
I don't call losers.
You don't want to predict? No, someone has to come up with a win. Two losers playing, there has to be a win.
Well, Liverpool would lose.
So Chelsea
will win. Let's just leave McFarlane to have a good time. Right. We're gonna come your way same time station tomorrow on Monday, and we're gonna take it off from there. Have a wonderful morning and keep sporting. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Abia State, nicknamed God's Own State, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo State by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef, or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals, such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Abia State, nicknamed God's own state, was created on August 27, 1991, from the old Imo state by the military administration of General Ibrahim Babangida. Its name, Abia, is an acronym for Aba, Bende, Isikwato, and Afiuku Umahia, the four major areas that initially comprised the state. The state lies in Nigeria's southeast and is inhabited predominantly by the Igbo ethnic group, who are known for their enterprise, hospitality, and vibrant cultural practices. Before state creation, the region was part of the Eastern region and played notable roles in Nigeria's pre- and post-independence history. One landmark event was Aba Women's Riot of 1929, a mass protest by women against colonial taxation, which began in the Aba area and influenced policy changes across Nigeria. Abia State is naturally endowed with fertile soil for agriculture and solid mineral resources such as limestone, kaolin, and laterite. Oil and gas are also found in some parts of the state, making it one of Nigeria's oil-producing areas. Economically, Aba is a powerhouse of trade and manufacturing, especially in textiles, leather works, and metal fabrication, earning it the nickname Japan of Africa. Abia State's cuisine reflects Igbo culinary traditions with popular dishes including achi and oha soup. It is a thickened soup made from oha leaves and achi seeds. Okazi soup. It is rich with okazi leaves and cocoyam paste. Abacha, African salad, made from cassava flakes, palm oil, and local spices. Ofe nsala, white soup, a light soup often cooked with fresh fish, beef, or chicken. Palm wine, a traditional beverage tapped fresh from raffia or oil palm trees. Abia State has different notable attractions, and they include National War Museum Umuahia, housing relics and weapons from the Nigerian Civil War. Akwete Weaving Village, famous for its centuries-old traditional cloth weaving. Azumiri Blue River. This is known for its clear blue waters and scenic beauty. Amakama Wooden Cave, a natural hollow in a giant tree with cultural significance. Long Juju of Arochukwu, an ancient shrine and historic slave trade route site. Abia State celebrates various cultural festivals, such as New Yam Festival, Iriji, marking the start of the harvest season. Ekpe Festival, a masquerade and dance tradition in Arochukwu and other areas. Akwete Festival, celebrating the art and heritage of Akwete weaving. Aba Carnival. This carnival showcases dance, music, and colorful parades. Abia State is known for its entrepreneurship and Aba-made goods like shoes, bags, clothes, and mechanical fabrications. It is also known for agriculture, especially cassava, yam, oil palm, and cocoa, cultural craftsmanship like Akwete cloth, pottery, and wood carving, and their historic significance, especially in women's rights activism. 1929 Aba Women's Riot.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. However, we do apologize for being late on the program today. Please bear with us. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you habits of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. Today, we examine one of the most significant political developments shaping the road to the 2027 general election, the growing Obi Kwankwaso factor, and what it could mean for the Nigerian opposition. With fresh realignments, renewed ambitions, and the search for a credible platform, the big question is whether this emerging political bloc can truly reshape the contest ahead, or whether old divisions will once again weaken the opposition's chances. As Nigerians continue to grapple with economic hardship, insecurity, and deep public distrust in politics, many are looking for alternatives that can inspire confidence and deliver results. So today, we ask, is this the beginning of a stronger opposition force, or just another short-lived political arrangement in the long march to 2027? Stay with us as we unpack the implications, the personalities, and the real political calculations behind the headlines. And joining us to help us x-ray these issues is Ozo Nadiume of Okansi, a legal luminary, one who prides himself as a farmer and a chieftain of what I call the massive, most popular movement in Africa. Ozo, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Aneke, for having me. You see, well, let me just thank you for having me.
All right.
Let's make progress.
All right. You just head back to that conversation. Yes. Looking at this issue, the road to 2027 election, Obi and Kwankwaso and the NDC factor. Let me get your opinion on the Obi, Kwankwaso and NDC factor. You know, that's just all of a sudden we were looking at the ADC as the focal point of the opposition. Then suddenly, precisely on Sunday, we saw Obi, Kwankwaso pick the NDC form. What does this spell for the road to 2027?
Well, you see, the only challenge, if I will put Rufai Oseni of Arise News, the only challenge APC as a government has had, aside from 2023, when Mahmoud gave them the election, is peterobi. Now, peterobi is like a tsunami. It's like a political tsunami. It's like the first since, but the only person can compare him slightly is the other one in Burkina Faso, even though he's a military dictator. According to the English slang, they call people who didn't contest the election military dictators, even though I quite disagree with those things, because a military dictator that takes power and spilled no blood is better than a civilian that contested the election and 100 people died in the course of voting for him or him voting, getting the votes. So peterobi is a tsunami. He has a wonderful organic following, and a lot of people. If peterobi drops out of the presidential race today, if Nigeria has recorded 30% electoral turnout, they will record 15. If peterobi says, "I am no more contesting," the odds against me are so much that, in fact, it's better I go and rest. Then forget Nigeria election, because there will be nobody to come and do the vote casting. Somebody asked the question sometime, does it mean that Obi doesn't need a political party to thrive? I said, ordinarily, if it were in climes where we have independent candidates, Obi doesn't need a political party. He is enough tsunami on his own.
He's enough tsunami on his own?
Yes. Then added to him now is Rabiu, Kwankwaso. These are two wonderful organic movements. One, an organic movement in the north, then another one, organic movement in the middle belt, in the plateau, in the southern part of Nigeria. The combination of the two is enough to ruffle the feathers of any political office holder. You see, when after that election of 2023, was lost and won, by the calculations of Yakubu, Mahmoud Yakubu of inec, he said Tinubu came first, Atiku came second, and peterobi came third. Lo and behold, nobody examined Atiku, who came third, who came second. Because if anything happens to Tinubu today, as mean in the course of the election, anything happens and he will not be sworn in, invariably his vice is no more there. The next person to take over will be who came second. So that's what our electoral law says.
Before the swearing in.
Before the swearing in. But ordinarily speaking, you see, nobody wants to sponsor Atiku. Everybody concentrates on who they say came third, not that Obi even came second, according to them. But behind the scene, they knew Obi won the election. Because that was why when El-Rufai fell out with APC and Bola Tinubu, he went and published the result, which I keep on drumming in this forum and other fora I go, that the station room of both PDP and Labour Party has all the results. And INEC has it, but they didn't want to publish it. Because as that of the Senate and House of Reps was coming in, that of President was also coming in. Anyway, assuming that they say...
I don't want to probe that issue because INEC has told us that it was a glitch.
Listen now. I said, if you move everything and say sent, it is in the cloud. You can always access it whenever you come to where there's network. So INEC, I know they have it. So when El-Rufai was asked, why down did you come down with this result? He has little or no defense besides the fact that he has quarreled with Tinubu and the APC. Remember, it was El-Rufai who was answering questions for Tinubu at Chatham House in London during the campaign. So everybody felt if he cannot be the vice president, at least he will clinch a very top position like Minister of Defense or even Secretary of State Government or whatever. But somewhere along the line, maybe they felt he was becoming too powerful. And some powerful interest in the North felt that if he participates in this election, in the governance of Tinubu, he might be packaging him for presidency when it comes to the type side of the North. So, I'm not trying to give you a background on why I say Obi is a factor in all the political shenanigans we are doing in Nigeria. So, recall that also this very Kwankwaso in 2023, everybody was angling for him to be Obi's running mate. Now, he had a lot of things full of himself when he now said he is bigger than Obi, more experienced, more older, and so on. He has been a governor, two-time governor, has been a minister, has been this, has been that. But then, there is a magic wand Obi selling to the public, which Tinubu doesn't have. And that magic wand Obi selling to the people is, somebody being prudent in government, what we now call the Japan, reducing the cost of governance. Obi had that prudency. No other governor has it. What was it? He's collecting his pensions as a former governor. What was it? Rides on a multiple convoy when he was governor, even when he was a minister. What was it? Flies first class. But all these things are the opposites of what will be. Thank you. So that is what commended you young men to this political mantra, and they see the long following of Obi by the youths. Now, when Obi was in PDP, I keep on saying it here, in 2019 or thereabout, was it? No, 2022, when we went to Watansa Plaza, I keep on saying this. We told the PDP chairman then, please give Obi this ticket if you want to go back to Asorok. PDP, I said, well, we'll discuss it. It's not my own making alone. The National Working Committee has to talk about it. Lo and behold, they set up a committee to know whether they are going to zone presidency to the north or to the south. Ordinarily, Buhari is just finishing. So everybody has to come to the south. Now the committee threw it open. I said, whoever wants to contest can contest. That was when Atiku now came in. And there was indirect primary. People came to Abuja to vote. And usually, once you come to Abuja to vote in any indirect primary, in which Atiku is a contestant, it will be dollarized. So it was dollarized. And Peter, sensing danger, before they box him into a corner, resigned from PDP. We moved to a platform, he came to Labour. Labour, that was just a political party, just in a name, that the name in the list of Nigerian political party, nobody remembers them. Quickly blossomed. It was like, it became a hot cake. LP then became a song. People composed music. You can see the kind of wonderful intellectual gift of the obedient movement, wherever they are. So, Labour became the host. For the first time, Labour had a governor. Labour had how many members of House of Reps? Labour had senators. Labour had people in the House of Assembly. People who just used the OP wave to go in. Even though they didn't sustain it, many of them never sustained it. Now, immediately Tinubu was sworn in. He knew that he's danger because Tinubu is a master strategist. He knows that danger he has in getting a second term. He's a peterobi.
Okay. You know, we're already running against time. But let me start shooting. Let's look at the ADC factor. What Obi has done, is he not dividing the opposition? Because everybody expected that with the opposition congregated in ADC, they would have stood a chance, you know, to give APC a run for their money.
There has never been a unified opposition anywhere in the world where every opposition has to chip in their decision. No, even in the United States, if Democrats will win an election, Republicans will go into opposition. But there are still other smaller parties in the United States which people don't hear about.
ADC wasn't a small party.
I'm coming. So ADC also became their own albatross when they started creating problems. If you see the publication they have about their primary election, it was only the presidential election that they say is going to be indirect. The other ones are going to be direct primary. Well, why single out presidential? Which means they have a target to give the thing to somebody. And remember, this is what Peter actually asked them before he came and joined the ADC. What did you discuss about the zoning system? What type of primaries are you going to do? Then I told him, come in first. Don't be asking us questions from outside. When you come in, if what you are doing you don't like it, you can now still exist. So he then came in and saw that there's no change. That was why he moved away again from ADC to NDC. And when he left ADC, ADC became the carcass of his own self.
So, the argument has been, or just like you rightly submitted, yes, he is asking for zoning. And the, you know, ADC, the leadership of ADC has accused him of not wanting to stand primaries anywhere. And when you look at it, when you track back, in Labour Party, he never stood for primaries. He was handed the ticket. In ADC, they are saying that he is scared of standing primaries and that he has run to NDC, perhaps, where he may not undergo any primaries again.
Which kind of scared for primaries? Do the right primary. If you want to run a primary, run the primary, direct primary election. It is just like voting before the voting. The difference is that it's the only party member that will vote.
What you're telling us is that Obi moved because ADC refused to organize a direct primary?
Yeah, not only that. They singled out direct primary from from Senate to National State House of Assembly, but left that of the president. Didn't you see the program?
No, listening to members of the ruling party, the yes, APC, you know, they've accused Obi of being a political nomad, one who is consistently moving. Are you sure that we're not going to see him out of NDC before the election?
See, if it takes Obi to move into 10 political parties to get Nigeria straight and right, so be it. After all,
that will be confusing.
No, it can be confusing. After all, remember, it was for AD to AC, excuse me, AC to ACN, ACN to APC. for Tinubu himself.
One would argue that apart from the movement from AD to AC, and the rest has been a change of nomenclature.
No. It's not these parties they moved from are still existing. They are still AD today. AD is still a party existing. ACN is still existing. So there's no nomenclature. It's not like people be leaving Labour Party. Labour Party is still existing. To ADC. Having moved away from ADC, all these people have now moved from him to NDC. ADC is still existing. Even though it's now a carcass of his own self. So you cannot cajole Peter into coming back to ADC when you are doing the wrong thing. Remember, I have never said it. That it is better for him to do the right thing and fail than to do the wrong thing and win. See, it is not, there's no rocket science about it. Atiku knows that he has come to spoil the sport. Through election open to peterobi and Rotimi Amechi and those of them from the south.
What are the chances of peterobi Kwankwaso making it in ADC without other members of the coalition? For example, Atiku has about 6 million votes, right? And peterobi alone with Kwankwaso is just about...
Always say 6 million votes by Yakubu Mahmoud calculation. Not by Nigeria.
Are you saying that with peterobi and Kwankwaso exiting the ADC that they do not stand a chance in 2027?
We will stand the wider chance. The widest chance ever. Atiku has no chance now. Let me tell you what people don't know about Atiku's politics. It was PDP. You know, PDP is like an amorphous movement then. Even when PDP was there. So the governors will always work to deliver their own candidate. But you can find out that all the PDP governors are defected into APC. So those people who will give Atiku that vote in those various states are no more there. Unlike Peterobi's own movement, it's organic. Wherever he goes, people follow him to that place. But in Atiku's own, Atiku relies on the party structure to get whatever he wants. And the party structure is no more there.
So you're saying that Peterobi's exit has dealt Atiku's chances more blow than...
Not only Atiku's chances, every chance in ADC has been dealt with a very devastating blow.
You know why I'm asking this question? Some of the allies, strong allies of peterobi in 2023 election, talk about Babachir Lawal, for example, who worked tirelessly for Obi and Adamawa Aziz, for example, has refused to move with peterobi and remained in ADC.
It doesn't matter. Remember, Namadi Usman is still the leader of Labour Party today by Supreme Court judgment, which INEC has accepted and put it into their platform. Now, are you telling me that with Namadi Usman in Labour Party, what about if they adopt peterobi as a constitutional candidate for themselves too? Do you have that chance? It can happen. And do you have the chance of Babachir Lawal supporting peterobi from ADC? It can still happen. So you know why it is, apart from the obedient movement and the Kwankwasia revolution, these other political views are talking about that say they are not moving from ADC to NDC. It's not because they don't still cherish peterobi's candidacy. They do. But what about them might be feeling like you ask me now? What about if he goes to ADC, NDC, and the thing that has been putting spanner at work comes to NDC and puts it at work and he moves again? And I told you, if he moves even to 20 political parties to get it right, so be it. So, nobody might say, what about if we leave him now, if we move with him now to NDC, and he will come into NDC again? Let us stay where we are and support him. It is done. After Afenifere was never a political party, but they stood behind the peterobi in 2020 until the man died. And remember, Afenifere is a real bad socio-cultural group. So you don't need to be in NDC to support Peter. Remember, very many millions of Nigerian voters who are going to vote for him have no political party. They are partyless, but they are going to vote for him.
All right, let's look at the chances of the NDC to make it into the ballot, for example, because we are hearing rumors about registration of the party and no registration of the party.
The party was registered via a court order, and the court order has not been challenged. The party was, but initially when they came to registration in 2018 or thereabout, with AA or ADA, they were all denied registration. He now felt that the 36 states of the federation requirements of the electoral law has been complied with. He now reapplied again. They went to court. Court now ordered the INEC to register them, and the INEC registered them. So their chances of being in ballot is very wide. INEC has not appealed the judgment, even though excuse me, the time of appeal has elapsed, but they can as well file for leave to appeal out of time. But that's by the way. Why must even anybody appeal? That shows you that there's something in that man called peterobi that made the ruling party very uncomfortable wherever he goes. Remember Ado of ADA says he's going to court. Why should INEC register NDC and not register his own ADA? You could imagine, don't you? Two of us, we wrote the same exam. I scored A and he scored E. And sued the lecturer, why should you give a focus A when all of you enter the exam? Look at the marking scheme. You didn't meet up my standard. Why should I give you A? Of course, met up the standard. That's why I give you A. So, Ado, why is he suing INEC? That is INEC a compellable witness that Ado can compare to register? What he should do is fill up all those things that are lacking in your own party. Use it and go back to INEC. If they don't refuse, you go to court. If court grants you that leverage, you go back and get it registered.
All right, Barrister. Bolaji Abdullahi, the spokesman of the ADC,
yes,
has said recently that they are better off without Obi on their platform.
What do you expect them to say? What do you expect them to say? But you know that the publicity secretary of ADC said, frankly speaking, Obi's exit dealt a good blow, a big blow to ADC. What is his name? The chairman, David Mark. Yes, he was asked the same question. He said, yes. Obi is a movement. That one person just came in and went away. It's not like Obi who came in since December. So, that his exit is a formidable shift in their political geography. So, whatever thing they are permutating without Obi now, they need to recalibrate themselves again. So that's the recalibration goes to show you that Obi is a force that has existed in them.
Now let's look at NDC. Obi's movement to NDC, for example, is it hinged on the possibility that there's not going to be a primary in NDC, that he will be adopted as a sole candidate?
No. Let me answer it directly. No. His exit from NDC to NDC is at least where there's less litigation, because we know, like I said here, Tinubu has captured the legislative arm of government. He has captured the courts, has captured INEC, has captured police, he has captured the army.
So if he has captured all this, why the stress of going into the election process?
These are institutions of state. They are not voters. Did I say he has captured voters? Apart from everything I have named, I never named voters. And voters are the people that decide the election. So if Tinubu can capture all institutions of state without capturing the voters, if the voters have voted for Tinubu Obi in 2027 and then keep vigil at INEC Collection Center, everyone keep vigil there. Not going to sleep, you carry your mat. So that the laws are coming, we are seeing it there on the reporter. Everybody is seeing it. And if the INEC chairman, Peter or whatever he calls himself, calls something different from what you see in the portal, or tells us there's another great, you will say no. And that was why Obi said, this election, you must count it. If you don't want to count it, we'll count you.
What are the chances of NDC, and why the choice of NDC in the first place?
The choice of NDC is where there is a relative less political tension.
Not because NDC is a platform that could drive Obi to Asarok.
No. What will drive Obi to Asarok is his movement. What will drive one person to Asarok is his movement. Not even political party.
What we are saying is
that
what we are saying is that NDC is more of relying on Obi than Obi is relying on NDC.
Just like every other political party. When he got into Labour Party relied on him more than he relied on Labour Party. When he got to the NDC relied on him more than he relied on NDC. Just like now he got to the NDC, that's why I said it is a party that needs to be, not to be leading party. Just the only underlying part of Obi has is that there is no independent candidacy. If they want independent candidacy, all this is going to be happening.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, we'll continue to look into this issue. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man rests
wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us. I will be discussing with also Barrister Nnadume Ofokansi, a legal luminary, one who prides himself as a farmer, and we'll be looking at road to 2027 election, Obi Kwankwaso and the NDC factor. Also, it's been a pleasure so far.
Yes.
Let's look at the chances of Obi in this election. You know, speaking to structure, unlike 2023, when the incumbent president was an outsider. Today, he, like you rightly mentioned, controls every organs of state.
Yeah.
And beyond that, when you look at the subnational, speaking to structures, almost all the governors are in tune and in consonance with the APC, and they have vowed, like the governor of Imo State that we read this morning, saying that the governors will return President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to Asorok in 2027.
Yes, of course they can. If the fraud they are perpetrating in Nigerian elections continue. But if they allow the voters to cast their vote, they will not. Because the government is just one person and he has only one vote.
So on that regard, let's say Obi has lost 50% already.
How can? He can't, because all this is we are saying, governors, institutions of state, we are not talking about voters. Let us assume Nigerian people who are eligible to vote are 180 million people. 180, let us say Nigeria is 200 million. Then the remaining 20 million people, let them be politicians. And this 180 out of that's 160 vote for peterobi. And you expect the remaining 220 million that are governors, House of Rep members to win the election. Of course, you know it's not possible. So you see, politics is about the people. And I keep on saying this here, the very moment you win an election without winning the people, you can never be stable in that seat. Go and check the history of the world everywhere. If you win an election and you didn't win the people, the man in Kano won an election and won the people. That was why he's not following one person. We know now he's God's father. He just the man stayed where he is. The man in Abia State won an election and won the people. That's why he's not following anybody. Even though he also got in through the wave of Obi, and thanks to Nena Oti, the returning officer in Abia State. So Tinubu won an election, but he didn't win the people. That is why, with all the 32 governors around him, with all the institutions of state we have said, he's still jittery about one person. Why is he still afraid of one person? Peterobi now, that's the person they're afraid of. If your vision is this now, Bayan Anuga will tweet it the next day. But whatever Atiku says doesn't concern them. Whatever Amechi says, they don't even remember it. But let it be just coming and say, oh, I love Aneke TV. The next day, Bayan Anuga, the spokesman of the president, will start criticizing Aneke TV. Why did you even allow me to come in here? When he wants to deliver a lecture to students in Abafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife, they have to step the party to stop him coming. He wanted to come to his alma mater here in University of Nigeria. The government of the day has to warn the vice chancellor. If he comes there, he may lose his job. It's not a serious protest that the man should come. So you find out why the interest. Why is it only this one person? That's why I said there is only one opposition in Nigeria. One person. Good at him now. He has a 2IC now. His 2IC now is Kwankwaso. And he has a very wonderful opposition also in the north.
All right, before I get to Kwankwaso, yes. Let's look at, granted, if the Obi effect is able to, overcome the structures of the governors at the subnational,
yes.
Where would the vote come from the West, for example?
We are the governors not in the West when Obi won Lagos. I want to ask you, we are the governors not in the West when Obi won Edo? Or when he won Delta? So you see, these things are people just stay in their rooms and permutate. See, if we would have been taking what people say, serious, Obi won't even have any chance of contesting. Remember, a governor told Obi that before you come to Edo State, you must get clearance from me. Otherwise, I won't guarantee your security. How many times has governor gone to Edo after since then?
We saw the adverse effect of that.
Good. So he has gone to Edo more than 2-3 times since then. That was who calls himself a Reverend Father in is it Benue? Told Obi not to go to IBC camp where he cannot go. To go and give succor to people who were displaced from their homes by Fulani bandits.
Okay. Let's look at the Kwankwaso.
Yes.
Who is attached to Obi's name. Kwankwaso has not publicly declared that he will be a running mate to peterobi.
Peterobi too has not also said that he is the presidential candidate of NDC. Has he said that? So everybody,
well, we are seeing a movement called the OK movement, giving the impression that both men have agreed.
No. See, we do what we call political permutation online. But that online permutation sometimes is converted into reality.
But the OK movement is real.
Just like the city boss movement is real. The city boys movement is real and the village boys movement is real.
Okay, the OK movement is to counter the city boys.
No, there is village boys. That's countering
the village boys.
And what are the city boys?
So not the city boys.
Oh, you don't know this? I belong to the village boys. I'm a village boy. So if you are looking for
you're a city man.
No. See.
You're a city
boy doesn't mean you live in the city. All right. We see every politics is local. Every policy you do in Nigeria is local everywhere in the world. Okay. So I can promise you that I will deliver exact local government for you. I can promise you I will deliver polling booth 9, Globe, only 1, 2, where I will vote. That's what I can promise you.
All right, let's look at Kwankwaso. What is Kwankwaso bringing to this ticket, assuming at the end of the day it metamorphosed to reality, that Obi Kwankwaso now becomes reality? What would Kwankwaso be bringing? First, because, like you already mentioned, Kwankwaso, from what you said, Kwankwaso may be a big albatross to the Obi ideology, being that he is anti, the structure, what is termed the structure of criminality over time, that Kwankwaso would be seen to be part of this structure over time. He has been a governor, he's been a senator, a minister for that matter.
Yes, but he's bringing to the table the massive votes of the Kwankwasia movement in the north. Those people, that prudency, that frugality in government of Obi, those who voting in the north don't know it. They just know that Obi is a good man. Very many of the northern voters don't even know that Obi was very frugal, very, very prudent where he was governor. They don't know that. So, but they also see Kwankwaso as having worked for them. You can measure success in politics from different angles. There was a day I was telling you people here that Tinubu stayed here for 8 years. Even to maintain street rules became a problem. This young man came in, even though I'm not in the same party with him. But even if he's borrowing money, even if he's stealing to build all this he's building, we are seeing some infrastructures. That's the difference. I presented the international conference that was completed. I cited the roads that are going on. Right. Now, why do I put that?
Come to
why I cited those things? Not that I am aligning with the man. I don't. But what I'm saying is that you can measure Kwankwaso from his own achievements in Kano, besides the frugality of peterobi in Anambra. Peterobi can be recorded with his achievements and his frugality. Like he says, Anambra had never bought me a bottle of pure water since I left. Because I personally said, I'm not taking any gratuity for 80 years. For people who work for 35 years, I'm not taking anything. I know I come from my house in Onitsha. When they told me to rebuild it, I did this thing with the son and someone. They said they are impeaching me because I saved the money without authority. Now, there are very many.
Well, if we talk about the Kwankwasia movement, for example, they were only able to win Kano in the 2023 election. So they can't exist or say to have clout outside Kano State.
No, you see, Kwankwasia, I keep on telling you, stop relying on the, what do you call it, Yakub Mahmoud released as result of the election of 2023. If you want to know the result of the election of 2023, go and get the one submitted by El-Rufai. That is the same one that is in PDP situation room. That is the same one that was in our labourparty situation room as at 23 after the election 2023. Leave the one of Yakubu. That is not the true position of what happened. Because if you take it as the true reflection and tell what was won only in Kano, You are making a mistake. But you want substantial chunk votes in some other states of the Northwest. So it is not a political pushover.
Also, let me digress a bit. Yeah. Let me move away from the Obi Kwankwaso NDC factor here.
Yes.
I have seen a flyer with also Barrister focusing Nadume for Federal House of Representative Udi, Ezagu constituency. Yeah. You follow the Obi to NDC?
Yes.
Why?
You see, remember I am the state director of the obedient movement. We have a movement already that has been existing since 2022. And I have been very, very religious with that movement, even at the cost of very many other promises. So I regard Obi as my principal. Irrespective of that, he might be of the same age. Good. But what I'm saying is that wherever he goes, if you can recall, there was a video I made even when I was still in PDP that trended all over the world and even caught the attention of what's trending on Arise News. That video, I told them that from the way Obi has packaged himself as a governor, I'm not even looking at his days in the banking industry. I'm looking at his days as a governor of Anambra State. That is the kind of person Nigeria has at this moment. Because it can't be flowing with milk and honey, and we are starving. This country flows with milk and honey, but we are starving. There's a music that one mom sang in those days that they called him Obiageli means come and eat, and yet you are hungry. Talk about human resources, talk about natural resources, talk about our vast lands, talk about weather. Give to nature. Nature regulates our weather as an do. When it is time for rainy season, it will come. When it is time for dry season, it will come. Uninterrupted, year by year. We are no witness drought. So these gifts of nature, leaders are abusing it.
What's really changed? Because as at 2023, you never went into the ring yourself.
Yes, you see, we who have been in the activist world, very many of us, decided to take a plunge. Let us now know. Because you can't be always sitting in the tables of media houses criticizing government. Let's get into that government and know whether it is the government, the seat in government that spoils the practitioner, or whether it is the politics itself, or whether it is the practitioner that is spoiled from birth. Because we say you have advantageous and kind of a disease. So advantageous, maybe the ones that you contacted, the congenital, the ones you inherited. Let us know whether corruption is inherited, or whether it is inborn, or whether it stays on that table.
And your motto is to return political power to the people.
To the people.
How would people now trust people who intend to ride on peterobi, to get to power, where all the people they voted for in 2023 have abandoned peterobi?
No. See, that is why I said I have been very religious with the obedient movement. This time around, we are screening people who are going to use the Obi wave again, because the wave is now greater than it was in 2023. So we don't want a situation whereby political losers in one political party will jump into any party where Peter Obi is, secure a ticket, and in less than 2 months they will jump into another party. It won't happen again.
Anyways,
we have ever been obedient and religious to his cause from 2022 till date. And I can't just start jumping away when I won an election to the Federal House of Representatives.
Anyways, the campaigns have not started, so when the campaign starts, we'll ask more questions. But looking at the peterobi Kwankwaso effect here, what are we really looking at? Do you believe, after all said and done, do you believe that Obi Kwankwaso, without the heavyweights in the opposition, in ADC and other political parties, that Obi Kwankwaso can unseat the incumbent from NDC?
Uche, see, even if you take the demography from two of us sitting down in this television house, and you are asked, give me your rating of trust for political office holders in Nigeria today. Your rating for trust, how do you trust them? From tinubu to the local government chairman, wherever you are. Give me your rating of trust. You can never rate your trust above 30%. Because these are people who don't look at your welfare. They are after their own. The people trust this movement, One Kwasia and the Obedient movement, more than they trust the people. That's why I keep on saying this. Let us have a credible election. We are not telling you vote for cake, but run a normal election for us. If you feel you are popular, if you feel you are a master strategist, if you feel you are a jagaban, run a normal election. Stop intimidation. Stop using talks. You know, using motor-packed outs. And like I wanted to take chip in, those of us in the activist world, you can see Randy Peters have picked a ticket in
I've seen I
speak for. Good. Yeah, now I've seen a vacancy in the. I have not picked my ticket. We are still contesting it because it depends on how many people are coming in for primary election. When the primary election and I get the ticket, you also see a vacancy getting the ticket from the federal constituency here. So let us not only criticize, let us also go and see why the thing is bad as it is.
All right, so that's why we'll draw the curtain today on the insight. And we'll be discussing with also Barrister Nadiume of Fokansi, a legal luminary, an activist, and one who most, prides himself as a farmer. Also, it's been a pleasure talking with you on the insight.
It's nice having you, and good.
And we look forward to the campaign season as well.
Yes.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight or at Aneke TV on our social handles. I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Till we come at the same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Nigeria's march towards the 2027 general elections is more than a routine democratic cycle. It is shaping up to be a defining test of institutional maturity, political culture, and national cohesion. Elections in Nigeria have historically served as mirrors reflecting both progress and persistent fault lines. As political actors reposition and citizens recalibrate expectations, the stakes are unmistakably high. The 2027 will not simply be about leadership transition, it will be about whether Africa's most populous nation can consolidate democratic credibility, deepen governance accountability, and manage intensifying socio-economic pressures without destabilizing its fragile political equilibrium. Public expectations heading into 2027 are likely to be unusually elevated, driven less by campaign rhetoric and more by lived realities. Chief among these is the demand for economic stability and opportunity. Inflationary pressures, currency volatility, unemployment, and cost of living anxieties have reshaped political consciousness. Voters increasingly assess governments not by ideological narratives, but by tangible economic outcomes, jobs, purchasing power, infrastructure, and social mobility. There is also a growing insistence on governance effectiveness. Citizens are showing declining tolerance for symbolic politics. Competence, policy cohesion, and measurable results across security, healthcare, education, and public services now weigh heavily in electoral judgment. Electoral integrity, too, has become central. After reforms introduced by the Electoral Act 2022 and the deployment of technologies such as beavers Nigerians expect elections that are transparent, technologically reliable, and free from manipulation. The bar has been raised, and any regression could provoke significant public backlash. Equally important is the demand for accountability and trust restoration. The widening gap between political elites and ordinary citizens continues to fuel skepticism. Consequently, the 2027 elections will be judged not only on who wins, but on whether democratic processes are widely perceived as fair, inclusive, and credible. Several issues are poised to shape the contest. Economic performance will dominate political discourse, with debates likely to revolve around fiscal management, debt sustainability, industrialization, youth employment, and diversification beyond oil dependency. Security will remain an existential concern. Persistent challenges ranging from insurgency to criminal violence have placed state authority under strain, compelling voters to scrutinize strategies for restoring stability and strengthening institutional capacity. Nigeria's demographic realities further complicate the landscape. The youth population, increasingly digitally connected and potentially and politically expressive, is defining electoral engagement. Political parties that fail to adapt to issue-driven, technology-mediated mobilization risk strategic disadvantage. Questions surrounding federalism, restructuring, and resource governance will also continue to animate debate.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Minister designates Tebwe denies 3-month power restoration claim. Windstorm destroys homes and farmlands in KB communities. Details of the news. Minister designate for Power, Engineer Joseph Olasunkanmi Tebwe has dismissed reports claiming he promised to restore stability to Nigeria's national grid within 3 months. The clarification was issued through his spokesperson Adeolu Adelabu following viral publications after his Senate screening. According to the clarification, Tebwe's comments were misrepresented, stressing that no fixed timeline was given for full sector recovery. He explained that his submission to the Senate focused on the structured reform process anchored on technical assessments and stakeholder consultations. The minister-designate noted that initial stabilization of the grid is expected within his first 100 days in office. However, he cautioned that broader reforms, including gas supply challenges and metering expansion, would require longer-term implementation of about 1 year or more. Tebwe, recently nominated by President Bola Tinubu, reaffirmed his commitment to modernizing the power sector, improving accountability and ensuring tariff reforms that balance investor confidence with consumer protection. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, has announced that the National Examinations Council, NECO, will commence computer-based examinations later this year. He made the announcement during NECO's 25th anniversary event in Abuja. Dr. Alausa said the reform reflects Nigeria's shift towards technology-driven assessment systems aimed at improving transparency, efficiency, and credibility in examinations. He noted that the initiative would help reduce malpractice significantly. He explained that the new system will enhance monitoring, enable real-time tracking of candidates, and strengthen data integrity. According to him, it will also promote critical thinking, problem-solving, and digital literacy among students. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has reserved ruling on an application filed by former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, challenging the forfeiture of 57 properties linked to him. The case followed proceedings on Thursday before a three-member panel led by Justice Abba Mohammed. Malami's counsel, Joseph Daudu, sought extension of time to file an appeal, citing delays in obtaining certified court records. He argued that the appeal raises jurisdictional issues requiring proper judicial consideration. Counsel to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Jibrin Okutepa, opposed the application, describing it as an attempt to delay proceedings. He urged the court to dismiss the request and allow the substantive matter to proceed. The properties were earlier ordered for interim forfeiture by a federal high court in January over allegations of unlawful acquisition. The appellate court will communicate a date for ruling as the legal battle continues. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has emphasized the importance of public collaboration in achieving national security. He made this statement during the 42nd anniversary of the Police Community Relations Committee, PCRC, held in Abuja. Represented by Deputy Inspector General of Police, Kenechukwu Onwemelie, the IGP described security as a shared responsibility requiring trust between citizens and law enforcement agencies. He said policing must be community-driven to be effective. He noted that the Nigerian police force is embracing intelligence-led and technology-driven policing to address emerging security challenges. However, he stressed that technology alone cannot succeed without public cooperation. The event highlighted PCRC's expansion and contributions, including welfare support to thousands of police officers. Awards were also presented to outstanding personnel for their service to the nation. The Nigerian Labour Congress has warned that state governors perceived to be anti-worker may face electoral consequences in the 2027 general elections. The warning was issued by Acting General Secretary Benson Opa. Opa said Nigerian workers are increasingly aware of their collective voting strength and are prepared to use it for influence governors' outcomes. He accused some state governments of failing to prioritize workers' welfare. He cited issues such as delayed salary payments, pension arrears, and slow implementation of the national minimum wage as key grievances, fueling labor dissatisfaction across states. The Nigerian Labour Congress said it would mobilize workers to support only labor-friendly candidates, regardless of the political affiliation, ahead of the 2027 elections. At least 11 persons have been confirmed dead following a series of violent attacks and explosions across Borno, Zamfara, and Plateau states. Security agencies say the incidents are part of ongoing insurgent and bandit activities. In Borno State, 2 soldiers were killed during a clash with ISWAP fighters at a forward operating base in Magumeri. Several insurgents were also neutralized during the encounter. In Zamfara State, 6 civilians died after a roadside improvised explosive device detonated along the Bagega-Anka road. In Plateau State, a suspected kidnapper was killed during a police operation in Mangu. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has described the incidents as organized terrorism, calling for stronger security responses, while authorities say deployments have been intensified in affected areas. Troops under Operation Fansan Yama have recorded a major breakthrough in Zamfara State following a clearance operation in Kaura, Namoda, Brinin, Magaji areas. Military authorities confirmed the success in a statement. According to spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja, soldiers engaged armed bandits in Domborum village, neutralizing 3 terrorists during a fierce gun battle. Others reportedly escaped with injuries. The troops recovered an AK-47 rifle, a machine gun, and over 570 rounds of ammunition during the operation. No military casualties were recorded. The army urged residents to continue providing timely intelligence to security forces as operations intensify to clear criminal elements from the region. The Kwara State government has introduced a standardized health counseling system aimed at improving communication in public healthcare facilities. The initiative was launched in partnership with the Society for Family Health. Health Commissioner Dr. Amina El Imam said the integrated health facility flip chart will ensure consistent and accurate health messaging across all local government areas. She said it will be used by health workers and community volunteers. The tool focuses on maternal health, malaria prevention, child health care, and hygiene practices with the aim of reducing misinformation and improving public understanding of health issues. Officials say the initiative will strengthen primary health care delivery and encourage more residents to access medical services across the state. The Ebonyi State Council of Elders has endorsed Governor Francis Ogbonnamwifuru for a second term in office ahead of the 2027 governorship election. The endorsement followed a meeting in Abakaliki. In a statement signed by Chairman Ben Oka and Secretary Ndoka Ozo, the council commended the governor's leadership style and his handling of political consensus within the state. The others described Governor Nwifuru as a unifying figure who has promoted peace, inclusiveness, and political stability in Ebonyi State since assuming office. They urged stakeholders to support continued reconciliation efforts within the ruling party while reaffirming confidence in the governor's capacity to sustain development and stability. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Minister-designate Tebe clarifies power restoration timeline, reaffirms 100-day stabilization plan. Coming up shortly, windstorm wreaks havoc in KB communities, destroys homes and farmlands. We'll be right back shortly.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. A severe windstorm has ravaged parts of Suru local government area of KB State, destroying homes and farmlands across several communities, including Sambera, Cherokee, and Nasarawa. The incident, which occurred late Wednesday night, left many houses unroofed or completely collapsed, with food storage facilities also severely affected. Although the destruction is extensive and estimated in millions of naira, no casualties or injuries have been reported. Residents, however, have been left displaced, with many families currently taking shelter in neighboring homes within their communities. Member representing the affected constituency, Faruku Abubakar Maisudan, visited the impacted areas to assess the level of destruction. He assured residents of legislative intervention and pledged to engage the state government for urgent relief support. The Kebbi State Emergency Management Agency, SEMA, has also commenced assessment of the affected communities, promising the deployment of relief materials to assist victims and support early recovery efforts. Akwa Ibom State Governor Pastor Umo Eno has inspected ongoing work at the Ibom International Convention Center in Uyo as part of efforts to reposition the state as a major tourism and conference destination in Nigeria. The facility is part of a broader hospitality and entertainment ecosystem under development. The project includes a 5,000-seater convention center, a 250-room luxury hotel, and the Arise Shopping City, all strategically linked to the Victor Atta International Airport to boost international access and tourism inflow. Governor Eno described the project as central to his administration's economic development strategy under the Arise agenda, noting that the facilities are designed to attract global events, investors, and tourism revenue into the state. He added that synergy between federal aviation reforms and state infrastructure development will commence and we enhance Akwa Ibom's competitiveness in the region hospitality and business tourism sector upon completion. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to expanding access to affordable housing through strengthened partnerships with mortgage institutions. He made the remarks at the annual general meeting of the Lagos Building Investment Company held in Lagos. Represented by the Commissioner for Housing, Moruf Akinderu Fatai, the governor said housing remains a key driver of economic growth, creating employment opportunities and stimulating activities across the construction sector. He stressed that government alone cannot bridge the state's housing deficit and called for stronger collaboration with private financial institutions to develop sustainable mortgage systems for residents. Governor Sanwo-Olu also urged mortgage providers to embrace digital innovation to expand access to housing finance, particularly for low and middle income earners. The Bauchi state government says it is intensifying reforms in livestock sector through strategic public-private partnerships aimed at boosting productivity in rural livelihoods. Commissioner for Livestock Development Dr. Bala Lukshi disclosed this during a meeting with a private sector delegation in Bauchi. He said the initiative focuses on improving animal services, feed production, and expanding market access for livestock farmers across the state. The government is also introducing training programs for women and youths. According to him, the reforms will encourage local feed production using available resources, reduce production costs, and enhance profitability for farmers, while supporting digital platforms for livestock marketing. Governor Bala Mohammed's administration, he said, is providing policy support to strengthen extension services and modernize livestock management systems to improve food security and economic growth. The Federal High Court in Abuja has fixed July 2nd for continuation of hearing in a suit involving British Airways and a Nigerian passenger, Amechi Michael, over alleged missing luggage during a flight incident. The matter is before Justice Obiora Iguatu. The plaintiff told the court that a cabin crew member requested his carry-on bag during boarding, after which it reportedly went missing. He said attempts to resolve the matter through the airline's customer service and arbitration process were unsuccessful. Counsel to the plaintiff, Abiola Olaitan, informed the court that her client was closing his case after concluding testimony and maintaining claims of negligence and breach of duty of care against the airline. The court adjourned the matter to allow British Airways to open its defense and the ongoing trial. Now in sports, Director General of the National Sports Commission, Bukola Olopade, has commended Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for her support towards female athletes following the country's success at the Africa Wrestling Championship in Egypt. The Nigerian women's wrestling team won 8 gold and 2 silver medals to secure their 15th continental title, reinforcing Africa's dominance in the sport across Africa. Olopade said the First Lady's consistent support has contributed significantly to the development and confidence of female athletes, describing her role as impactful in advancing inclusive sports development. He added that Nigeria's sporting authorities are now targeting improved performances at global competitions following the latest continental success. Still in sports, the Nigerian Football Federation has been readmitted into the Confederation of African Football A coaching convention, restoring the country's ability to host CAF A licensed coaching courses after 9 years. The NFF General Secretary Mohamed Sanusi confirmed that preparations are underway for the commencement of the program following CAF approval of Nigeria's revised coaching curriculum. The Federation had previously secured approvals for CAF D, C and B license programs and is now working to expand access, including specialized courses for female coaches. Head of Coaching Education, Terry Batunde Eguaoje, described the development as significant for Nigerian football, noting that it will enhance technical capacity and coaching standards nationwide. Now in entertainment, veteran Nollywood actors Patience Ozoko and Nkemo have gone viral after a video showed them dancing energetically on a film set to traditional Ogene music. The clip has generated widespread reactions across social media. The actors, popularly known as Mama G and Osofia, were welcomed on set with live music as part of a production arrangement, highlighting their continued active involvement in the film industry. Fans and colleagues, including Chioma Wata, Zubi Michael, and Omonio Boli, have celebrated the video, describing both actors as legends of the Nigerian film industry. Both Ozokwo and Owo remain active in Nollywood, with Ozokwo recently marking major career milestones, including over 4 decades in the industry and recognition at international events. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Minister-designate for Power, Engineer Joseph Olasunkanmi Tebe, has clarified reports circulating in the media alleging that he promised to restore stability to Nigeria's national electricity grid within 3 months. In a statement issued through his spokesperson, Mr. Deola Adelabu, the Minister-designate described the report as a misrepresentation of his comments during his Senate screening. A devastating windstorm has affected several communities in Suru local government area of Kebbi State, destroying residential buildings, farmland, and food storage facilities. The affected communities include Sambera, Jeroki, and Nasarawa, where the storm reportedly struck late Wednesday night, leaving widespread damage in its wake. Although properties worth millions of naira were destroyed, local authorities confirmed that no loss of life or injuries were recorded during the incident. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, please call 0703043710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masowa and the entire news team, I am Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media, and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable: ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. They are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear: citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that Organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal. It is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youths, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing, you understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukwujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting it as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is on the high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. But now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. but not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic, cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge, not as isolated experts, but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort, but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
The 23rd Indigenous Inspector General of Police. Please, may we put our hands together for the IGP. As part of his management team, we have DIG Zakaria Achinyan, FGC, DIG in charge of Force Intelligence Department. Also present here is DIG Ibrahim Baba Zanko, PSC, DIG Research and Planning. We have DIG Training and Development, DIG Ishaku Mohammed, PhD, CFCNM. We have also DIG Mohammed Abdul Suleiman, PhD, PSC, DIG Finance and Administration. We have DIG Kenetku Owemelier, FGC, DIG Logistics and Supply. We have also DIG Adekoke Fayode Mustafa, PSC, Embedded, DIG Information and Communication Unification. And we have also DIG Umar Shewu Nadada, PSC, MNI, DIG in charge of operations. And also in the midst is the First Secretary, AIG Bode Akimbamilowo, PSC, NIPS. We have also very senior officers here present, and we are all recognized. I will go straight to the point by calling on the head of the delegation to please state the purpose of his visit, sir.
Thank you very much. The Inspector General of Police, I have with me, I have Rear Admiral Jamila Sadiq Abubakar, OFR, retired. She's the most recent National Commissioner representing the Northeast. She was sworn in by the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces only last week. Then next to her, I have Professor Rhoda Gumus, National Commissioner representing the South-South. I have Dr. Baba Bila, who is also a National Commissioner representing the Northeast. I have Professor Kunle Ajayi, who is the National Commissioner representing the Southwest. Then I have my Chief of Staff, Mr. Kimfag Gwimi, and some other technical staff to the chairman that are present here this morning. The Inspector General of Police, the National Commissioners of INEC that are here, the Deputy Inspector General of Police that are present here, the First Secretary, the AIGs that are present, principal staff officers to the IGP, the First PRO, members of the technical staff to the chairman of INEC, distinguished members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great respect and honor that I pay this courtesy visit to the Inspector General of Police, today being Wednesday, the Independent National Electoral Commission. I wish to commence this visit by formally congratulating the Inspector General of Police. Your leadership at this crucial period is highly appreciated. And we are confident that your vast experience of listening to your very rich background. So therefore, your vast experience and dedication will greatly enhance our collective efforts towards ensuring a safe and secure electoral process. As we prepare for 2027 general election, which is the main reason why we are here this morning, because the Nigerian police is at the head of electoral security. So as we prepare for the election, which I am sure you're already aware is scheduled for the 16th of January, 2027 for the presidential election, as well as 6th of February, 2027 for the governorship and houses of assembly elections all over Nigeria. I would like to formally inform you of our ongoing preparations and seek your invaluable support in ensuring a peaceful, transparent, and credible elections. And this, I believe, is what Nigerians deserve at this time. Elections are a cornerstone of democracy, and their success hinges significantly on the effective collaboration between the security agencies and the electoral authorities. This roadmap resulting from the commencement of the electoral activities is not just an administrative timeline, it is a security trigger. We have released our timetable and schedule of activities for the election. Political parties are currently holding their wards, congresses, and conventions. And very soon, and pursuant to Section 84 of the Electoral Act 2026, they will be conducting their primaries for the elections, so as to be able to nominate the candidate for the various elective positions. And under the new act, there are only two types of primaries allowed. We have direct primaries and consensus, and by consensus. Additionally, the IGSA, I wish to highlight the upcoming off-cycle governorship elections in Ekiti State and Osun State, scheduled for the 20th of June and 15th of August 2026, respectively. In addition to the by-elections that will be conducted to fill vacancies created by the demise of some members of the National Assembly and the appointment of one of the senators as an ambassador to the United Nations. So we'll also therefore be holding our elections, by-elections in Enugu South of Enugu State, Nasarawa Central of Nasarawa State, Rivers South of Rivers State, and Ondo North of Ondo State, where the senators, Ondo State, where the senator was appointed an ambassador. There will also be a by-election in Kebbi State following the demise of the Speaker of the House of Assembly of Kebbi State, and a federal constituency also in Kano following the demise of the Honorable Member of the House of Reps. These elections will hold at the same time, the by-elections, at the same time with the election in Ekiti State, which is on the 20th of June this year. These elections are crucial milestones in Nigerian democratic journey, and it is imperative that they are conducted peacefully and seamless. In Nigeria, our electoral system has placed numerous challenges over the years, ranging from malpractices to threat of violence, vote trading that undermine the confidence of the electorate. These challenges not only affect the outcome of our elections, but also pose significant risks to our national security. Thus, it is imperative that we address these concerns with utmost seriousness and resolve. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the importance of the proactive security measures. The scale of insecurity across the various parts of Nigeria presents a threat to the conduct of a fair election. It's essential that we carry out thorough security risk analysis ahead of the election, and this will enable us to identify potential flashpoints and deploy appropriate strategies to mitigate risks, thereby safeguarding voters, electoral officials, and the integrity of the electoral process. In Ekiti State, for instance, we normally have our readiness assessment, and the process is we have three major zones. We have the green zone, you have the amber zone, and then you have the red zone. We're already entering the red zone for Ekiti election, so that is very, very crucial. We recognize the vital role of the Nigerian police, the role that we play in maintaining law and order as the lead security agencies on elections in Nigeria, and we pledge our full cooperation in coordinating efforts to address security challenges. Our collective commitment to intelligence sharing, strategic planning, and community engagement will be instrumental in creating an conducive environment to credible elections and in ensuring the protection of our infrastructure, our personnel, and the citizens of Nigeria before, during, and after the elections. In our journey towards democratic consolidation, we must move from the notion that election and security are parallel tracks. They are, in fact, two sides of the same coins of national stability. While the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 has amended, the Electoral Act 2026 and the INEC regulation provides a legal framework for our democracy. It is the security architecture that provides the enabling environment for those laws to breathe. Without a secure environment, the sovereign will of the people is just threatened. It's not just threatened, but it is silenced. I often say that security is both the first mile and the last mile of election logistics. Our success depends on Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security, ISES, which I have the privilege to chair and co-chair by the National Security Advisor, and of which the Inspector General is a member and also a key member in that ISES. So very soon we'll be called at the meeting. So therefore, moving from reactive policing to proactive intelligence coordination, that is one of the focus of ISES. ISES is the heartbeat of our operational safety, whether it is in the forthcoming Ekiti election or in Osun Pools in August. Our success depends on the Nigerian police force. As the lead agency, ensuring total synergy among all the ISES members, we must ensure our personnel, materials, and voters are shielded by a unified multi-agency umbrella of protection. In conclusion, I reaffirm our commitment to working closely with the Nigerian police force and other security agencies. Together, we can ensure that the 2027 elections are conducted peacefully, reflecting the true will of the Nigerian people. I want to say that your emergence as the IG of police at this time is very important and critical because of the present situation in the country. We are quite aware of the security issues across the country. Some of them just because of the income of the elections, the general elections. But we have noted some of the pragmatic measures that we have deployed since your appointment. And we are very confident that the election will be seamless and peaceful. I also want to draw attention to several IDP camps that are scattered all over Nigeria. Let me say that it is their right to also vote, and they must not be disenfranchised. So, as the electoral body, we are doing everything to ensure that all those in IDP camps are given the conducive environment to exercise their franchise, and also the people with disabilities. So therefore, we commend all these people, categories of persons in IDP camps, as well as persons with disability, to the IG for special attention and care. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And thank you for your dedication to Nigeria's democracy. May God bless INEC. May God bless the Nigerian Police Force. And may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all.
May we once again appreciate the INEC chairman for those remarks. I have the honor to now respectfully call on the Inspector General for his kind response.
The first management team, the Chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amukuton San, the National Commissioner, Independent National Electoral Commission, Northeast Region, Rear Admiral Jamila Abubakar Malafa, retired, the National Commissioner, Independent National Electoral Commission, South-South Region, Professor Rhoda Gumos, the National Commissioner, Independent National Electoral Commission, Northeast Region, Dr. Baba Bila, the National Commissioner, Independent National Electoral Commission, Southwest Region, Professor Kunle Ajayi, other distinguished members of the delegation, very senior officers here present, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. We are very happy to have you here today. In fact, we have been looking forward to meeting you because we have the schedule of the election as provided by you. I want to express my appreciation for your timely paying us this visit because of the symbiotic relationship between the INEC and the Nigerian Police Force. This meeting is timely and strategic, particularly as the nation gradually enters the preparatory phase for the January 2027 elections. Although I know we have other elections, off-season elections to tackle before then. The election remains one of the most crucial pillars of constitutional democracy and national stability. Credibility of any election is largely dependent on public trust in the process of the election. Professionalism of the electoral management, neutrality of security agencies, and responsible conduct of political actors. I will affirm the Nigerian Police Force as the lead agency in electoral security. We fully understand the enormous responsibility placed on us. And as the lead agency in managing electoral matters, the Nigerian Police is ever ready to take up the responsibility once again, like they have always done. So I give you the commitment of members of the Nigerian Police Force to be free, fair, and ensure a credible election. I assure you that under the present leadership of the Nigerian Police Force, we will remain professional, impartial, firm, and guided strictly by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Electoral Act, and all extant laws. The force have no interest other than ensuring peace, credible and violence-free electoral process. I want you to know that no political party, candidate, or interest group will receive preferential treatment from the police. Any officer found engaging in partisan conduct or unethical practice will face disciplinary and legal consequences, we assure you. But at the same time, we want to implore you to, as a matter of urgency, do quick release and wide dissemination of the electoral timetable, schedules, and all activities of the INEC. The public should be aware quickly. They are eager, waiting. Timely publication will ensure better plans by everybody involved in the election. It will include intelligence mapping, logistic coordination, personal training, interagency collaboration, and identification of high-risk life points. That means by the time you come up with your schedule, all this will be put in place quickly. We'll be able to plan, we'll be able to commence our training. Although we have started at least skeletal training of members of the Nigerian Police Force. At the same time, I want to advocate for strengthening interagency collaboration. Yes, the Nigerian Police Force is the lead agency in management of the election, but we know we cannot do it alone. We cannot do it alone. We are ready, ever ready to collaborate with all the other agencies, sister agencies. We are going to collaborate with them. We are going to train together with them. We are going to share responsibilities with them. I recommend periodic strategic coordination meetings at the national level, state level, and local government level for all of us. I want to stress the need for real-time intelligence sharing. We need to get closer now. Joint operational planning, harmonized communication strategies, and coordinated crisis response mechanisms. As time goes on, we are going to ensure that we bring out the political parties to sign peace and responsible conduct accord. We are going to do that. We are going to talk to them. We are going to have, if possible, seminars where we attend together. But most importantly, we will ensure that they all agree to maintain peace and order during the preparation to the election and the election proper, and even after the elections. I'm going to talk about elections, the security threat assessment, and flashpoints. We have commenced strategic threat assessment and intelligence mapping across the nation already. Emerging concerns that we have include violence, political violence, cult-related activities. We have seen proliferation of arms, misinformation and fake news have started flying around, cyber manipulation, and then maybe we have started noticing intimidation and attacks on electoral infrastructures. I want to assure you that intelligence-led deployment and preventive policing strategies will be adopted to neutralize all these trends before they materialize. We are going to protect the electoral process, personnel, materials, and infrastructures. We reassure you of adequate security management for INEC officials, resident electoral commissioners, electoral officers and ad hoc staffs, movement of sensitive and non-sensitive materials, all the collation centers, ICT infrastructures, and data facilities. I assure you that the police will enforce electoral laws firmly and professionally. I want to repeat that again. We will ensure that we enforce electoral laws firmly and we do it professionally. I want to emphasize that individuals involved in ballot snatching, vote buying, voters intimidation, destruction of electoral materials, violent destruction of polls, or attack on electoral officials will be arrested and prosecuted in accordance with the laws. Professional conduct of security personnel during the personnel earmarked for electoral duties will undergo intensive orientation. We have planned trainings upon trainings. We have divided our trainings into sections. Officers of different cadres have been earmarked for training. Officers who will do the main job of monitoring the electoral processes have been identified, and specialized training have been defined for them. Very soon we shall be embarking on this training. They will undergo intensive orientation on election security management, human rights compliance, rules of engagement, crowd management, and ethical standards. Public confidence and citizen participation.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Viewer, you're welcome to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Today we are going to talk on politics of Nigeria, and our topic is political zoning in Nigeria. We are all aware that in Nigeria there's no written law that supposedly gives room for all these zonings. Yet, it has come to stay in Nigeria that people believe that power should be zoned to different places. In Nigeria, the presidency is believed to be zoned north and south. And that is exactly what is happening. After the administration of Muhammadu Buhari, of course, it was heard, and I do know by many Nigerians, that the incumbent president said it was his turn. And today, he is doing it, and it is believed that it is the South that has the zoning right to have the presidency. Yet, it is not a law. It is not cast on stone. And that is why sometimes, even when you say it is the turn of the South, a northerner or northerners tend to have interest in running for the presidency. And so it is in various states of Nigeria. There are places, there are states where there's nothing like zoning. It is the survival of the fittest. Any politician that has actually paid his dues and worked very hard, because power is not given, but power is taken, works very hard, goes for it. So in Enugu State, Nigeria, the example is that the zoning is on a tripod stand from east to west and from west to the north. So today I have a gentleman, an erudite scholar, who is going to lend voice to this topic. He is a very regular face on this program. I'm talking about Comrade Ken Ofoma, former Vice President of Nigerian Union of Journalists, and of course, a known public affairs commentator and analyst. Ken, you are welcome to the studio.
Thank you once again for having me.
We are talking about political zoning in Nigeria. And from the preamble I did, zoning is not backed by any law. It is a convention that people tend to agree on in principle. And what's your perception of the zoning thing in Nigeria, even when it is not a law?
I think we call it zoning because that is a popular term. But in other words, you could call it a natural way of achieving equity and balance in power sharing. And it's a natural way because it follows the natural course of justice that in every state, based on Nigerian constitution, every state is divided into 3 senatorial zones. And that's why you have the red chambers in the National Assembly. These 3 senatorial zones in each state is, except Abuja, that has only 1. Each senatorial zone is represented by a senator. And in every state, you have 3 senators. So it's already a divided political zone. And so it is natural that in terms of power equation within a state, I should follow these 3 senatorial districts. Then in terms of the country, we have major natural subdivisions, the north and the south. But we have 6 geopolitical zones. But those 6 geopolitical zones were not recognized in the constitution. But Nigeria has adopted them, the zones, as a convention, even in sharing political positions or quasi-political positions, like in party positions and what have you. And I know that over time, the country will also follow the path of the 6 geopolitical zones. But for now, what is most recognizable and where power have been shifting in between, we have the north and the south. Politically, it is expected that power rotates between these 2 major divisions. And so, each of them also has 3 geopolitical zones. We have 3 geopolitical zones in the north. We have 3 geopolitical zones in the south. We have north-west, you have north-central, and you have northeast. For the south, you have southeast, south-south, and southwest. In recent political development, particularly from 1999 to date, politicians have been struggling to maintain that balance. That was why, at the inception of this Fourth Republic, we started from south and southwest, to be precise, in the person of Olusegun Obasanjo. He did 4 years, and power devolved to the north. He handed over to...
He did 8 years.
Yes, he did 8 years, two times of 4 years each, which is 8 years. Power devolved to the north and went to northwest in the person of late Yaradua. He did about 2.5 years and passed on. Through doctrine of necessity, his vice, who happens to be a southerner from the south, Bayelsa in particular, Goodluck Jonathan, took over. He was to finish their term, which he did, and pleaded that he should be given another 4 years to complete the term of his, himself and his late boss. He was given another 4 years. He did practically about 6 years and 7 months or thereabouts. And that was why when he wanted to go again, in 2015, he wanted to go again for another term, the North rallied round and said, no, it is time for power to rotate to the North. And that zoning sentiment perhaps affected his inability to come back in 2015. He was defeated by late Muhammadu Buhari. Of course, there could be other factors, but the major campaign topic from the North was that it was the turn of the North. And so Buhari did 8 years, from 2015 to 2023. Again, it became a mantra that the power should shift to the south. Perhaps that was why PDP lost in 2023, because somebody like former Vice President Atiku Abubakar was saying that he was going to contest. It made people like peterobi to leave PDP, and peterobi left and joined the Labour Party a few months to the election. And Atiku contested the primaries with candidates like wike, the then governor of Rivers State. And Atiku had his way. He won the primaries of PDP. But in the main election, a southerner who ran under the platform of the All Progressives Congress, talking about the current president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, defeated him. Also defeated peterobi, who came third, although with slight margin. But then that sentiment played a part, that it was the turn of the South. Even before the 2023, around 2022, there was this Southern Governors Forum meeting at Asaba, I think presided by late Aneke, late former governor of Ondo State. I think he presided over that meeting, where the Southern governors agreed that they will all support candidates from the South, even though the then governor of Delta State reneged, because he later ran as a running mate to Atiku Abubakar from the North. Talking about Okowa. Perhaps that was why he even lost his state, despite the fact that he was a vice presidential candidate. He lost his state to peterobi Labour Party. So, again, it is the inability of the likes of Atiku to adhere to that convention of zoning that caused the division in the newly formed African Democratic Congress, ADC. Recall that a few days ago, peterobi left that party because, according to peterobi, ADC could not define their zoning arrangement. He wanted them to pronounce zoning, that it should be in the south. Since the southerner there has only done 4 years, and it makes sense that anybody who will succeed him should also be a southerner to complete the next 4 years of the south. But the party was not forthcoming in the categorically zoning that position to the south. So it affected. So what am I saying? That yes, like you said in your introduction, zoning may not be, a constitutional provision, but it has become a convention. And those who work against zoning always find it difficult to win, except in some special circumstances. But zoning, whether in Enugu, maybe as time goes on, can also narrow the analysis down to Enugu.
Okay, because you see, like you said, the zoning has come to stay. But yet, it's a convention. I see the convention flouted, or people do not actually adhere to the principle and honor that convention. Like you said, Atiku Abubakar actually did not conform to the zoning arrangement. But even Muhammadu Buhari did not. At the point he was running against the only time that Jonathan contested the election. He only finished his boss tenure. The one he now ran election for himself. Buhari actually contested. So, in various other states, it is not followed. Somehow, it has become the anointing of whoever that has endeared themselves to the powers that be. Now, I want to ask, the convention is gradually coming to a superstay. It has not come to a superstay since people have been, sometimes, running, since there's no law against it. It is not part of our constitution. Somehow, someday, the National Assembly might include that. Just like we recognize the seasons of Nigeria, yet
not in the constitution.
Yet not part of the constitution. But conventionally, they are recognized in power sharing and a few other things. I want you to just oppose this zoning in principle, which is in politics. Now, in governmental structure, just oppose it with the federal character principle or law, the federal character law, where ordinarily that law says that everything has to be done in a way that equity must be followed in sharing of power. It even includes politics, in sharing of power. Political power or whatever power it is that has to be shared. The federal character law, upholds that. So how do we now say that zoning is, although it's called zoning in this manner, in this way, and federal character a law in the statute? So how do we reconcile that it is not part of the federal character law?
Both the federal character and the zoning
principle
have the same, are governed by the same sense of equity and balance. But federal character is not exactly as zoning. It's not about zoning political positions.
No, no, you say it's no. Yes,
it's about
it has politics
zoning
in it.
Public government offices.
It has the political something.
I can tell you that if it is possible, you can produce a presidential candidate from the north and a vice presidential candidate from the north too. You are not going against the constitution, if I'm right. And that is why people are now running on Muslim tickets. Because if by extension, if you want to extend the federal character, it should have been a Muslim and a Christian, or a Christian and a Muslim. But I think that, strictly speaking, federal character deals with governmental positions, public offices, not elected offices, appointive public offices. That's my understanding. But zoning is, both of them operate on the same principle of equity, balance, and what have you. But political zoning has to do with power sharing arrangement within the different segments of the country or the state, or even local government, or even ward, or geopolitical zone, as the case may be. Because as you have zoning in the country, north and south, people are also agitating that should be micro-zoning. In other words, within the south, there should be micro-zoning. Within the north, there should be micro-zoning. And within the state, there should be micro-zoning. Within the local government, there should be also zoning. So if you have a local government that is made up of 3 sections, one section will not always be producing the local government chairman, or another section will always be producing House of Assembly member, and what have you. But just like in some cases, like you implied, that sometimes the zoning is observed in the breach in few circumstances. You gave an example of late former President Buhari that contested with Jonathan. Yes, there are, like I said, there are few occasions like that. But one thing that is certain is that where you have zoning formalized as a convention, it reduces political tension. Those states, or anytime it is being observed in the breach, if you observe those states, it always leads to heightened political tension and complaints about marginalization and what have you. And that is why nationally it is applied, like, but in some states, like Benue, they have not been applying it properly. And that is why there's always that cry of marginalization. And perhaps maybe that's why they're not doing well as a state. I must confess. If you pass through Benue, one of the oldest states yet, we don't see any level of development there. There are other states that observed, even Rivers has also joined in observing it. That was why, except that it was breached when Wike became governor, just on Wike. That was when power was supposed to go to the riverine areas. But his argument then was that because peterobi from upland was succeeded, after 8 years, was succeeded by Chibuike Amechi, also from upland. And when Chibuike Amechi was leaving, Wike, who is also from upland, contested. And people were saying that, no, he should have gone to the riverine areas. But his argument then was that they needed to take power first. Because by then, he was in PDP and Amechi was in APC. So his argument was that he needed force to take power It's when you have power that you can talk about zoning and sharing. But when you are in opposition, what will matter most to you should be how to get power. That was his argument. And so it was observed in a breach as at that time. But I believe it was to correct that error that when he finished 8 years, talking about wike, that he now supported Semi Fubara to take over. Fubara is from the riverine areas. So the only state that I can recall that I've not been observing zoning, strictly speaking, is Benue, because...
what about Lagos?
Lagos, it's possible that Lagos, they have been, it has been moving. It's not one senatorial zone that has been producing. I'm not too sure it was one senatorial zone. I think they have been observing it. And there are other few states, maybe in the north, that don't observe it, but like Kaduna, power hardly go to
the southern Kaduna.
The southern Kaduna, except during Patrick Iyakoa, it was because of circumstances. The then governor was nominated as vice president under Jonathan after his election. So Patrick Iyakoa, who was his deputy, had to step in. He later died in plane crash. So, but what the bottom line is that states that observe, or even local governments that observe zoning, they usually have more stability in terms of transition and even development.
Okay. The states that observe zoning are susceptible to have peace during transition period, especially when there's going to be a handover of baton. In Enugu State, this zoning arrangement has somehow stood since 1999. Yet it is not without opposition. It is not without people opposing it in different ways. People coming from other zones running for the governorship, for instance, have been really doing that. Then the micro zonings has not been taken as a convention yet. People are still coming from wherever they can, to do that. So what is the workability of this zoning before we now come down to the Enugu State example? What is the workability? Is it because people are now telling themselves the truth that there must be equity, fair play, and justice?
At the beginning I said that whether it is zoning, whether it is federal character, both follow natural course of justice. And so, it has been helping to engender political stability. So over time, yes, at the beginning, there was resistance. But over time, people are beginning to respect it. And because those who tried to work against it always fail. The majority always prefer that. And sometimes why they work against it is not because they want to. It is because maybe when the first zone that contested finished in terms of states, if senatorial zone A finished, so B and C will be struggling who will take it first. In that case, you will see candidates from both zones. But whereby A has taken and B has taken, the next time you discover that it's only candidates from C will be contesting. And by the time that candidate will finish, you discover that only candidates from A will be contesting. Even though there is also always this argument too, that the last that finished the zoning should start again. But people always resist it because it will lead to power staying too long in one hand or in one zone. That reverse zoning process was what Yahya Bello did in Kogi State. when the East, when he's Central, Kogi Central, he was from Kogi Central, but over time, Kogi East was dominating. But when power slipped to him, he became governor. He did 8 years. So allowing power to go back to either, well, naturally, he should go to Kogi North, if I'm not mistaken, or Kogi South. He didn't do that. He handed over to somebody again from Kogi Central. In fact, even a relation of his. Perhaps thinking that it will take a long time before power will come to them again. So he said, since they ended, they can start the rotation again, according to him. But like I said, things like that, there are very few incidents like that. And so, as to a question why people are adopting it, because it is working. It is helping to reduce tension. It is helping to create a sense of justice, equity, fair play, and balance.
It is helping to create a sense of justice, equity, and balance. And so submitted our guest on this program, Arena on Aneke TV. Our topic remains political zoning in Nigeria. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, we shall continue in the next segment of this discourse. Still stay with the dial. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle, but when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV. The topic is political zoning in Nigeria. And our guest, Comrade Ken Ofama, is still here. Comrade Ken, yes. We were talking about the workability, and after that, I told you that we are going to come to the Enugu State example. Since 1999, Enugu State have actually adopted the zoning principle just on the governorship position. I don't think that that principle works for any other position, elective position in the, units like the senatorial zones and the reps zones and the House of Assembly places. I don't think it has worked there. So we see the Enugu State example from east to west, from west to north, and then back to the east again. That is where we are. And this convention is seen because an adoption of a convention is like it has become a law. Adopting a convention, because in some climes they do not have written laws like the Britain. It is how their laws evolved and came into being. So it became a law adopted as conventions that are being done. That's the way it is done. So, but here we actually do a written constitution. We practice a written constitution. So, but this convention issue is actually permeating into the Nigerian legal system somehow, because people are beginning to adopt conventions as the way things are done, and they should be respected and viewed to become a law. And that tends to be a kind of, some people, some authors wrote recently that it's like the Magna Carta of Enugu State. You know, they wrote about the zoning in Enugu State. And one of the authors, Richard Aneke and others, the book was recently launched. So do we expect that Enugu State may actually begin to have this convention of micro zoning in the various senatorial, local governments, and of course the constituency, federal constituencies? Are we expecting that they could deepen this zoning? To deepen the zoning means involving zoning to go around so that all the sections, all the feelings in Enugu State, we have a piece of the action. We'll be involved, because certainly there's no place you will not get somebody that is capable in giving the desired goals to the people. So, are you an apostle or a believer that it should be done?
Yes, I believe, like you said, something that may not be accurately
feasible,
correct, that may not be correct, or that may not be accurate. When you said that the zoning has not been observed, in terms of House of Assembly, I can tell you that some state constituencies are observing it. That after 4 years or 8 years, as the case may be, the next representative from that constituency should come from another ward or combination of wards.
Let me inform you. Let me inform you. The Nkano House of Assembly constituency, somebody has been there. Nkano West, somebody has been there for 16 years, which means 4 times. So if you are asking, or if you are telling me that I am not correct, then it means
no. How many? We have
the information.
We have 24 state constituencies.
Yes,
so
I'm giving an example.
You have to find out what happens in the other 23 constituencies.
And some others, the other 23 constituencies, some people did 3 times.
I can tell you, in my own constituency, the highest anybody has gone is 2. You go. Even though we have 2 state constituencies in my local government, Ogun North, Ogun South, but even so, for instance, the current representative of North has done 4 years, and the person is not going back. Based on the recent consensus, another person has already been choosing to go, because that other person has done 8 years. The man representing Ogun South did 4 years, so he was allowed to go on consensus to do another 4 years to make it 8 years. But then, by 2031, he won't be talking about going back again. Another person from another part of South will be good. So it may not work in Kano West, but it works in other constituencies. And like I said, it may not be as perfect as it has been working in terms of governorship zoning. But I know that increasingly more state constituencies, more local government areas are also observing zoning in terms of who should be the local government chairman and other positions, in terms of even who should be appointed commissioner. They discuss these things. So, see, this man is local government chairman, is from this side. Why not appoint commissioner from the other side? Sometimes these things are factored in, but sometimes they are observed in the breach. But like I said, since it is a convention, it is not a constitutional matter. Sometimes they are observed in the breach. But where they are adopted, normally you observe stability, equity. You see less wrangling and complaints by people from that area. And even in terms of federal character, that is even codified and provided in the Constitution. Administration after administration, normally usually observe in the breach too. So how much more the one that is not provided in the Constitution, that is a mere convention? Because if you look at federal character appointments, you discover that whether it is in the current administration, whether it is the previous one or the one after the previous, if you look at the appointments critically, you discover that they are also observing the breach. You know, but the thing is that nobody has gone to court to challenge it. But like I said, it helps to create equity. It is to tell you what the makers of our constitution, our forefathers discover, because Nigeria is a multi-ethnic, multi-religious society. And so they felt that having power move around in terms of equitable distribution of positions will help to engender a sense of equity, peace, and balance, justice. That's why they provided that in the Constitution, in the name of federal character, in their wisdom, as a federation, to avoid one side dominating the federation against the other sides, to lead to problem. And so, Enugu is one of the states that adopted zoning since 1999. Attempts made by a few politicians in the past to work against it never worked. From Chimaroke Namani in 1999, he did 8 years, and handed over to Sullivan Chime. Chimaroke is from Enugu East Senatorial District. He handed over to Sullivan Chime from Enugu West Senatorial District, who did 4 years. I remember that somebody wanted to go against that, but after a stakeholders meeting he organized at Nike Lake Hotel, I was there. The agreement was that Kojibe Nsuka means that power should go to the North Senatorial District, and it went to the North. And after that, in the person of Ugwanye, after Ugwanye, the power went back to where it started, Enugu East, and in the person of petermbah. And everybody knows in Enugu now, even a child born yesterday, knows that power will rotate by 2031. Power will rotate to the west. To the west. Even those who want to contest from Enugu East, they are already telling you that they will do 4 years, in recognition of the fact that there is zoning. So it's always difficult to believe that somebody with power is only a very rare human being that can obey that kind of, where you have power. I will tell you, do 4 years.
Yeah, but sometimes because this zoning, like in Enugu, zoning started with the PDP, the People's Democratic Party. The other parties may not have such principle in their arrangement. That is why those parties, some of the people that want to run, they run. I remember that during the Sullivan Chime administration, Barrister Okeza, may he so rest in peace, of course ran for governorship under PPA, though he lost, probably because of the sentiment, of zoning, which underscores the fact that it has been accepted by all, probably because of that. So, because these political parties may not have such arrangement within it, they produce governorship candidates to run against possibly the preferred zoned.
It is that same logic that made late former President Buhari to run against Jonathan when Jonathan was running for second term.
And Atiku also did.
And Atiku also. But they all lost before it came to the north. And Buhari won.
So, what are you expecting that at some time this convention will be codified in such a way that there may not be any dissenting voice about it any longer?
It is possible that with time it may be codified in terms of zoning. but maybe microzoning may not be. Like, it could be codified that. But if you allow me, I would say that it should include microzoning in terms of presidential, in terms of presidency. Because a situation where power will go to the south and southwest will take it, 8 years. Power goes to the north and northwest will take it, 8 years. Power will come back to the south and southwest will take it again. It doesn't make for equity. It defeats the same principle of zoning, the original principle of zoning, for equity, balance, and justice. So, if you allow me, power should be also not only zoned, but micro-zoned equitably. For instance, again, let's take Enugu. Power, everybody expects that power will go to the west, Enugu West, in 2031. And we know that in Enugu West, you have two major cultural zones. The Abaja, made up of Udi and the Ziago, and then Greater Ogu, made up of Ogun, Oji River, and Aneke. And Sullivan have held power, the governorship office, for 8 years. It is expected that when next power will come to Enugu West, that she go to Greater Ogu. But I may not be surprised that if people from Abaja will contest again, because perhaps we have not formalized that convention at the sub level, in terms of micro level. But I think that since we recognize there is need for equity, we should go the whole way to practice equity, to ensure that every part of a senatorial zone test the office. If you come to Enugu East, I am looking forward to a time people from Isuzo will also be governor.
Okay.
I know you may not want to agree with me.
Oh no, I will agree with you if it is workable. The guests here
make it work.
The guests here have been able to say that the zoning should be codified. That he is advocating for the codification of zoning.
Yes.
But while being codified, they should include the micro aspect of it in such a way that everybody will have the privilege to share in the zoning arrangement. That is every sections of the people as it is
because you did say
demarcated.
There's no section you don't have qualified people.
Yes.
For any position.
So, and this is the best and what we will take on this program because of one of time. Our guest has been able to nail this topic effectively, and we're sincerely grateful that you are there joining us and enjoying the program. So be there for us next time when we'll have Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. This is where we draw the curtain. And for you, Comrade Ofoma, please, thank you for coming.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and God bless you. Bye-bye for today.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Secondary school in Valley.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Vibe Central edition of the Entertainment Show. Everybody don't give a window. Today I'm excited, today I'm happy, and you can see the glow all over my face. Hello Nigeria, how you doing? Wherever you are, today what we give you normally is, gist and groove. We tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry. Tell you, apropos gist, we call it gossip in English. We tell you what is going on in your society, in the country, of course, when it comes to celebrities, what is happening, what's going on in the society. And, today I'm giving you hot, because thank God it's Friday, TGIF, thank God it's Friday, we're heading towards the weekend, with all the grooves that comes with the weekend vibe. We tell you, we can update you every day. You can always tune in on Aneke TV to watch us every day and to tell you, we tell you what is going on. And today it's all looking so dazzling. I'm still, giving you that vibe. Okay, I'm moving on to my first gist, and it is about Jarvis and Pella. These two couples, they don't want us to breathe anytime soon. They keep giving it to us back to back. I mean, back to back. Okay, so like I said, upon the dance, after that they shut down the idea of having a child with him, despite giving her a Benz. He actually thinks that a Benz could actually keep her. Like, what does this guy feel like? You gave me a Benz, so it's not like I'm not grateful. Don't get me wrong, no. It's not like we ladies are not grateful, but Benz to keep me to have children when I don't want to. Maybe I'm not seeing future with you. I'm just catching fun, making some cruising movement. So it doesn't mean that I am in for the big business, which is giving birth. So if I'm not, keep giving me the money, I'll keep correcting with one eye open, telling you thank you, my Odago Palala. I'll keep thanking you, keep appreciating you for the gift, like Mula, keep correcting. If you give me, I will correct. Like I said, if you give me, I will collect with my full chest. I will actually collect the money, because ego yibo carry each other. Okay, moving over to my second gist. Rihanna. She said, someone said I met her, but she seemed occupied. She was like her baby daddy was calling her and she left. I felt awkward. Singer Tyler shares her experience meeting Rihanna at Met Gala. I don't know what people want. I don't know what you guys want, because the girl is doing her thing. Rihanna. You know who Rihanna is. What do you expect? My finger Tyler of yesterday. You're coming to come and talk to Rihanna. Who you help? Who are you? Who knows you? nobody knows you. You just an upcoming artist that just somehow your way to fame. So I don't feel that you should question our Brianna. You don't have any right to do so. Baby girl, so relax. Take some chill pill. Our baby dad is calling her. That's a period. So clock it, okay? If you don't want it, just get yourself one or two things to vibe with. But for me, I appreciate the fact that Brianna is everything for her family. So family is everything to some people. So no matter how you feel like business should come first, some people prioritize their family over any other thing you feel like. So see, if you notice, I'm a watch lover. So I love wristwatches. Like I love wristwatches. So Disney wore a wristwatch, a Grandmaster Chime at the Met Gala worth over $6.5 million. I call $6.5 million. I didn't say naira. Hear me, dollars. Like, you know how that's some people's entire. In fact, some people will never make it even to $1 million in their lifetime. But someone used it. Somebody actually used it to buy a wristwatch. Jesus, what do you call this? Odogu Parara. I don't want to know what makes a watch this expensive. Like, really? Really? It was, the flick. Oh my God, the flick that comes with it. Some people like it, some people love it. Somebody like me, I love it. I love wristwatches. So before I give you my first gist for today, I'll go on a short break. When we be back, we'll tell you more about things trending online. We'll be right back. Right, stay tuned.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise. Leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to Vice Central. You know what we do here? We give you that gist. We tell you what is going on. And most times we don't like the truth, but we give you that truth, no matter how hard and bitter it is. And you know always, I don't stay here alone. I have my own baby girl. I call her Masinachi. And you guys know this girl I'm talking about. I know her voice, she'll come and give me this her innocent, saintly spirit voice. But we know who she is. She's the tigress. The mighty Odogues. How are you, baby girl?
Good. How are you all for?
Don't give them. I don't like the fact. I don't like the fact that you are acting so cool. They know mad. You guys know mad. So tell her to bring out the tiger. Now the tiger I want review now. No, review the tiger. I want no, if you don't, I'm gonna take you straight right here to cloud 9. You know how it's gonna be for you. So I don't mind. You don't mind? I don't mind. There's a bad girl. Say repent. I want to repent on the day Jesus. God, that is so. And now that day so, at least my repentance go there fresh and healthy, so I'll be able to fly. I want to ask you this question. I've just been, because tomorrow is Saturday, so we're gonna have a lot of mixed feelings. Some people did. I'm jealous. What's going on tomorrow? They're going to be joining some people, together. Tomorrow is our May. Men has come. But now they get my every Saturday. Then they will see you. Go and buy your own scum. Their wedding day. They will see post on their status. Men has come, but actually men has come. So that's why I chose to remain single. Remain single. If I hear, she's not single, guys. Single. She's not single. It depends on the singleness I am talking about. Depends on who is asking, though. I will drag you. It depends on who is asking. I will drag you. I will drag you. But if I see an Ojogu Parara, even if I'm not single, I remain single. You love it, clack it, baby. Clack it. So actually, this has just made me, come to my senses that actually women are just been saying men are this, men are this, but they are doing their wedding back to back. They're getting married. Forget that, Now online warriors, it's just keyboard warriors talking. But right in reality, people are falling in love. But why am I not falling in love? People want to fall in love. To their boyfriends. People are making food for their boyfriend. They're cooking for their boyfriend. They're scrubbing house. But when they come online, they be like, I cannot do that, I cannot do shit, I cannot blah, blah, blah. But so I want to give you this gist. Someone said, I know a couple who did their church wedding. Immediately after that, they announced that people should collect their food, drinks, souvenirs at the door on their way out. There's no reception. They did their honeymoon in 3 different countries and they found it really very cool. There was no reception, but there was a white wedding, church wedding, right? And after that, they went for a luxurious wow. Now that to that, why only we are traveling around the world for our Hollywood. Our is it Hollywood? I mean honeymoon. Yes, for our honeymoon. If it's the same with these people, I don't mind. Why? In fact, I might not be giving anybody food. Jesus, you're stingy. Not like I'm stingy. It's me. I'm the one celebrating me that day. That is my day. So? Okay, as long as God already blessed the marriage, it's been blessed by my parents and family and every other person. That food is not compulsory. Why is it not compulsory for you? It's not compulsory that you must eat in my wedding day. You must eat. It's not compulsory. I'll decide if you will eat or not. In fact, my wedding will be strictly on invitation. If you're not invited, please do not come. This Aka Chingom we're talking about, you are one of them. No, it's not like I'm stingy. Not like I have Aka Chingom, okay? It's just my preference, my choice. You can't come to my wedding, especially those that wouldn't come with gifts. Okay, anyway, so I'll measure anyone that brings gift on my wedding day. That's what I'm going to get a bigger gift. I think I will do that. If I touch your envelope and if it's light, bouncer, please, bouncer. Just tell the person, just give him a drink. Just give him a drink. Yeah. So he takes the back door, not the front door. Take the back door, please, you guys should go. So I have another one, and it says it's about the popular Katefe. He has just been trending back to back. That guy, they say celebrate grace. That's it. Like Katefe is one person that will say, if they say celebrate grace, I say Katefe. One thing I've got to realize about this industry or celebrity lifestyle. Okay, before this boxing, before this whatever, if Katefe wasn't like, he was not seen with all these people. Can you even imagine Katefe coming out to say that he wants to fight with Wizkid? Like, who the fuck is Katefe? Why would you? What kind of disrespectfulness is that? Like, like talking about fighting with Wizkid. Can you even imagine? Like, can you imagine that kind of nonsense? It does not have respect at all. And even he said that, Casey was like, I know follow, I know they here, like, you already know. Casey gave him 15 million. Do you want to make Wizkid drag
come open cases for Twitter. You know how Whiskey can be so brutal.
He's very brutal at his own back pocket. But I will say it. He said, didn't I see Nasboy was saying, didn't I see you go from nothing to something? You used to go to see the talker's house to eat. Nasboy for saying he went from nothing to something, but actually he went from nothing to something actually.
Of course.
So I don't know why he's so feeling so embarrassed with the fact that they say he went from nothing, but he actually went from nothing to something. So he should not be so worked up when it comes to when people drag him from the fact. They say, "Who are you? Who do you think you are? You are just somebody that actually just saw 1 or 2 naira and you feel so entitled."
Yeah, like, every rich person, every
listen, poor people don't agree. Say if poor man. If a poor man rise to the top, you don't agree say it was below, he feels insulted.
Accept that, yes.
Do you know, I want something that if you want to attack a rich man who went from this level to this level, just start with the fact you are attacking his down part. You see his facial reaction changes, everything about him becomes gauzy, he becomes so aggressive, and then like that point you have bring down that part of him that that inner part of him that he never wished to see or want anyone.
Maybe the reason why they don't want to talk about it or want someone to tell them that they were from the gutter, what they made it, maybe just out of experience, out of trauma, they don't want to go back to
the slum where they come from.
Remembering their past, experiences, the bad experiences they had, not having money on them, not being financially stable. So it's just one of those. It's not like it's already a mental stigma. You know, when something happened to you before, imagine someone coming up to tell you you were like this before. It's more like you're trying to open up the wound again. So they try to cover, they don't talk about, they don't want to hear that you talk about them being, poor before. Yeah, that leads us to another gist. Someone from the street of S said, saw someone I haven't seen in 5 years today. He looked at me and said, Kiloje. So I slapped his huge stomach and said, Ati Iwono. Like if someone does this to me and goes on to slap my tummy, okay? This person is trying to say, if someone does this to him or her and goes out to slap you, so what would be your reaction?
Yeah, I think, do we have a relationship at that point?
Like someone you've not seen this person for 5 good years and suddenly this person sees you and slaps you on the tummy.
I'll just bang you back. You know that kind of thing. I'll just bang the person back and I'll be like, why will you do this? I'm going to hold you by the tie. I'm going to be like, are you kidding me at this point? No, you don't do that. You don't do that actually. I will actually confront you. Actually, there's something that I want to share, and this one is all about Mercy Johnson. She said one day the people you sacrifice everything for will tell you that they never forced you to do anything for them,
That is just the reality of life. That is just the reality of life, guys. No matter what you do, always put yourself first. Don't be like Monica that Mumud herself. Do not be
I be pepper, I be salt, and I come
even your family, even your loved ones can betray you, can come out tomorrow to say you never did anything, never forced you. So whatever you do in this life, don't give so much. So I just give little you can. Then keep the rest for yourself. Think about yourself, your future. Think about yourself.
You brought about the movie Monica. Have you watched the movie Monica?
I've not really watched it, but coming from the way
the clips and everything
has been online, people are really talking about it so much. I don't think I'll even sit down to watch it again because I heard so much about it.
So actually, I watched the movie Monica. I watched 1, I watched 2, and the movie is something that I think I can relate to, but I can't relate to because I can't see myself being mistreated by my own mother.
I can't see the infant's age.
Yeah, someone making me feel that it's my I don't like the fact you make it feel like it's my I know it's my responsibility.
It's not your let me tell you something. As a child, as a child in the family, it didn't matter. It is not your responsibility.
No, she didn't actually start it at
anything about home, like
no, calm down. Monica's mother did not. She actually started this whole Monica issue when she was about to go into uni. So it's her responsibility. It's my responsibility when I feel like I love my siblings, but it's not a mandatory responsibility. So it can be is if I have it, and I have to give enough for myself.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And there are sometimes when you evaluate, there are some people like that, they have to evaluate, maybe I'm not intelligent, and even if I go to school tomorrow, I won't be able to make it. You get that kind of thing. I can't make it at that point. I think my sister is more brilliant when she goes to school. But there's always a twist to life. You know, this thing Mrs. Johnson said, I can actually relate it to Monica. And she said, one day the people you sacrifice everything for, they would force you, have to tell you that. Because Monica's sister actually came out in, I think, season 1 to tell her, did I force you?
That's just it.
It is the greatest shock for me. Like someone you see that basically sacrificed her own life for you. You know, you coming to her face to rub it on her that you actually did not actually force her. She just did it out of her free will. And it's very, very, very bad for some people. You see that? And these people that do this often now, I don't know why. It's always family. Why? Why is it like that?
Just it.
Why is it always family? You might have an outsider and the person will be forever grateful. Yeah.
That's
but if you're really a family,
and they feel like they're entitled, they feel like, yeah, it is your responsibility. But let me tell you something, guys. It is not your responsibility to take. It is your parents' responsibility for your siblings. Their responsibility for your siblings, you know, like putting the bills and everything. It's not your responsibility as a daughter, as part of the family, to do these things. Why did you do it? Okay, who sent them? Who sent them to start having children? If you know you couldn't have, like, you can't, like, you don't have the finances, the stability, the everything to take care of children, please do not bring them to this one. I always say that. To avoid making one of the kids to take responsibility of the others, it's not worth, it's not done at all.
Someone said, I've been in our 3-bedroom apartment for 6 years now, and the landlord has never increased the rent. Fully tiled, water, fence, POP, everything intact. We still pay like 250K since 2020. Meanwhile, similar houses in the area are going for 1.2 million. God, good landlords still exist. How much is rent in your area like this?
Yeah, there are still good landlords. There are still good landlords who are very much considerate of their tenants, okay? They are very, very considerate. And also, this type of landlord, I would say that they have enough. They have money.
Yeah.
So maybe they have other houses which they are taking care of. They are earning from. So it's not just that one. So that way they...
I think the landlords that do this more often, that pressure their tenant to pay more, is landlords that have just... No, they have just one sort of income, and they face it on the house.
They just put everything on the tenants to, you know, to food their bills, whether necessary or not necessary. Even when they are not providing the amenities needed, the facility, the light, everything that is needed in the house there. There is no light. Landlord, you're talking to landlord, is not doing anything. There is no water. Someone has spoiled. They are not even doing anything about it. So that brings us to another gist, coming from our very own skit maker. You all know this person. She's an amazing skit maker. She's awesome. Okay, she's very decent. She's a very decent lady. So it's coming from our very own Taoma. She said, Taoma said, if you want a service and you reach out to the provider, they called you back and ask you to be the one to test them on WhatsApp to proceed. Would you proceed with them or go to the next available service provider? I want to know if I'm not overreacting. No.
I think I'll actually, depending on the way you actually give me the feedback. I think when the feedback becomes subtle and it's in a very respectable way, you tell me, sorry, at this point, this thing cannot be done right now. Can you actually exceed some time limit for us? Like, give us some time to get this thing done. I think at that point, I understand that maybe it's not, the services is not permanently available at the moment. That maybe it's due to some interruption in their services. But when you call someone, a service provider, and you'll be like, ma, give you one road and see reply. Oh, that's a whole lot for me. I'm gonna change my mind immediately. At that point, I'm already thinking about another service provider that could actually cure out my needs or could actually provide my needs at that point, because except there's an exception there. My exception is when most times, in some cases where I see myself needing their services urgently, like I'm in a urgent need of that services. If you can't give it to me now, things will spoil. That's when I think of another alternative. Even though you disappoint me, I click to the next one. Do you understand? Because there are so many service providers. It's just that people select the best option. So when the best is not available, you just have to manage with what you have at the point, and then subsequently you can actually upgrade and get better with the ones you actually prefer.
Actually call this priding, because it is your responsibility as a service provider to look into the matter of someone.
Who needs the services?
Who needs the services? You're responsible to take care of it. You don't need to tell them to test you. It's your money, right? Okay, that brings me to a gist I've heard online. Someone said that she went to marketing here to make her hair, and the hairstylist was just priding. She wasn't doing as though, she was acting as though she was trying to do the person's a favor or something like that. Okay, I tell you to do this, you're like doing like this, don't talk to me that I'll force me. That kind of way, like she has made it like she has a lot of options.
She has a lot of options, and maybe she has a lot of customers, and she feels that your services cannot change her life.
That kind of thing.
No, your services cannot actually make or shift my lifestyle or make me go from this level to that.
At least it is your job.
It is our job, but at least there's something that is very measurable to what I just actually said. I said, it is my job, right? Yes, it's understandable. It's my job, but it's not like I'm mandated to do it. It's
imagine you like you bake cake, right? And I come to you and like say I want cake from you. Then you're
like imagine me, I bake cake. I make cakes.
You're starting to linger towards my orders. Like you're not carrying it. You're just acting as though I'm not going to pay. You're doing it for free for me. In how I'm going to live?
No, like as a baker, I'm a baker. So as a baker, things that I actually consider. Do you understand? One thing is some customers don't have proper mannerism of talking to somebody. Their mannerism of talking to people are very poor, and I would say it's not conducive. Do you understand that there are some ways and mode in which someone will actually speak to you? You feel the urge to, provide the services, and there are some people that don't that just lack patience. That for you to keep taking them up, and there are people that they want your services, but they have not actually settled down on what they want. You give them list of services you actually provide. They will keep selecting. They keep wasting your time. No, it's not about making options. You should know that. No,
in the future.
Something you have to know before you contact the people that because they don't have the laxity of time, because they have people on their road. So you have to already make that choice. So when they introduce you to a new variety of new products you are not aware of, they introduce you and say there is an option for this. The proper thing to do is just the person will be like, okay, what is this one? What is this one? What is that? There are some people that don't even have patience to explain all these things. You have a browsing phone. You can just certainly browse and say, okay, you just say, I'll call you back. I'll get back to you. Do you understand? You just go browse and ask about this and call the person back and say, okay, this is the service I want. But you want the person to start explaining, and just like someone that works with the customer care, that person doesn't have the laxity of time to keep explaining on phone for you. If you want that explanation, come in present, she can actually go to space for you.
Customers are always right, though. Customers are always right.
I give up.
The customers are always right. I am always right. So if I call you to make me cake, you do anything, I'm gonna look for another.
Okay. I have a gist, and it's about the rapper Rick Cruz. He said, as a wealthy man, I do prefer my woman to quit her job, and it depends on me because I need her at the most inconvenient times.
Whoa! I can only do that if my man is a billionaire.
No, rapper Rick Cruz is.
He's a billionaire. Yes, I'm saying. If I'll be rich.
I know that kind of amount he needs to pay me money.
Come marry me, please. Start me, pay me. I'll be.
So me that is here. I'm a bag. I'm a punch of bag.
You're not interested. Rick Ross, I mean,
who said I'm not interested?
Okay,
Excuse
I am
me.
that woman that you want, the woman that will be dependent on you, and the woman will be paying to just be there. You know, if it's just for me to be around you whenever you need me, like a convenient time that you want me, you want me available 24/7, I don't mind. Okay, if you need me to quit my job and stay in the house, as long as you're paying me or you're giving me money, plenty money, please. My ladies out there, are you gonna take this offer? Or are you gonna, like, you know, stand on your ground like you wanna work? So which is we stay? So
yeah, I want to work.
Okay, that brings us to another gist. Our very own skit maker, Crazy Clown. My God, I bumped into someone who I thought was dead since university days, but apparently, according to him, he faked his death because of the huge debt he was owing back then and vanished. Saw him last in 2015. I swear it felt like I saw a ghost.
I'll just collect 20k French. Like, you know, that's I'll just collect 20k.
Just give me something, make I just keep quiet.
I'll just collect
money. I would make sure, but you remain a ghost, my dear. You're gonna remain a ghost since you vanished.
Well, there's some people that how can I take my own death? Like, I don't have
people do it.
I don't ever imagine that kind
I'm
of
sure
thing.
people that has actually forgotten that he exists. If not person like me, I'm not forget say even if I get enough, like no matter what, no, you know, there's this feeling that someone is owing you. This person hasn't paid you your money, and you have money, like you're poor, you're broke, you have money, you're wealthy, you have the money, okay? But that particular money keeps coming to your mind, like you want that particular money back. Once you get it, you feel better. Have you been there? Like,
I absolutely felt that way.
Like, without that money, the person's you feel empty.
No.
You feel a bit empty because that one has not returned.
No, I think I won't feel actually. I'm gonna feel.
Like you're gonna feel empty. Money is coming to your account daily, but you have the money. But this particular one, this person is owing you. It's still making you cranky. It's still making you overthink. Like,
do I? Okay. Let's go with that.
Pay me that money.
Someone said I saw someone. Someone said I saw someone, and it's about actor Latife Ademiji, whose wife, you know, gave birth to triplets. You know, this, you know, I think all thanks to Miss Lesser for, you know, stopping the killing of twins. Because there would be killing of twins up to this, you know, point, you know, and, you know, I just imagine, you know, killing twins. Now, twins are blessings, you know, like, people are wishing to have one.
Even implemented such
people are wishing to have, yes. So he actually officially named his kids yesterday, Raham, Rahim, Rakeb, you know.
That's
you know, that's a big word for him. It's a massive one for him because he actually waited for years for those kids. So, at this point.
So I was looking out. We're looking out on our 001. Your 001.
My
001. That is the Davido Adeleke. He said, I was going to buy a private jet for my 35th birthday. But my dad has three. But my dad has three, so that was the point. So, like, what's the point? I'll probably take over the third one. Like, what's he trying to say? That, like, what exactly are you trying to say? Please.
Pepper in my eyes. Pepper in my eyes.
This guy wants
my father. What is my father doing? What is the whiskey father doing all this while? What is he doing?
What do you mean? What do your father do this himself?
It's a common bicycle. You know my father gets.
No.
I like this. I'm preparing this girl. This is you. I'm here to save you. I'm here to save you.
Your papa get them.
Your own papa get them. Your own papa get them.
You don't get private jet, yes, we understand that. But you don't need to shade whiskey.
I'm not actually shading your whiskey,
daddy.
But no, I'm not actually shading whiskey.
You just did by saying whiskey daddy doesn't have even bicycle. That's an insult.
But he doesn't have.
Even if he doesn't have, his son actually afford it. He can afford that private jet.
His son. But imagine.
Whiskey can afford it.
Can you imagine? Biscuit can actually afford it.
Yes.
Right? Now, but imagine when your father can afford it and you can afford it. Hey! Are you following it? It may be a jegule where you know, it's that, see, this guy we are talking about was born in Ma.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But your one was born in Adegune.
He was born in Adegune, yes.
This kid was born in
wherever he was born, but at least he came out better than every other person.
He's not better than the one.
Silver spoon.
So whatever your one he has. So times 2.
He was born. Whiskey is better than those who have. Even better than that of David. No matter what he was born with, still
better than what?
He still has the money.
See, if you don't understand, let me tell you something. Before you are born into this country, Nigeria, it takes which parents you are coming with.
I'm not even talking about. We appreciated Davido for having something one he said he has.
I like the fact that
I never like come here to share Davido.
I've
never done that before.
You didn't get that. You.
I've always told you that I share the both of them. So you come here to share Whiskey because I never shaded Davido. So it's kind of not gonna work here.
See, you people should actually bring see, you people should actually let the people of Nigeria, my people of India, you people should actually bring your handkerchief for her to clear her tears. She's crying. I like the fact that I made her. I like the fact I brought out this part of So sorry, but let me take you to another gist. And it says, I was told to buy a gold because it appreciated in value. I bought 1 gram of 160k, so I ordered 50 grams. Now I want to sell it. They are offering me like 145 per gram. Like, is this a scam?
You never buy correct gold now.
No, like I think I've heard it twice that gold depreciating price as time goes on. Is it good? Is it true?
Yeah, everything depreciates, maybe in price, in the value too. Everything depreciates. You can't actually accept. Okay, let's assume you buy a certain car for yourself in a certain amount. You don't expect to sell it in that same amount which you bought it. Okay, you're going to sell it in a lower price because it's already been used. So that value, the value of that gold is no longer that much anymore. It's no longer there. So that's it.
I told my grandma to pray for me to get married, and she said it's a better thing to pray. You know, she should pay her. She told her grandmother to pay her to get married, and the grandmother is trying to tell her.
Wait, the grandma, he told the grandma to pray for her, to pay her.
Pay her.
Oh.
To get married. And she's trying to, she said, you know, let's let her pray instead.
Let her pay, I'll be pray.
Like, the tweet another, it's like, the X tweet is like someone, this is a reply. No, the second person is not telling her that, also, the main tweet is that she told her grandma, someone on X, this has just been trending for 2 days, someone said on X, the second tweet is now trying to compare, like, someone is now trying to reply, I think she's a South African, she says, her herself told her own grandmother to pray for her, and her grandmother is trying to say, yeah, it's a better thing to do.
Okay. It's a better thing to do that because grandma is actually telling her to marry, right? So she's gonna do the needful.
Yeah.
You want a child to get married, so you're going to pay her, right? Pay her, pray for her, whatever. So you're going to do that because now the pressure makes she get married now. So it's not easy being married. That thing called marriage is not easy. Imagine getting married to a man. Sorry. Imagine getting married to a man who likes fresh food. Like, he wants you to keep, like, always prepare fresh food for him. Oh, God, sorry.
Yeah.
Like, the man wants you to get, like, something that you're not even used to. Something that you never did for your papa. Like, you get married, the man is telling you that he wants fresh food every day. Can you cope with that?
Yeah.
So getting married is not easy. Something that you don't like doing. Me, I don't like cooking. Imagine me getting married and this man is telling me that I need to prepare him fresh meal every day. How are we gonna do that? So I'm trying to say that the grandma telling her to get married, she needs to pay her because it's not easy being married. It's not easy at all. Plus you have to take care of the house, you childbearing and everything, the pain that you're going to pass through, the stress, and also when you mistakenly marry a man.
So you support the lady that said her grandma should pay her praying?
Yes.
You actually support that?
I support that. Yeah, pay me. Since you want me to get married now, pay me now, make I get married now. Like, let's answer what I'm explaining.
Yeah.
It's not easy being married to a man. Imagine getting married to your enemy, like you wouldn't even know. Like there's something I come across, a story of a lady who got, oh God, this is just, we can talk about some of that.
Why are you talking about it? Like, why?
Because I feel if a man hates you, he marries you. Okay? If a man hates you, he marries you. He just wants you to put you in the house, set control, like try to take control of you. Bearing child for him, because it is your life at stake. If you get pregnant, it's your life at stake. It's 50-50 kind of thing that you might die in childbearing, and you might survive it. So it's 50-50 kind of thing. It's not easy being married.
So this actually leads us to the topic of today, and it says, do you think most women in Nigeria are goal-driven rather than money-driven?
Goal-driven, like this goal-driven, it's kind of, I don't think so, because everything women are working towards now is to make that money. It's more like you're chasing money. That's the reason for the goal that you're chasing, okay? You're chasing your goal. So you're chasing all this goal just for you to make and mean. You're not doing it just for you want to do it. It's the same money, you know, financial stability that you're searching for.
Yeah.
To make end meet. That's the reason for chasing your goals. You know, being there, being determined to achieve something. Okay? So that's what it's all about.
For me, I feel like most women in Nigeria should be money-driven.
Money, yeah, exactly.
Do you know why? Because men at some point try to outsmart us women.
Yeah.
So if like a woman, like somebody like Nkolewa Nsoka, Michelle Okonkwo, I admire her because this lady is a woman that has made her steps in the society.
Decently,
like that's one thing that marvels me. And she has made her, she's even calm, you know, calculated, she doesn't make a lot of noise.
From her.
No scandal.
No BBL.
She's just herself, you know, hoping and praying that one day God actually find her, and
God has been doing it for her actually.
Yeah, she has just been signing endorsement back to back, you know, doing things, being the big lady, being the big woman, doing her stores. And today I think she drives one of the hottest car in town. She has a house, she has her own brand, she has a business, she has her own identity, she acts her movies. Now, like, this lady is what I think we women should not always settle for less.
Exactly. Women, you are all the prize. Women are the prize.
We are the prize.
Men are the prize. Men
are as a man out there.
Aware that women are the prize. That's why they go as far as trying to bring you, trying to shrink you, you know, manipulate you into thinking that you're nothing, you're not the prize. They are the ones. You should bow for them. They are aware.
Yeah.
They know very well that we are the prize. Okay? So as a lady, you should focus on being productive. Focus on making this money. Okay? Anything that will make you have money. Because when you have your own money, I don't think anyone will come from, any man would try to disrespect you.
No.
okay, like we try to disrespect you in any way, they will respect you. But you know, so
no. Coming to the fact of respect, do you think it's only a wealthy woman that is respected? A poor woman cannot be respected as well.
A poor woman can be respected, but not as much as someone who has acquired something, because this man will be scared to lose you, not just being scared.
Do you think that most men are scared to lose a rich man? We see
you're contributing to the family.
We see many rich women out there that are not yet married because of the fear that men have that this lady will overshadow them, this lady will make them feel less of themselves, and there will be a lot of competitions among themselves. I think so many women who are well-to-do are still single, and men are scared of them.
The men are scared of them.
So I think your narrative at this point, scared of achievement. I'm scared of that these particular ladies will not be submissive to them. So I think that area is something we have to look out to, because if you say that women should be goal-driven, the same thing I always say there is advantage, there is disadvantage. Disadvantage is that so many people will try to withdraw themselves away. So many people will try to encroach your space because you have something to offer. So I think you should just, as a woman, there should always be a moderation. Don't let everybody know your worth. Yeah. You have your worth. Yeah. But don't make it so obvious, because when you make it so obvious, you scare them away. But when you keep it at a minimal rate, I have a woman.
Okay, like now, let the woman hide what she has.
No,
at the end of the day, you find out that she has a lot of things. Yeah. Then you're still angry that she didn't tell you.
So I have a particular lady that I know that at some point that she's very rich, but before people found out, it was when after marrying, the man began to envelope. She drives this old Camry, and she doesn't have a house that people know about. She has houses out there, but she's still living in a rented apartment, you know, not driving luxury car, just managing her this thing. She doesn't dress so, but this woman has houses. When the husband married, I told the husband just said, hey. So what is
after the marriage?
Yeah,
found out that the woman is actually rich,
wealthy, like not rich, wealthy, like it was
richer than him.
Yeah, and she has there's this popular company. They didn't know that she's the CEO behind the company.
Is this a movie or real life?
This is real life. So this is a story that happened in my side. So the woman is behind the company. Nobody knows. Like, you will not even know. Even her employee did not know that she's the owner of the company. She had to have marks herself behind someone to project the person is the owner while she's the actual owner. You know, she watches her factory from her camera, everything. She doesn't come there to come out and say, what are you doing? If she wants the directive to be passed down, she passes through to the person. No, to the person that is in charge. You know, the woman, you can just I think the problem is when a woman rubs that I am rich in front of a man. He feels so, you know, so.
That's just the fear of.
Yeah, I think so. That's just the fear.
Maybe when they go bankruptcy, the lady starts to be the one catering for the family and all that, taking all the responsibility. It makes them feel less. That's just one of the reasons. So.
Yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for always joining us on Aneke TV on our Vibe Central. I go by the name Gift of God, and thank you to my beautiful, elegant, charming Ma, you know.
All this for me.
Ma, what do you have for the people of Enugu, and what do you have to say to them today?
You know, guys,
as you're advising them to, you know, be money conscious. Tell them something.
Guys, ladies, okay, like she said, you guys should be money conscious, because you have to spend as a lady. Let
me just you. There are a lot of missing ladies this time around. There are a lot of missing ladies down here that are missing. So if you're telling them to be money conscious, tell them to, you know, be careful too.
Yeah, let's be careful out there, ladies. Let's really
as much as they are money conscious.
Yeah, a lot of things is happening in this world at large, this country and the world at large. Let's just be safe. Mind whom you follow. Not like this thing that ladies do. When they see that their fellow lady is doing so well, they don't even know where this lady is getting this money. They don't know where she's making her money from. They want to, you know, attach. They will start trying to be friends with them without knowing where they are making their own money from. Let's be safe out there. Today is Friday.
Yeah.
Okay? What you're doing, drink and smoke responsibly. Okay?
Yeah, even if you want to drink water and be safe out there. Do you understand? Be safe. It's weekend. Go ndlea for me. I'm gonna cruise it out. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Pleasure to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is the program that is designed purposely to place a check on the lifestyle and activities of the young people and with the intention to making them better. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, and our YouTube at Aneke TV. To achieve all of this, we make opinions, we give commendations, criticisms, motivations, and lots more. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and today our focus is on my best friend. Yes, my best friend. Permit me to introduce to you another set of vibrant youth to have on the studio for this particular topic. I have a relationship therapist, the secretary, Ego Fresh Properties Nigeria Limited, Onoha Agatha Chinecherem. You're welcome on the show.
Thank you.
And then once again, I have a pastor with Redemption Church Worldwide, Timothy Nzubechiku. You are welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, let me start with you, Agatha. Do you believe in best friendship?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have one?
Yes, I have one.
You have a best friend?
Yes.
All right. What about you, Timothy?
Best friend? Well, I believe.
You believe? You are not very sure?
I believe in best friend, yeah.
Do you have one? That's the question.
I have friends. Yes, I have.
Do you have one or two best friends among all your friends?
Yeah, well, I think I have.
Male or female?
Male, of course.
Okay, Agatha, will it be an offense if one decides not to do anything with friends?
It's not
in his life or her life?
I don't think it's an offense.
Okay, are there important things friends do in somebody's life that that person may not benefit?
That the person may not benefit?
Yeah, somebody that says, I want to live my life myself. I don't want anything about friendship in my life. If there are benefits associated with one having friends around him.
I think there are benefits in friendship, especially because when we talk about best friend, and then we should be able to understand what friendship entails, and then what that you should be expecting in friendship. So number one is that a friend is someone that you can actually run to when things are not okay per se. A friend is one who understands your frame, understands you. You know, there's always a moment in the life of a person where everything around you may not seemingly be okay, that you need just one voice, one person that will stand beside you. You know that probably you are wrong or you're right, but nobody seems to understand you, but you needed one person that is going to stand there. So I think a friend is that person that even when every other person are turning back from you, maybe because you did something that is not good, the person will still say, okay, this one is my friend, and then I choose to stand with this person. Even though that he or she is wrong, but I choose to stand because this one is my friend. So when someone doesn't have somebody who can stand with him or with her, the person, one tree cannot make a forest. That's just it. And you cannot be a stagnant reservoir, because once you stay alone, you hide under your environment alone, you're definitely going to start smelling just like water that is poured in pot for a long time.
All right, nature, you can see if all of these are benefits that are associated with one having friends around him, how come you say it's not an offense? When someone says, yes, I want to live my life alone without friends.
Okay, you know that this friendship we are talking about is a thing of choice. It's a choice. If you want to have friends, you will. If you don't want to have friends, it's okay, because it's your personal decision. But some people will tell you, I don't want to have friends because I want to be on my own. Just like he said, a tree doesn't make a forest. So if you say that it's my opinion, and sorry, it's my personal decision not to have any friend, not to associate with people, yes, it's your personal decision, but deep down you will know that it's not working. So why I said it's not unfair is because some persons take it as a personal decision. I want to be alone. Some persons at the point they will tell you, even my family, I just want everybody to stay away. So
even the family members.
Yeah, it's not like they are going to stay away forever, but for the moment, just for example, if you want to undergo surgery, inside your surgical room, you are there alone. Nobody is going to sit on the bed and they operate both of you together. You face the pain and everything alone. So for someone to take a decision and say, I don't want to have friends, maybe the person have a reason for that. I want to build myself. I want to understand who I am. But what they refuse to understand is you can't identify who you are without people around you telling you that this is exactly who you are. So friendship has a lot of benefit, because friendship defines you and make you to understand that this is who you are. And that's why they say, show me your friend, I'm going to show you who you are. So it's a personal decision. That is why I said it is not an offense.
Okay, now how do you define that person that says, I want to live my life alone, I don't want to have friends around me?
A loner. And then the thing there is that, you see, the matter of friendship is actually very deep, because people are built through friends. People are built, let me not just say friends, but association. You see, there's blessing that comes from association. There's also destruction that comes from association. There are people today who have no reason to become a prostitute, but they are into prostitution simply because they met a friend that destroyed them and told them negative things about life. So I think instead of being very much open to have friendship that is going to, or a best friend that is going to lead you into destruction, it is simply better that you stay alone. But at the end of the day, you find out that God in his way will somehow give you people that are going to stay around you. Like I said the last time I came here, I remember I said that God allow people to pass through you, but it is your responsibility to filter those that are coming through you, or coming to you, in order to know those that are going to stay closer to you. So 10,000 people, or you may meet 1,000 people, let me use it as an example, in a day. But you have to filter those that are going to stay around you. It's not everybody that you collected their number that are still going to remain closer to you. You have to filter those people and know those that are going to be for you. So if the friendship is going to lead you to the bad aspect of life, I believe that it is better to be.
But I don't think anybody at the intent of making friends would know if it's going to lead him or her to the bad aspect of life or the good one. I think we make friends for the intentionality of the goodness or the benefit of our friendship, isn't it?
Sometimes, you see, most times it's not like that. Okay, so let me just clear this. I think friendship mostly comes through your vision and the line that you're following. Any way you choose to follow, you must meet people that are already in that line.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And sometimes that's why if you discover from in your primary school, you met some friends in your primary school, guys that you play with.
Okay. You're right.
Then after primary school, you enter secondary school. Some of them didn't enter the same secondary school with you.
You're right.
You found out that you left them and you met other guys who are also your peers in secondary school, and you finished secondary school, you entered university, you met other guys again who were there. Now, sometimes the people you met in your primary school, the tendencies are that they will not remain lifetime friends. Tendencies are, because you are going to still meet other people. Then when you enter the university, most times the quality relationship and friendship that we make in university level actually defines how your life will be after school. I can tell you that for free. People you met in your school days, they will tell a lot about how your life will be after your school, because you will meet people that are going to show you. Both of you definitely are not going to end up in the same environment. You are not going to end up in the same place. But mind you that if you are able to have one or two good friends from university that are doing well, that are ready to help you, your life will be helped easily.
Thank you so much. Pastor Timothy has told us this for free, and we need to say thank you so much. And we have taken it for free. All right. Let's come to how friendship emerge in the first instance. Yes. How does one become your friend?
Okay. So just like Pastor Timothy said, vision. You know, whatever you are going, that means the kind of friend you are keeping. The friends I have while I was in the village are not the friends I have here right now. Only few of them I still communicate with. Because of what? I am going somewhere. So my village life is entirely different from my township life. Let me use it that way. While I was still schooling in the village, I have some female friends who we share the same ideology, the same path, we had the same plans, we are going the same place. But coming to the university here in town, I realized that I don't think we are going the same way. I started dropping them one after another. So now where you are going determines the kind of friends you pick and how you are going to pick them. Okay, now let's take campus life for example, because I believe when we talk about friendship, it is the youth that will definitely understand what you mean by friendship. Okay, now you are in the campus and you want to come out with first class. As someone that have been in the someone that is in the university, you won't tell me that you'll be associating yourself with those ones that always sit at the back.
Are there people who don't want to come out with first class?
I'm coming. Some persons, in this life that we are, believe me, some persons have chosen destruction for themselves, even without intentionally.
Destruction.
Their parents have tried, the society have tried. Some of them will tell you, I owe you nothing. It is my life. I want to live it the way I want to live it. And you won't tell me that when they are living that life, they won't want an associate, people to accompany them while they live it together. They won't be doing it alone. They will need someone around them to at least, as I dey mumu, make I get another mumu way there by the corner. I don't know if you grab it. So anything you are doing in life, there are people out there who are ready to assist you. If you want to be an agent of distraction, there's already an existing agent of distraction that can help you. And if you want to be an angel, there's already an angel that is existing that will help you. So where you are going determines the kind of friends are going to pick along the line. And as you are going, just like he said, you filter it out. Because you know that me and this person, we are not going the same place. Just like you are going to Anambra and you enter a bus that is going to Imo State. When you go to Okigwe, you are going to get down. Because that is where the road divides. That you are going to. What you have to do now, you have to follow people that are going to Anambra because that is where you are going. So your vision in life, where you are going, your determination, what you want to be, helps you in picking your friends and knowing people that to keep around you and people to say, no, this is a no-go area. Sometimes family also help. If you're an obedient child and you always bring home a stubborn friend, your mom will pick it up from there. Your parents or your siblings will pick it up from there. You see this guy that you always walk with, I will beat you. You're not supposed to be keeping yourself close to this person. At that point, you're not seeing it though, because maybe you don't even know the true friend you have. But because they have seen it already, I know that they are not supposed to work together. But at a point, you understand that they really know what they are saying. And what do? You start, dragging yourself a little. Before you know what's happening, the friendship dies like that. So
okay, thank you so much. I think I need to restructure my question, having established the fact that friendship is a necessity in everybody's life, isn't it? Okay, let me comment this way. What the best criteria for making this choice of friends? Do you choose your friends, or is it better you choose your friends? Or do you leave yourself for your friends to choose you? Or is it about what you have said about your career choice, people you meet along your career, and people that do the same thing you do?
I think you choose your friend, because the Bible said that the companion of the fool shall be destroyed. Right? Which means anyone that associates with a foolish person, when the destruction that is coming to the foolish one is coming, it's going to be for the person, the foolish person, and even the one that accompanies the fool. So you have to be intentional about who you work with, who you call your friend. One thing about friendship is that whether you like it or not, your friend actually has a way, they have a way of infecting characters that, let me call it an infection.
I'm not cutting you short, please. I want you to define foolishness in this context.
Okay.
Yes.
In the context of
choice of friends.
Choice of friends, right? I think number one is that foolishness is just making decisions that are not profitable.
Okay. And those foolish ones that you don't have to associate yourself with, your intent to make a friend, are those who make such decisions?
Those who have already chosen the way of destruction. There are ways of destruction. It's very open.
But I'm thinking aside, okay, go on.
For instance, a promising young guy who chose to go and make a guy who is a thief, a well-known thief, his friend, and then the person will now be telling you, go and pick up your mother's money and then bring it, let's go and use it and buy something. Your mom has been telling you that this way will lead you to destruction, and then you chose to make the person you. That's a foolish friend. And then
okay. Apart from the foolish ones and these bad ones that are already identified, among others, do you choose them or you allow them choose you as friends?
You choose your friend.
You make choice of your friends.
You make choice of your friend. You be intentional about who you call your friend. In fact, you have to come to a point whereby you are not easily, drawn into calling everybody your friend. People must merit the friendship.
Okay.
You have to set a standard for your life, that this is the standard where someone will get to, and I can be bold to call this person my friend. It got to a time in the life of Jesus, he called the disciples. He said, I call you friend at this point. And not all of them. There are people that Jesus selected. In the cathedral, if you watch the life of Christ, you discover that Jesus at every level, he selected his audience. They are the multitude, they were the 500, they were the 12, and inside the 12 that we all know, that we call the 12 apostles, Jesus also had 3. Inside that 3, there is one. It was that one that when Jesus said that one of you will betray me, everybody was like, am I the one? Are you the one? Who is the one? They now beckoned on that one. They called the name John the Beloved. They now beckoned on him to tell Jesus, to tell them who is going to betray him.
That's the best. Yeah.
That's the best friend. Inside all the people, inside the 3, the multitude, that's the 3, Peter, James, and John, These were the 3 people that Jesus took when he was going to the mountain of Gethsemane. And he took them, and inside that 3, he also have 1. And between that one was the only person that Jesus now said, look, the person I'm going to put this soap to in his mouth, he's the one. And he picked it and put it inside Judas' mouth, and then said, So he now told them that it's Judas. So you see that Jesus, as my template now, I don't know about another person, but my template, who I follow his step, doesn't call everybody best friend. But he made sure that he was the one that chose the 12, chose the 3, and then he allowed, inside the 3, he allowed 1 to make himself best friend. You can choose 10 people, but you have to allow condition to prove the one that is going to be your best friend, the one that you can expose your secrets, because whether you like it or not, there's always a moment you are going to be vulnerable. And you will not even know that you are vulnerable. You tell the person, and now you went ahead and told someone that doesn't have your good intention every of your secret, and then the person, next morning, you are waking up in the morning, they're just discussing your secret at your streets, and then you see.
Okay, Pastor Timothy, did you choose all your friends?
I choose them.
You chose all your friends?
People come to me, but I choose my friends.
Are there people that came to you and you rejected them?
I'm not going to tell you that I'm rejecting you. But my attitude will show you that you are being rejected. You don't belong to my cycle. I have, like, it's very.
Did you choose all your friends? No, I didn't. Some chose you, yes, and you accepted them. Yes. Okay. If it is a rule that, like you have cited the Bible, that you have to choose all your friends, what that means is that you wouldn't allow anybody to choose you. All of the people that are going to be your friends, you choose them, isn't it?
There's a way it goes. It goes hand in hand. Look, this is the way it goes.
The implication is that if somebody walks up to you for friendship, you don't accept.
Me choosing somebody doesn't mean that I'm going to start saying 1 + 1, 2. I'm going to
my friends. This one's over.
You get it. So what I mean is that I am intentional in allowing you closer, based on you have to show me that we have the same vision. We are going towards the same direction. Whether you like it or not, 3-4 people who graduated the same year are not going to make it the same time, are not going to be successful the same time. In fact, this is this is one of the major reasons some people don't go to their the end of the year party of their set. Most people don't go there because they feel like we have not succeeded, others are succeeding. You know, okay. But when you are choosing the people, it means that I have watched this person. This person is coming to me. Somebody came to my house. Let me use my house as an example. So I just hope that the person will not see this. But even if the person sees this, I know that
I'm not mentioning anyone's name.
Yeah. So he came to my house the first time. You know, he has been calling me on phone that he wants to come and see me, and then it's just we met back then in school. So I said no problem. So he came to my house. I offered him seats in my parlor. So within the next few minutes, like seconds, the guy has entered all the room in my house. Like entered even my kitchen, my parking store, everywhere.
Looking for what?
I don't know what he's looking for. But this was what happened. From that minute, I said, no, this guy cannot come to my house again. He's not a bad person, but this is my standard. I mean, there are things somebody will do. Even if the person wants to be my friend, there are things he will do. And also, because anybody that wants to be friend should present himself friendly. It's in the Bible. So you have to come, you have to be friendly. Show that you are capable to be a friend to me. Also, as I am going to be a friend to you. So that's just it.
All right. Neche, let me come back to you. Okay. Who is that person that can never be your friend? Like someone you can never choose to be your friend, and even if he or she comes around, it is a no to you.
Opposite of me can never be my friend.
Opposite of you?
Yes.
Please expatiate.
Okay, what this means is this. Like I said, my friends choose me and I choose them too. Just like what he said, I always refer to him because he's hitting the nail on the head. So some of my friends, how they choose me is they will come close, start giving me some attitude, like, you know, start talking to me. Maybe whenever I see myself, I see them around, I'll be like, it's like this person is giving me green card. Okay, what do you want? He or she will not go straight to the point and tell me, I want to be your best friend. But the way he or she is communicating with me, I already know that this person wants me to be his friend or her friend. Maybe there's something he or she saw in me, and I want to be like this girl. I want to do this. I want to have this person around me. I want to have this person in my life. Maybe we are going the same place. So along the line, I discovered that yes, this person knows what he or she wants. We may not share the same quality. You may not even have up to 80% of what I have that can make you my friend. But I see that you are willing to learn. You are ready to adapt. You want to be better. You want the best for yourself. I'll give you a chance. Now, that person that can never be my friend, you see that person that is opposite of me, like I said. Now, I don't tell lies. And you call yourself my friend. You are coming close to me for friendship. And you a liar.
How would you know in the first instance?
Okay. Now, you start by ordinary innocent friends, right? We are talking. One or two scenarios might happen. Something may happen. And along the line, I'm beginning to discover. You know, you can't just make friendship a day. Friendship doesn't start a day. It's a gradual process. So in that process of growing that friendship, you discover that this person, I'm not giving you a chance. Because 1, 2, 3 scenarios have happened. And you are still the same. Like your head is a hard nut to crack. You are not even accepting anything. It's a very big no for me. I will begin to distance myself from you. Now, secondly, your dressing. Maybe I don't like exposing my body. And we are close, we are associates. We are not friends yet. We are just associates. And you are the type that likes whenever you go out, you fling yourself, you do anyhow you want. Meanwhile, I don't do that. So I don't want people to come and start telling me, you are living this life, even though we are not seeing it. Maybe you are living it in secret because not be your best friend they do. They are defining me with you. They think we are doing the same thing. So please, you are not going to dent my image because I don't do this. And for the fact you are coming close to me, you want to be my friend, and I find out that, you know, they do waiting and they do. I'm calling it off. It's a no. Because you are opposite of me. Maybe I don't like putting on earring. And that girl is an earring type. And me, his earring is against everything about me. Like it destroys something in me. I'm using it as an example. It destroys my faith. In fact, I don't need this. And you, calling yourself my friend, you are still coming close to make me your friend. Maybe you are trying to choose me. I'm trying to choose you. But your own, you wear the one that will be like basico. And I've called you and said, my dear, please, this thing you are doing is not suiting well with me. You are my friend, and I want you to do it this way and be better. And you be like, now waiting, like you start, you know, you don't even want to lay, you don't even want to understand me. It's a no. You cannot be my friend.
Okay, that taking. Pastor Timothy, do you believe that a friend once rejected by someone can be a best friend to another person?
Some of us have been rejected by people now, so and we are still best friends to other people. But I think, let me buttress more, sir. I think he who walks with the wise shall be wise, right? That's friendship. He who walks with the wise shall be wise. And then, whenever you see, there's a man of God that said that when you are in a room and you are counting 5 foolish people, and you people are there, and you counted only 5 foolish people, that you didn't count well, because you have to include yourself.
Yeah, 6.
So you see that the matter of friendship, right, I think is very, very delicate, right? And then if God doesn't help a person, you don't come to a point whereby you have God helping you to filter the people that comes into your life. Some have been destroyed, badly damaged. Most destruction that comes to people didn't come from their home, because most times their parents are just looking at them. But once they enter school, once they go out, you find out that the people they are mixing with are people that speaks opposite of what their family is teaching them. For instance, people become drug addicts because they met friends. Sometimes it doesn't start by you smoking immediately. Sometimes it can just start by you being around them. They will smoke. You know, funny thing is that the first time you inhale those smoke, you may not feel good about it. But you stay there the first time, stay the second time, all of a sudden you begin to find out that the smell, the scent of the
secondary smoker
is now becoming enticing. And all of a sudden you are giving into it. You one day test it, and from testing it, you take one, take two, you begin to take it. So that is it. People are built, people are damaged by friend. But what I am saying in essence is that someone who have been badly damaged by other friend, if you are not rebels, you will make also bad friend to another person, right?
For make instance, a bad friend to another person.
Yeah. For instance, you've been influenced negatively into, there are people that, there are ladies that doesn't see their body now as anything because of friends, roommates, some of those stuff, and there are guys that doesn't see some kind of bad life as anything. So maybe you are an alcoholic and then you are very deep into alcohol, and then you now want to detach yourself from people, those people, they have damaged you and then rejected you, and then you now want to become a best friend to another person. You will still corrupt the person and then damage the person and leave the person, because that's...
What if the person receives repentance?
I'll tell you, unless there is repentance and then rehabilitation, because repentance must come with rehabilitation. You don't just reject something. When you reject it, you first, that's why in the Old Testament, once you say that I have stolen something from this person, and then you confess, and then after everything, you go and do restitution. That restitution is rebuilding yourself, remolding yourself, so that you can become a better person and a better version.
Okay, that's taken. Chinecherem, how much do you believe in the saying, tell me your friend, I will tell you whom you are?
How much I believe in that? I believe 80%.
80%?
Yes, because the remaining 20%, we are friends to rich men, but we are not rich. But we are friends to poor men, we are poor. We are friends to a pastor, we are not a pastor. But we are friends to a thief, we are a thief. So
can't you be a friend to a thief and they are not a thief?
It's not possible. I'm coming.
Can't you be a friend to a pastor and you become a pastor?
It's possible. What I'm trying to say now is the society. If I have a friend who is a prostitute, the society will never believe that I'm not a prostitute, because if I'm not a prostitute, they will believe that I'm not supposed to keep one.
As your friend?
As my friend. Then, if you are a pastor, you can have unbelievers as friends, so with the aim of turning them into believers. That doesn't make them a pastor. The society will start be seeing it. Since this person started following this person, it's like his life is changing. Let's believe his life will change. Let's hope his life will change. That's what they'll keep saying. But imagine he's an armed robber in the ghetto. Everybody will start telling you, leave that person, he will destroy you. He's not worthy to be your friend. Everybody wants to go to where there is sweetness. Nobody wants the bitterness of life. So now you want some of your friends, about three or five of your friends, they have car, but you always enter keke. You are not a big man, though. In fact, you are their friend though, but that doesn't make you rich. But you are their friend. So this saying of show me your friend, I'll tell you whom you are, is not 100%.
I don't think anything is 100%.
For me, right?
You will come in, but let us observe just a short break.
Okay.
We shall be right back. Viewer, thank you so much for being there. It's been a nice time we shared with you. Want to observe just a short break? We shall be right back. When we are back, Pastor Timothy will now help us with what he owes his friendship to, for the friendship to continue. Thank you so much. We shall be right back. Don't go away.
Information moves the world.
At Aneke TV, we deliver trusted news coverage, professional event coverage, and impactful storytelling.
We don't just report the news. We connect brands to audiences.
For news coverage, events, and advert placement,
call Aneke TV today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Okay, back from the short break. Thank you so much for being there. We are still on the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is my best friend. And I'll be here with a relationship therapist, the secretary, Ego Fresh Properties Nigeria Limited, Onwa Agapta. And I have a pastor, Timothy Nzubechuku, with Redemption Church Worldwide. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Pastor, I remember before I went on the short break, I was talking about you explaining to us what you owe your friendship for the friendship to continue. Please take it off from there.
Okay, but then just give me a little. I'm going to point it out. But you see, it is easier for whites to get stained than black clothes.
Okay.
And
because white is white and black is black. So, white is not black and black is not white.
That's what I'm saying. You see, when you have a precious gift, you preserve it. When the gift is so valuable, you hide it inside nylon upon nylon upon nylon. That's why when you buy
if you know the value.
Yeah. That's why when you buy new phone, it will be packed inside a carton. Then you open the carton, you see another nylon. If it is so this thing, you will still see another nylon. They will tie it.
Okay.
Just to show you the value of what you are holding. Now, when it comes to friendship, it is easier for a bad character to dominate good character than it is for a good character. That's why the Bible said that evil communication corrupts good manner. If you don't have a way of, separating yourself from those people that are going to contaminate you, corrupt you, you will not know when you dive deep into becoming like them. Right? So that's just what I have to say on that. But now, as a friend, what do you owe, or what do I owe to my friends? I owe them sincerity, truth. Let me say it in Igbo. Oyemaka awage ba joy. Mano oyemungwaraga awa be boy. That means that as a friend, you have to own up to fairness, truth to your friend. If your friend is doing what is not right, you have to be very much open to say, this thing you're doing is not good though. Okay, check it this way. I owe my friend support. Okay, my friend want to buy something now, and my friend want to go to
Remember, the question is not what you owe your friend.
Okay.
But what you owe the friendship. Friendship to continue.
That's what I'm saying. Truth, number one. Number two is support. I will go out to support my friend in something that I know that is good. I will support my friend. I will stand by my friend. There are wars that I will not fight, but I will fight it because you are my friend. We see it if you watch the international politics and everything. You see that some nation can rise up in support of another nation just because they are allied. So if you are my friend and then I believe that you are my friend, I'm going to stand in support for you. Yes, I can come in and say, oh, guy, may take me how you didn't do this one inside, but outside, I will protect your image, fight for you. When we come inside, we now tell ourselves the truth. You didn't do this one well. My friend does it to me.
I do my own.
Yes, my friend does. So you owe your friend that support, that solidarity. You need to stand by your friend. Jonathan and David, they are a typical example. You see, the Bible is complete. Jonathan was the son to a man who wanted David dead at all costs. Whatever it will take, let David die. I don't want him to live. But guess what? There was a time David was in the camp of Saul. And Saul, that day would have marked the end of David. But then Saul, Jonathan said to David, when I shoot the arrow, if I shoot it once, know that I am telling you run because the king is going to kill you. But if I shoot it twice, just know that the heart of the king is good with you, that you can come in. And then he went inside to check the father and know whether the father's wrath is still burning against David, and found out that the father is still ready to destroy David. And he came and shot the arrow twice and said to the servant, go and pick it. The moment the servant went and picked it, David already knew that there is fire on the mountain, and David ran away. So you see that Even though that he is my father, he is fighting for me to become king. But the fact that I have covenant relationship and friendship with this one, I should stand for him. I should protect him. His death will lead to my death, so I need to preserve him. And sometimes your friends, one thing is that when enemy want to capture you, you start by capturing your good friends. And if you don't stand by them, you will end up being destroyed with them.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's bring it to the aspect of the same choice of friendship. Neche, how much would you want your friend to behave exactly like you? For instance, I want to choose a friend for myself. Would it be an issue if I go looking for somebody who has the same qualities I have, who behaves the way I do, who talks the way I talk, and believes in what I believe and what have you?
Okay, if I want to go and pick a friend, I want to get the question straight.
The question is,
okay,
how much would you want your friend to be exactly like you?
Okay, my friends, they should be at least 50-50. My friend must not be exactly like me. There's what we call individual differences. This, my friend, is raised up by another family, different blood, environment, background, parents, possibly blood group self. So it's not a must that my friend will behave exactly like me. I once have a friend, but because I truly value that friendship, this girl know they hear word. She's very stubborn. Me, I'm not stubborn, but I like her.
Maybe because you're the one saying it.
Okay, yes.
Yes, we need to hear from that girl.
So I like her so much and I value the friendship. I don't want it to go. The only problem she has is just that she's stubborn. If you tell her don't sit there, she'll go, lie, I will sit though. I will sit. But because of the fact that I value that friendship so much, one day I called her, I told her, see, you
for some other things you're benefiting,
yes.
Right?
So I told her, you were a sweet soul. Every other thing about you is okay, but you are just stubborn. She told me, hey, that's what completes me and that's what makes me your friend. I must not be obedient like you. If they tell me they are going to kill me, I'll keep quiet. I will refuse. Now I realize that yes, she's my friend. That's what makes her my friend. Because if they said you people should come here, we are going to, I don't know that they are going to kill us there. But because of her stubbornness, she will say, we're not going there. You see this place, we are not going. And some persons will be like, we have been waiting for this girl. What is keeping her? Not knowing that my stubborn friend is the one stopping me from going. So I didn't mean she's the same thing with me. She behaves the same way I behave. Once they say start coming, okay, let's go. We'll just go.
And the way you behave is not bad. Yes. So, because stubbornness to a reasonable extent.
So what I'm trying to say now is it's not a must that my friend will behave exactly the way I behave.
Okay. Taking. Okay. Pastor Timothy.
Yes, sir.
Among your friends, who is your best friend? And how do you know? You may need to mention names anyway.
Everybody knows. Anybody that is very close to me actually know who is my best friend.
I say, how do you know?
You see, the funny thing is that how we became best friends is still a mystery. Yeah. But you can't be closer to me. You can't be closer to me without knowing that he is my best friend.
He's always seen around you?
Yes. We attended the same we studied the same course in the school.
Pastor Timothy, this question is, how do you know that person is your best friend?
Well, we were moving towards the same vision and the same direction. And when we met, I think he's actually my covenant brother. He knows himself. His name is Van Melody. Everybody knows.
Okay.
Everybody around me knows. But when we met, I was sick the day we met. Let me share it. He knows. And then I was at the church premises, so finished working even though I was sick, and then I was coming out. He was coming by. I said, please, can you come and escort me? Let me go and buy drugs. We met 2014. Was it 2014 or 2013? So
did you have a best friend before then?
No.
But you had friends?
Yes, I had friends, but not so close. So when we met, we started discussing, and then I found out that every time we are discussing something that is leading us to the same environment. So after that, we went to my house where I was living then, and then boom, we started praying. And then we prayed that day, we watched Christian movie, and we discussed about things, about life and destiny. That was how it all started. So I think how I got to know that he's my best friend is that our vision, we are speaking while we were moving. We were friends, and our vision, we are speaking. Have I had other people who were close to me and then they were moving in the same vision with me? Yes. But have we been that close? No. He's someone that can call me, where you dey, and then everybody need it to. That's just the truth. You need someone that can look at you and say, Oga, this thing you are saying is rubbish. And you know that this person is not saying it out of jealousy, because this person is the first person that is going to congratulate you if anything good happens to you. So he's saying it so that you blaze up and then do what you're supposed to do as a person. So everybody need it. You need those. When you have a best friend, you will know that this one is not coming to you. This one is not seeking to get gold jewelries from you, not seeking to get material things. This person is just there for your own lifting. God bring them to you, and God does that out of his mercy to those that he loves.
Okay, thank you. Nature, maybe all your friends are equal to you. I don't think you have a best friend. But if you do, share the experience to us.
I have two best friends actually.
Two at once?
And a female.
Two at once?
Yes.
But one must be more best than the other.
Yes, the lady is more best.
Okay.
I would say more best, both of them.
Yes, do they know themselves?
They know themselves.
And they know they are your best friends?
They know they are my best friends.
Two of them, are they best friends?
I met one before one, and when one find out that this person is my best friend, we became best friends.
So they're also best friends to themselves?
Of course. So this
that's
lady,
a chain of best friendship.
So this lady, this is almost 12 years of friendship with her. Then as for the guy, this is 5 years. And I can tell you that the sacrifice, it's worth me calling them my friend.
Best friends.
Yes, my best friend. So for the guy, the experience why he became my best friend was, there was something I was finding very difficult to achieve in life, which is my journalism practice. So when I entered the university, there was something I did one day. Everybody was like, you did well, you did well, you did. He's the only guy that stood up and criticized me. He told me, if I slap you, what was the meaning of that shit you did there? Do you know you are better than this shit? I was like, damn, who are you? You walked up to me to tell me that if you like, slap me. I'm telling you the truth. Look at what you are doing. Do you know that that thing you did there, you can do like perfect? You are just hiding what is inside you. Do you know what is inside you? So more like he helped me realize and achieve who exactly I am in the area of journalism. I was like, this has always been my dream. I've been looking for someone to tell me, this is you. So what he does now, for example, if he's watching me right now, when I'm done with this, he will call me. The first person to call me, he'll be like, you do well. Or you'll be like, you did absolutely well. The same thing goes to the lady. So we both have our interest in the heart. So whether good or bad, we're always there. There was a day I called her. I told her that I lied to my mom. I don't know what to do. Then I said, you lied? Oh yeah, let's go. We are going together. She not lie. We lied together. Let's go. So when I get to the house, my mom was like, why are you here? I know that whenever you bring this girl here, it simply means you are here to apologize because you know I will listen to her. So like, mommy, we lied. I was the one that pushed her to lie. Mommy, see, before you know, like, in fact, I am very grateful having them in my life.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the take home is whether good or bad, your best friend is there for you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Chinecherem, the secretary, Ego Fresh Properties Nigeria Limited. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, Pastor Timothy Nzubechukwu.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Avia, this is where we draw the curtain of today's episode of Youth Focus on Aneke TV. We have discussed on my best friend, and I want you to watch out for part 2 of this. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. You have a wonderful day ahead of you.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.